Good morning everyone. Welcome to PMFIS. I am Dr. Vishwit Kaur. So welcome to all of you in this 12-hour revision batch. Am I audible to everyone? Please let me know. Okay, no problem in audio or in video. So this batch we have already done this orientation lecture. I have uploaded in our website as well as in this YouTube channel. So I have already explained you the objective of this class. So there is only one objective, to make your revision exam oriented, more smarter and quicker, and another objective is to get this maximum marks in this upcoming prelims. So we are particularly focused on this ancient Indian history and some part of this medieval, like early part, South Indian Kingdom, just chronology, so that you won't get confused. So basically, if you consider all these PPTs are made only with this exam oriented content, apart from this few initial PPTs, like for the first 15 or 20 minutes. But after that, you have only exam oriented content. And second important, once this 2-day revision batch is over, immediately I will upload these notes. So I have these short notes. We have two types, like this is handwritten short notes, and then we have this digital. So if you want, we will upload this handwritten short note, and if you want this digital copy, then we will upload this digital, whatever is feasible for you or whatever is useful for you. But while doing this lecture, while attending the lecture, you from your side, you should also take these notes, like just short, crisp and exam oriented notes. Suppose we are discussing about the Stone Age. So you know from the Stone Age what is important, only their sites and their states, or in general information. Suppose I am asking about who is this father of prehistory, or where you have find some peculiar things, like in the Chiran we have found this bone implement, in Burjahom we have found this pit dwellings. So whenever we are discussing that point, only just note down that. So when I am giving you these notes, maybe after this 2 days, after this 12 hours revision batch is over, before that you also have your own short and crisp notes. So from every chapter or every topic, we will only pick those points which are exam relevant, which are useful for the exam. At the same time, I will tell you this history like a story, so that you won't have this burden of remembering these facts. So all those who joined this live lecture, remember, after this live lecture, you will have this recording automatically uploaded in our app. And in the app, if you see this ancient and early medieval history course, in that section you will get all these PPTs, notes, practice question, as well as one test. So after 1 week, we will have this one full length test for this, whatever we have discussed in our lecture. So those members who have joined this lecture live, am I clear to you? Do you have any question regarding this? See, this class is mainly designed for this ancient history, but while taking this ancient history, we will just take this early part of medieval. If you find this batch useful, then definitely we will start with this medieval or modern also. So medieval is as such, this core medieval is not that important for UPSC. So if this batch is means you find this useful, then definitely we will consider taking this same approach for this modern also. But remember, in the modern history, there are many chapters and predictability is very low. So what we can do in the modern lecture is, we can directly take some important topics or chapters based on this POIQ analysis and current affairs. So now we will directly start with this ancient Indian history. So remember, when we are discussing about any topic, suppose we are discussing about first Stone Age, then we are discussing about this Chalcolithic Age, then Bronze Age, Iron Age. So whenever we are discussing any topic, first I will tell you what is important from this topic, like what type of question UPSC generally asks from such topic, and nature of questions, as well as how much this topic is important for your exam, whether UPSC has asked many questions or no question or 1 or 2 questions in the last 10 years. So before starting any chapter or topic, I will tell you the importance. I will also tell you the nature of the question UPSC generally asks from this topic. But before we start this history, before we start this first topic, that is Stone Age, before that we will take this chronology, like how things shaped from past till this end of this ancient Indian history, like Gupta period or maybe post Gupta period. So before discussing about this chronology also, I will tell you something about some basic concept. What is meant by this age? What is meant by this culture? Who do this excavation? Who is this authority responsible for this monuments protection or archaeological excavation or archaeological research? So we won't spend much time, but these are the things important for me to convince you the next chapter or next topic. So if you consider Stone Age or Chalcolithic age or any age, so what is meant by this age? Remember, age is nothing but this time period, or it is this historical period. So we are calling this Stone Age because people were dependent on stone tools or implement. Then we are calling this Chalcolithic age because in this Chalcolithic or Chalcolithic means copper and stone, people were dependent on copper and stone. Then we are calling this Iron Age because the development during this period was defined by this iron. So remember, this age is named after the material or technology that defines that stage of human development. So initially we were using this stone and the development is because of this stone tools. So we are calling this Stone Age. Then we have this metal. Once we start using this metal, which was the first metal used by the human, copper. So we are calling this Chalcolithic, copper along with stone. Then we are using this bronze. We are calling this Bronze Age. Then we are calling this Iron Age. So remember, age is nothing but this time period, and we named this age based on the material or technology that defines that stage of human development. So we have this Stone Age and Metal Age, and within Metal Age, first we start using this copper. So along with this copper, we still use this stone. So we have this Copper Stone Age, means Chalcolithic age. Then people knew the art of mixing tin with copper and form this bronze. So once people started using this bronze, that stage of human development is defined by this use of bronze. We call this as a Bronze Age. And once people started using this iron, we call this as a Iron Age. So remember, whenever we are discussing any age, age is nothing but this time period. Next is culture. So if you consider today, we call this as Indian culture, Western culture, Eastern culture. So what is meant by this culture? Culture is nothing but way of life of people in particular area in particular period of time. So remember, what is meant by this culture? Culture is nothing but the way of life of people in particular area in particular time. If you consider this archaeology, in archaeology, culture means you have found some group of objects. So you have found some group of objects distinct in style and usually found in particular area in particular period of time. Suppose we are taking this example of Harappa. So if we say this Harappa culture, so you will find this particular type of seals, then particular type of bricks. You will find this urban centers, drainage system means underground drainage system. Then you will find this weight, particular type of weight system. So all these objects we found from 2600 to 1900 in northwestern part of India. So this is Harappan culture. So way of life of people in particular area in particular time, and this way of life in archaeology we defined by this group of objects. So if you consider this Harappa culture means way of life of people living in northwest part of India from 2600 to 1900. In archaeology we defined by this. We have this undeciphered script. Most of the seals were made up of steatite. Then we have this uniform size of bricks. We have used this burnt bricks. So all these are features of Harappan culture. So naming of culture, if you see this Harappa culture, we call this as a Indus culture because of the geography, because of this location. We call this as a Harappa culture because of this first discovered site. Then we call this as a Bronze Age civilization or Bronze Age culture based on the type of material used. If you consider the 6th century BC or period of Majanpad, we call this as a Northern Black Polished Ware culture also. So based on the pottery. So this culture can be named based on this material, based on this geography, based on this first identified site, and based on this pottery. So remember, we can name this culture based on these various different things. So am I clear to everyone? So this is the basic you need to understand before we start any topic or chapter. Okay, so now we will discuss about this division of history into prehistory and then historical period. So if you consider till this 6th century BC, you won't find written records. Remember, I am talking about those written records which were written during this period and deciphered also, means we could read also. But if you consider after this 6th century BC or 600 BC, you will find these written records. So when these written records are available, when these written records are found and deciphered, this period is called as historic period, and before this we call this as a prehistory or prehistoric period. So in general, if you consider this India or Indian subcontinent, we find these written records which are decipherable after this 6th century BC or 600 BC. So this is this historic period, and before this 6th century BC. So before that we have this Paleolithic age, Mesolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, Chalcolithic, then IVC, then Vedic period, then Iron Age, later Vedic period. All these parts are part of this prehistory. So once you find these written records and these are deciphered, this is called as historic period, and before these written records are found, we call this as a prehistory. So remember, once you have these written records from the 6th century BC or after this 600 BC, so once you find these written records for the reconstruction of history of that period, you have these written records or you have this text. But what happens before the 6th century BC? So remember, before the 6th century BC, we have this archaeological remains. So basically, these historians, archaeologists do this excavation, and before the 6th century BC, we are dependent on this archaeological remains or material remains. But after the 6th century BC, we have these written records plus archaeological remains. So even after the 6th century BC, you will have this archaeological remains, but along with that, now you will have these written records or text. But now you may be confused why I am saying before the 6th century BC we won't find these written records, because if you consider this IVC from 2600 to 1900 BC, we have found this inscription, right? So why I am saying when written records are found, we call this as a historic period from the 6th century BC. Remember, most important thing, in the IVC we have found this inscription, but the problem is these are undeciphered. These are undeciphered. So remember, we call this historic period only when written records are available plus these are deciphered. Available, written during that period and deciphered. So this is called as historic period. Then you must have this question about this Vedic period, because we know about this Vedic period from this Vedic text, Rig Ved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved. So we have this text here also. We have this different Vedic literature or Vedic books. So why we are considering this in this prehistory? Remember, we have this text, but these texts were written down after the 6th century BC. After the 6th century BC, not during this period. So remember, historic period means when written records are available, written during that period, and these are deciphered. So here you have these written records, but these are not written during this period. These are written before this. So if you consider this both, from 2600 to 1900, and after that we have this Vedic period. So this is called as proto-history. This is called as proto-history. So some historians divide this history into prehistory, before this 3000 BC, then 3000 to 600 proto-history, and then historic period. Or in general, we can consider after the 6th century BC or 600 BC, we have this historic period, and before that we have this prehistory. So am I clear, Sanjay? So in order to reconstruct the history of this prehistory or before these written records are available, we are dependent on this excavation. So remember, there are two types of excavation. So if you are doing this excavation, there are two types: vertical excavation and second is horizontal excavation. So in vertical excavation, you are digging this vertically. Like suppose this is a layer. Suppose these are different layers. So you are digging this vertically. Suppose today I am present in this Pune. For some reason, because of this earthquake or many other things, suppose this entire city of Pune is buried. So you will have this layer next generation will be here top of it. Suppose because of some reason then again civilization end, then they will also buried here, the next generation we have on this top of it. So if you consider these different layers in this vertical excavation, this lowest layer is this oldest, and if you consider this uppermost is this recent. So if you do this vertical excavation, so in the vertical excavation you will understand how these events change over a period of time. So you will get this sequence of change of events over a period of time. But if you do this horizontal excavation, in the horizontal excavation means only in the single layer or the same layer, you will understand how the people lived in particular time in that area. So you will only understand life of people in this particular period. So now tell me, if you want to understand how the life of people change in Pune over a period of time, which excavation you will do, vertical or horizontal? So if you want to understand how the life of people changed in different period of time in Pune, so what type of excavation you will prefer? Yes, definitely you will prefer this vertical excavation, because in the vertical excavation you will get to know how the life of people change over this different period. So remember, in India, which is this authority responsible for doing this excavation? Archaeological Survey of India. So this Archaeological Survey of India is responsible for doing this excavation. It is also responsible for protection of these monuments of historic importance. So remember, it has two functions: archaeological research and then protection of monuments of historic importance. One fact you have to remember about this ASI is it is an attached office to this Ministry of Culture. It is an attached office to this Ministry of Culture. Most of the students get confused about this Ministry of Education or Ministry of Culture. So remember, it is responsible for this protection of cultural monuments also, monuments of this historical importance. So it is an attached office to this Ministry of Culture. So this Archaeological Survey of India, it was established in 1861. It was established in this 1861, and the first Director General of ASI was Alexander Cunningham. Alexander Cunningham was this first Director General of ASI. That's why he was also called as Father of Indian Archaeology. He was called as Father of Indian Archaeology. It was established in 1861, but it was abolished in 1866 during the time period of this John Lawrence. So when this Lawrence was this Governor General or Viceroy, during this time this was abolished. But during the time of this Lord Mayo, it was once again revived in this 1871. So once in 1871 it was revived, once again who became the Director General? Alexander Cunningham. So Alexander Cunningham became the Director General in 1871 and continued till this 1885. So this Alexander Cunningham was this highest serving Director General of ASI. Highest serving Director General of ASI. So if you consider few of these archaeologists which are important for you, because these names are mentioned in your NCERT. So which are this? Alexander Cunningham. So he was the first Director General of ASI from 1861 to 65, then 71 to 85. So he was the longest serving Director General of ASI. Second, he was also called as Father of Indian Archaeology. But the problem with Alexander Cunningham was he gave more emphasis to these written records. So he did this excavation based on these written records. But if you consider this next, which is important for us, next, I am not going in the sequence, next important for us, that is John Marshall, who was the Director General from 1902 to 1928. So if you consider this Alexander Cunningham, he was given more importance to this written records, but he has given this importance to this excavation. But the problem is he is giving this importance to this excavation, which is horizontal excavation. Horizontal excavation. And our next Director General, R.E.M. Wheeler, removed this. Like he was focusing on this horizontal excavation. So that was the problem. The problem was now removed by this R.E.M. Wheeler, who was Director General from 1944 to 1948, and he has given this importance to this vertical excavation. Means he has given this importance to this different layer. Studying these different layers called as stratigraphy. It is called as stratigraphy. So if you consider this John Marshall, who was Director General from 1908 to 1928, he was the one who announced this discovery of Indus Valley Civilization in 1924. So in September 1924, he announced this discovery of IVC, Indus Valley Civilization. Next, we have one important Director General, that is Amalnanda Ghosh, Director General from 1953 to 68. So he was this longest serving Director General in this post-independent India. So after this Indian independence, Amalnanda Ghosh was this highest serving Director General. Why he is important? So while discussing about this IVC, we will discuss this Harappa culture is divided into early Harappa culture, then mature Harappa culture, and then late Harappa culture. So this mature Harappa culture, that is urban phase of Harappan culture from 2600 to 1900, it is evolved from this early Harappan culture. So this Amalnanda Ghosh was the one who find these similarities in potteries of early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture. So earlier we considered that these are these two distinct development, that is mature Harappan culture development is distinct from this early Harappan culture, or the development in this urban phase is different from this development in this early Harappan culture. So those things are distinct which we considered earlier, but this Amalnanda Ghosh, he was the first to identify this similarity between early Harappan and mature Harappan culture, and now we consider that this mature phase of Harappan culture developed from this internal development of early Harappan culture. So we have this early Harappan culture, this got developed gradually with this internal development into mature Harappan culture. So Amalnanda Ghosh was the first Director General who identified the similarity between early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture. So now tell me, am I clear till now? So remember Sanjay, in this horizontal excavation, we are not giving importance to these different layers. So we are not giving importance to this stratigraphy. That's why in this horizontal excavation, you will understand in a single layer, in this single time, means we are not focusing on how the life change over a period of time, but we are focusing in this horizontal, in this how people lived in a particular period of time. Yes, recordings will be available, definitely. Recordings will be immediately available after this live lectures. But try to attend this live lecture. Live lecture is more interactive than this recording. Now tell me, who is this first Director General of ASI? Who is this first Director General of ASI? Remember, Vedas are not written during this period. It was composed. Composition is different from this writing. Suppose I am currently composing one song, any song, I can recite this song, right? So like Vedas were, basically we consider Vedas are created by gods, and these are revered to the seers or these sages or rishis, and this composition, this was transmitted to this oral tradition from generation after generation and finally written down after the 6th century BC. So remember, Vedas are not written during this Vedic period. Yes, Alexander Cunningham was this Director General of Archaeological Survey of India. So who announced this discovery of IVC? Who announced this discovery of IVC? Who announced this discovery of IVC? Yes, John Marshall announced this discovery of IVC. So John Marshall was Director General from 1902 to 1928. Now tell me, who was the Director General who identified the similarity between early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture? Early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture. Yes, Amalnanda Ghosh. So now we will see this chronology. So before we start this first topic or first chapter, that is Stone Age, first we will quickly finish this chronology. Remember why chronology is important. First of all, in many times UPSC has focused on this chronology and asked this question. This is one important, but more than that, if you are revising these chapters, sometimes you get confused because you don't know this actual chronology. So someone is saying that during this XYZ period we have this Neolithic. You will also tell him, no, during this time we have this Mesolithic. Why this confusion occurs? Because if you don't know about different ages which can exist simultaneously. So at the same time, if your friend is saying during this period we have this Mesolithic, you are saying Neolithic, means in the same period you can find both Mesolithic site as well as Neolithic site. That's why this chronology is extremely important. So we have divided this chronology in this group theme wise. Here we have this starting from Stone Age to this 6th century BC. So this is in prehistory. Then we have from 6th century BC to this 200 BC till this end of Maurya Empire. Then we have next stage, that is post-Mauryan Empire, then Gupta and all. We will discuss all this. So remember, we have this Stone Age which is divided into Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. So in the first, that is during this Paleolithic, from 6 lakh to 10,000 BC, we have this Paleolithic phase. During this phase, human or Paleolithic people were using this crude and large size stone tools. So once people started using these small size stone tools, less than 5 centimeter in size, called as microlith, we call this period as a Mesolithic period. So first we have this Paleolithic period from 6 lakh to 10,000 BC. Then from 10,000 to 4,000 BC, you have this Mesolithic period. And once people started using these polished stone tools, we call this period as a Neolithic period. So here we have this polished stone tools. So if you consider this Neolithic phase or Neolithic period in India, it starts around this 7,000 BC and continue till this 1000 BC. So if you consider this, here you have this Mesolithic period from 10,000 to 4,000, and here you have this Neolithic from 7,000 to 1000. So if you consider this period from 7,000 to 4,000, in some places in India, you will find this Mesolithic period, means you have this Mesolithic site, and in another part you will find this Neolithic period, means Neolithic site. Why? So remember, all this division is based on what type of stone tools they were using. So in some part of India, when people were still using microlith, technology got advanced in another part and they started using these polished stone tools. So remember, in some part of India, they were still using this microlith or small size stone tools. So they are in this Mesolithic phase. But in another part, people started using these polished stone tools and they are in this Neolithic phase. So these different ages can exist simultaneously. Suppose today here in the Pune, I am using this internet and I am defining this period as an internet age. There may be some possibility in remote island, people were not aware of this internet. They are not using this internet. So maybe after this 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, they start using this internet. So internet age starts here today, but there maybe after 100 years or 50 years. So basically remember, this development is not uniform. Development is not uniform throughout this India. That's why this different period starts and ends in different period of time. So if you see here, people are still using this microlith. So these are in this Mesolithic phase, but in another part of India, people started using this polished stone tools and these are in this Neolithic phase. Remember here, Neolithic period from 7,000 to 1,000. So here, those sites which are in this Neolithic phase, people were using this polished stone tools. They did not start the use of copper. So they are in this Neolithic phase. At the same time, if you consider this 4000 BC, now in some part of India, when people were still using this polished stone tools, in another part of India, along with this polished stone tools, people started using this copper, and this period we have this Chalcolithic culture or Chalcolithic period from 4000 to 700. So if you consider this period, if you consider this 4000 to 1000, in some part of India, people were still using these polished stone tools. So they are in this Neolithic phase. But in another part of India, people started using this copper. So along with this stone, they started using this copper, and this is in this Chalcolithic phase. So remember, these different ages, different period can exist simultaneously in different part of time. So we have this Paleolithic from 6 lakh to 10,000, Mesolithic, during this people were using this microlith from 10,000 to 4,000. Then we have this Neolithic from 7,000 to 1,000. So when we have this Neolithic period, in the same time around this 4,000 BC, people started using this copper, and we have this Chalcolithic phase. Remember, when in India, in some part of India, people were using polished stone tools, they did not start the use of copper. That is this Neolithic phase. In another part of India, people started using this copper along with the stone. That is, we have this Chalcolithic phase. At the same time, in northwestern part of India, from 2600 to 1900, now people will know how to mix this copper with tin and produce this bronze. So in some part of India, people were still dependent on polished stone tools. People were still using polished stone tools. We call this as a Neolithic period. In another part of India, people started using this copper, and we call this as a Chalcolithic period. At the same time, in northwest part of India, from 2600 to 1900, people started using this bronze. So we have this Bronze Age. So if you consider this period 2600 to 1900, in some part of India, we have this Neolithic period. In another part of India, we have this Chalcolithic period, and in another part of India, we have this Bronze Age. So now tell me, am I clear to everyone or not? Clear for everyone? So remember, this human development is not uniform. You can't expect the people to start the use of polished stone tools everywhere at the same period. So now tell me, suppose in entire part of India or Indian subcontinent during this period, suppose people started using these polished stone tools at the same time, then what happens? Suppose in entire India or Indian subcontinent, people started using these polished stone tools at the same time, then what happens? Yes, Neolithic age starts in entire India in the same period of time, but this won't happen because we know this development is not uniform. So first we have this Stone Age, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, then people started using this copper, and we have this copper plus stone means Chalcolithic age from 4000 to 700, then we have this IVC, Indus Valley Civilization from 2600 to 1900. Remember, from this 1500 to 500 or 600 BC, we have this Vedic period, which is divided into early Vedic period from 1500 to 1000 and later Vedic period from 1000 to 600. So in this later Vedic period, now people started using this iron, and this period is called as Iron Age. So after this 1000 BC, in this later Vedic period, we have started using this iron, and this is Iron Age or Iron period. And from this 600 BC or 6th century BC, we have this Historic period. That is, we for this reconstruction of history depends on this written record. So this is chronology from Stone Age to this 6th century BC or 600 BC. So all those who have joined this lecture live, am I clear to everyone? So remember one important thing here. If you consider the 6th century BC or 600 BC, here we have this surplus food grain production, and because of this surplus food grain production, now there was development of urban centers. So remember, in the 6th century BC or 600 BC, we have this urbanization. But before the 6th century BC, if you consider this all this period, here only for once we have this surplus food grain production and then development of urban centers, where in the IVC. So remember, in this IVC, Indus Valley Civilization, we have this surplus food grain production, and because of this surplus food grain production, there were development of urban centers. So we have this urbanization. So remember, first urbanization in India was in northwestern part of India from 2600 to 1900 BC. 2600 to 1900 BC. If you consider this Chalcolithic culture, it has this rural settlement, not this urban centers. Before that, Neolithic period, Mesolithic period, Paleolithic period, you won't find any urban centers. And even after this IVC, if you consider this Vedic period, early Vedic period as well as later Vedic period, you won't find any urban centers. So in India, before the 6th century BC, we have this first urbanization during this IVC, during this Indus Valley civilization, and in 6th century BC, once again we have this surplus food grain production and development of urban center. So this is second urbanization. Second urbanization. So remember, before the 6th century BC, every time if you get this question, whether Neolithic people have this surplus food grain production, your answer should be no. Whether they have this urban centers, your answer should be no. Your answer should be yes for this urban centers or urbanization only once. That is during this IVC. Akshaya, please explain early Vedic period. Akshaya, we will discuss in detail. Once we start this Vedic period, we will discuss in detail. So now tell me, in this later Vedic period, whether you will find this urban centers or not. In later Vedic period, you will find this urban centers or not. In later Vedic period, whether you will find this urban centers or not. In the later Vedic period, we will find this urban centers or not? No. Now tell me, in this Chalcolithic phase or Chalcolithic culture, you will find this urban centers or not? You will find this urban centers or not in this Chalcolithic phase or Chalcolithic culture? No. Remember, before the 6th century BC, you have only one time surplus food grain production and development of urban centers, that is urbanization. So first urbanization in India during this IVC in northwest part of India, and this is the second urbanization in north part of India in this Gangetic Valley. So this 600 BC we have this surplus food grain production and development of urban centers, and after that we will continue to have these urban centers. So these urban centers, like during this time of IVC, there was urban centers, but these urban centers disappeared and development of rural settlement once again after this IVC. So this is first urbanization, but if you consider this second urbanization, the development of urban center was continued even today. So today, whatever we have these urban centers, today this is the second urbanization. So second urbanization which started around the 6th century BC or 600 BC continued till now. So now tell me, in this IVC, whether you will find more towns or urban centers or more villages. So what you will find more in this IVC or Indus Valley civilization or Harappan culture? Whether more towns or villages? Okay, everyone is saying town. Now tell me, today we have this urbanization, right? So now tell me, in today in India, what you will find more, whether towns means urban centers or villages? In today, what you will find more? Yes, if today is urbanization and still you are finding more villages, then how can you expect in the IVC you will have this more urban centers? So definitely during this time of IVC or Harappan culture, you will find these towns, but still there were more villages than towns. More villages than towns. So remember, I am telling you, this second urbanization which starts around the 600 BC continued even till today. So today we have this second urbanization. So in the second urbanization, today if you find this more villages, how can you expect the more towns in this IVC? So remember, though we have found these towns or urban centers in the IVC, still there were more villages than urban centers. More villages than urban centers. So remember, with this beginning of Vedic period, or with this beginning of this Aryans around this 1500 BC, you will find these horses in Indian subcontinent. Horses in Indian subcontinent. Along with the horses, now you will find these spoke wheels. Before that we have these solid wheels, but now you will find these spoke wheels. Spoke wheels. So if you get any question about this horses before this Vedic period, like if they ask the question whether Harappans were acquainted with Vedic period, whether Harappans were acquainted with horses, we don't have this conclusive evidence. So your answer should be no. Whether Chalcolithic people were acquainted with horses? No. Whether Neolithic people were acquainted with horses? No. So remember, before this 1500 BC, whenever you get this question about this horses, whether they were acquainted with horses, your answer should be no. Now tell me whether during this Chalcolithic period we have these urban centers or not. Whether in this Chalcolithic period we have these urban centers or not. No urban centers. Now tell me whether during this Chalcolithic phase you will find these evidences of horses. Whether you will find these evidences of horses. No, you won't find these evidences of horses, right? Whether you will find these spoke wheels. Whether you will find these spoke wheels or not. No. So whenever they ask the question specifically about this horses or spoke wheel before this Vedic period or 1500 BC, your answer should be no. Now see, Vedic period is divided into early Vedic period from 1500 to 1000 BC and then later Vedic period from 1000 to 600 BC. So in large number people were acquainted and started using this iron in this later Vedic period around this 1000 BC. So around this 1000 BC, people started using this iron. So if you get this question, whether people were acquainted with iron before this 1000 BC, your answer should be no. So if you get this question before this 1000 BC, your answer should be no. So if you get this question whether IVC people were acquainted with iron, your answer should be no. Whether in these burials along with this dead body, whether you will find this iron during this Chalcolithic period, your answer should be no. So before this 1000 BC, your answer should be no. Now tell me whether people were acquainted with iron in early Vedic period or not. Whether people were acquainted with iron in this early Vedic period or not. Yes. Remember, common people in large population, they use this iron in this daily life after this 1000 BC. So whenever you get the question whether they were acquainted with iron or not, your answer should be no. Your answer should be no. Now tell me whether people use this iron in this later Vedic period. Whether people use this iron in this later Vedic period. What is your answer? Whether people use this iron in this later Vedic period. Yes. So remember, before this 1500 BC, your answer should be no for horses and spoke wheels. Then before this later Vedic period, that is 1000 BC, your answer should be no for iron. Answer should be no for iron. Similarly, before the 600 BC or 6th century BC, your answer should be no for urban centers except this IVC. So only during this IVC you will find these urban centers. Apart from that, your answer should be no. Now tell me whether my statement is correct or incorrect. Tell me whether my statement is correct or incorrect. In this Chalcolithic people were acquainted with iron and horses. Chalcolithic people were acquainted with iron and horses. Incorrect, right? Now tell me whether my statement is correct or incorrect. Harappan people, along with their dead body, they bury iron objects. Harappan people buried these iron objects along with his dead body. Harappan peoples buried iron objects along with his dead body. Yes, your answer should be incorrect because iron starts only from this later Vedic period. Now, Harappan people buried copper objects along with his dead body. Harappan people buried copper objects along with his dead body. Harappan people buried copper objects along with his dead body. Yes, your answer should be yes. They knew about this copper, right? Copper objects along with some iron objects were buried along with his dead body during this Chalcolithic period. Mainly copper objects along with some iron objects were buried during this Chalcolithic period. Sanjay, we will discuss about this Harappa while discussing about this IVC, right? Now, tell me whether you will find some copper objects or evidence of copper objects during this Neolithic period. Whether you will find evidence of copper objects in Neolithic period. Copper objects in the Neolithic period. Copper objects in the Neolithic period. Anyone? Now see. Understand this concept carefully. When I am saying people were using this crude and large size stone tools, we are calling this Paleolithic period. Once people started using this microlith, we are calling this Mesolithic period. Once people started using this polished stone tools, we are calling this Neolithic period. And once people started using this copper, we are calling this as a Chalcolithic. So by this logic, you will understand that once you find this copper, we are calling this Chalcolithic, means you won't find this copper in this Neolithic period. But this is wrong. Remember, when I am saying people started using this copper, that means people were using this copper in daily life. Common people were using this copper in this daily life, and this is called as beginning of this Chalcolithic culture. So just finding some copper in the Neolithic phase doesn't mean that site exists in this Chalcolithic. No. So you will definitely find some copper objects in this Neolithic phase, but this is not the beginning of this Chalcolithic culture. So when people, common people in everyday life started using this copper, we call this as a copper age. Similarly, in general, we consider that the Chalcolithic people did not use this bronze, but we have found this bronze. We have found this low grade bronze sheet in this Ahara. Then we have found this some bronze objects in this Daimabad. Why? Because finding just few objects, that doesn't mean the start of age. So if you consider, here we call this bronze age, but still in the Chalcolithic period you will find some bronze objects. So finding few objects doesn't mean the beginning of this age. So when people were using this copper or bronze in their daily life, common people were using, this is called as beginning of that age. So definitely in the Neolithic period you will find some presence of copper objects. Similarly, in the Chalcolithic period you will find some presence of some bronze objects. So am I clear to everyone? But in general, you can say Chalcolithic people were not aware of this bronze making in general, but there are some exceptions. In general, in the Neolithic period, people were not using this copper. So when we are saying people were not using, means we are talking about the daily life, common people. So Malvika, if the question is specific about this, we have found some copper objects in this Neolithic period, then it's fine, right? But in general, people were unaware of this, people were using this copper in this Neolithic period, so your answer should be no. No, people were not using this, right? So I am just, such type of questions that definitely won't ask this, but I am telling you for your own understanding. So in general, whether Chalcolithic people use this bronze, your answer should be no, right? In general, whether this Neolithic people use this copper, your answer should be no. Am I clear to everyone? Malvika? Yes. If you consider during this period, some are using, some are not using. Suppose this is, they are using only this stone, polystone. Here they are using this copper in this Chalcolithic. So if you get this question whether they were using this copper, if in the option there is Neolithic, then your answer should be no. If they have given this option Chalcolithic, your answer should be yes. Okay, fine. Next, we will discuss this from 6th century BC to 200 BC. From 6th century BC to 200 BC. So, I already told you around this 6th century BC. During this time, people started using this iron plowshare, and because of that, we have this surplus food grain production. And because of this surplus food grain production, you will see development of urban centers. And most of these urban centers were capital of Mahajanpad. So this period from 600 BC to 400 BC, this is a period of Mahajanpad, and Buddhist text and Jain text mention about this 16 Mahajanpad. Remember, there could be more than 16 Mahajanpad and Janpad existing independently, but Buddhist text and Jain text has mentioned about this 16 Mahajanpad. So among these 16 Mahajanpads which were developed around this 6th century BC, 4 were present in this mid 6th century BC, which are these Vats, Avanti, Kaushal and Magad. And among these 4, Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad, finally this Magad became this first empire in India under this Nanda, particularly this Mahapadmananda. Mahapadmananda. If you see this Magad, Magad was ruled by this Hasna Manahe. Hasna Manahe. So here Haryang dynasty, Shaishunga dynasty, Nanda dynasty and then Maurya dynasty. So basically in the initial phase, there were 16 Mahajanpadas. Then among these 16, Vats, Avanti, Kaushal, Magad, these were 4 Mahajanpadas powerful in this mid 6th century BC. And finally under this Nanda dynasty, particularly this Mahapadmananda, who was this founder of this Nanda dynasty, this Magad became this first empire in ancient India. That's why this Mahapadmananda is also called as first empire builder in India. So this Magad became first empire during this Nanda dynasty, and during this Maurya period, that is Mauryan empire, it was this first empire in India or ancient India, where they have covered this almost entire part of Indian subcontinent except deep south and some part of northeast, that is Brahmaputra valley or Assam. So except this Brahmaputra valley or Assam and this deep south, this Maurya empire covered almost all part of Indian subcontinent. So this is first pan-India empire. Pan-India empire. So remember, Magad was ruled by Haryang dynasty, Shaishunga dynasty, Nanda dynasty and then Maurya dynasty. So during this Nanda period, it became this first empire in India, and during this Maurya period, it became this first pan-empire in India. Pan-India empire in India, covering this almost all part of Indian subcontinent except deep south and some part of northeast, that is Brahmaputra valley or Assam. So this Maurya empire continued from 321 BC to this 185 BC. 321 BC to 185 BC. Remember, most powerful ruler of this Maurya empire was Ashok. Samrat Ashok, and this Ashoka's rule ended around this 231 BC. And after this Ashok, his successors were not that strong. Like if you consider this Dashrath or all other successors, these were not strong. That's why during this time of Ashok, he was controlling almost all part of India. So from this ancient to this modern time, whenever some ruler or some dynasty was controlling this entire part of India, so during this declining phase, as successors are not that strong, this regional ruler will start declaring their independence. So similar happened here. So after this Ashoka, during this decline of this Mauryan empire, you will see emergence of different regional states. So we have this Mauryan empire from 321 BC to 185 BC, and if you consider this post-Mauryan period, So after this 185 BC, if you consider this post-Mauryan period, in this post-Mauryan period, you will have these different rulers in different part of Indian subcontinent. Sir, how to remember and recall this dynasty rulers since UPSC keep asking questions? Don't worry Sanjay, you will be able to understand and recall everything here in this lecture. So we have not completed even the 1 hour, right? So if you consider from 600 BC to 200 BC, first we have this period of Mahajanpad. Among these 16 Mahajanpad, in the mid 6th century we have this 4 Mahajanpad, and among these 4 finally Magad was able to establish this as a empire under this Nanda dynasty. So this was Nanda empire, and during this Maurya empire cover this entire part of Indian subcontinent. So it was this first pan-India empire covering entire part of Indian subcontinent except deep south and then northeast. So till now, am I clear to everyone? So if you consider from 321 BC to 185 BC, we have this Maurya empire. So during this time, they were controlling this entire part of Indian subcontinent except deep south and northeast. So during this declining phase, means when successors are not that strong, these regional rulers started declaring their independence. That's why in the post-Mauryan period from 200 BC to 300 CE, in different part of India, you will see these different rulers. So during this time, in the northwest, there was political vacuum created. So there was creation of political vacuum as the emperor is not strong. So now the opportunity was taken by this Central Asian tribe, and the ruling clan of the Central Asian tribe invaded in the northwestern part of India. So here we have this Indo-Greeks, then Shakas, and then Kushan. So in northwest part of India, in this post-Mauryan period, first we have this Indo-Greek, then Shakas, and then Kushan. So from this 2nd century BC to 1st century BC, approximately for 100 years, we have this Indo-Greeks. After the Indo-Greeks, we have this Shakas, and from this 1st century CE to this 3rd century CE, we have this Kushan. So if you consider these Shakas have this 5 branches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the fourth branch from this 1st century was ruling from this Western India. So Western India and part of Central India, that is part of this Gujarat. So now the 4th branch of Shakas, that is Western Kshatrapas, was ruling from this Western India from 1st century till this 4th century or till this Gupta period, particularly Chandragupta II. So if you consider this northwest part of India, first we have this Indo-Greeks, then we have this Shakas, and then Kushan. If you don't understand now, just pay attention, because all these dynasties we are going to discuss throughout this 12 hours history lecture. So in northwest, we have this Indo-Greeks followed by Shakas and then Kushan. At the same time, in the Gangetic Valley, in this North India, we have the Shungas. So around this 185 BC, the last ruler of Maurya dynasty, that is Brihadrat, was defeated by or killed by Pushyamitra Shunga, who started the Shunga dynasty. So Shunga dynasty approximately ruled in this Gangetic Valley for approximately 100 years or 112 years. And after the Shungas, we have this Kanva dynasty, and after this Kanva dynasty, we have these small families till this Gupta period. So you don't have to remember these families or name of these dynasties. So first we have the Shungas, then Kanvas, and then small dynasty till this emergence of Gupta in this mid 3rd century CE. At the same time, if you consider in the Central India, part of this Deccan, part of this current day Maharashtra, plus some part of Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, here we have these Satvahans. Remember, parallel to this Satvahan, simultaneously in the Western India, part of this Gujarat, we have this Western Kshatrapa from 1st century to this 4th century. So this Western Kshatrapas are 4th branch of Shakas. And in the south, from 3rd century BC to 3rd century CE, we have this Chola, Cheras, and Pandyas. So if you consider in the post-Mauryan period, you will see these different rulers ruling in this different part of India. So am I clear to everyone? Now everyone please tell me, in this post-Mauryan period, who was ruling from this Deccan? In the post-Mauryan period, who was ruling from this Deccan? In the post-Mauryan period, who is ruling from this Deccan? Post-Mauryan from 200 BC to 300 C. Yes, Satvans were ruling from this Deccan. Now tell me the sequence in the northwest. Sequence in the northwest, like these Central Asian tribes. Three prominent Central Asian tribes like Kushan, Indo-Greek, Shakas. Tell me the sequence. Sequence in this northwest. Yes, Indo-Greek, then Shakas, and then Kushanas. So in the post-Mauryan period, in the northwest, we have this Indo-Greeks, Shakas, then Kushan. Now tell me, who was ruling immediately after this Maurya in this Gangetic Valley or North India? Who was ruling in this Gangetic Valley or North India? Yes, Shungas were ruling. Now tell me, when Shungas were ruling from this North India, north part of India, contemporary, who was ruling from this northwestern part of India? Who was ruling from this northwestern part of India? When Shungas were ruling from this north part of India, who was ruling from this northwestern part of India? See, when Shungas were ruling, right, immediately after this Maurya, we have the Shungas. So here we have this 185 BC. So in 185 BC, this last Maurya king, that is Brihadrat, was killed by this Pushyamitra Sunga, and we have this Sunga dynasty here, right? So when Sungas were ruling, here we have this Indo-Greeks. Who is ruling from this northwest part of India? Indo-Greeks were ruling. Who is ruling from this northwest part of India? Indo-Greeks. Now tell me, who is this first empire builder in India? Who was the first empire builder in India? Yes, Mahapadmananda. Now tell me, during which dynasty Magad became first empire in ancient India? During which dynasty Magad became first empire in ancient India? Who is saying Maurya? Remember, during this Nanda dynasty, Magad became first empire in ancient India. Now tell me, during which dynasty Magad became first pan-India empire? Magad became first pan-India empire. Magad became first pan-India empire in India. Yes, during the time of this Maurya. So during the time of Maurya, Magad cover all part of Indian subcontinent except two things. First is South India, that is Chola Chera Pandya were ruling from there. Now tell me the second. So during this time of Maurya, they have covered this almost all part of Indian subcontinent except South India and then another part. Tell me this another part. Yes, northeast part, Brahmaputra Valley. Brahmaputra Valley or Assam. So till now we have discussed from the Stone Age to this historic period like 6th century BC. Then from the 6th century BC to this 200 BC like end of this Maurya. Then we discuss about this post-Mauryan period from 200 BC to 300 C. Now we will discuss about this 300 to 600 C. 300 to 600 C. So remember, in this post-Mauryan period, we have these different kings or different dynasties ruling from this different region, and finally in this North India, once again one powerful dynasty came. They have established their rule, that is Guptas in mid 3rd century. So around here in the mid 3rd century in the North India we have this Gupta. So this mid 3rd century to mid 5th century. Mid 3rd century to this mid 5th century, we have this Guptas. Sorry, mid 3rd century to mid 6th century, 500 something, right? So from mid 3rd century to this mid 6th century, we have these Guptas ruling from this North India. And once again, though they have not covered this entire India, but they have covered most part of this North India. So once again we have this powerful kingdom or powerful ruler in this North India. So from mid 3rd century to mid 6th century in the north part of India, we have these Guptas. So remember, here before this, in the Deccan region, in this post-Mauryan empire, we have this Satavahan, and Satavahan, after this end of this Satavahan around this 3rd century CE, we have this many successors, and major successors of Satavahan were Vakatakas. So from this mid 3rd century, after this decline of this Satavahans, we have this Vakatakas ruling from mid 3rd century to this early 6th century. So when this Guptas were ruling from this North India, in the Deccan region we have this Vakatakas. In the Deccan region we have this Vakatakas. Remember, first time you will see this historic period in this northeast. So in the northeast there was development of this Kamrup kingdom or Pragjyotish. So we have this Kamrup kingdom in this northeast part of India, that is Brahmaputra Valley or Assam, from this mid 4th century. So from this mid 4th century, we have this Kamrup kingdom or Pragjyotish, and during this time, this Kamrup kingdom was ruled by this Varman dynasty or this Varmans. So remember, Varmans were ruling from this northeast or Assam. So if you consider after this post-Mauryan period, means from this 300 to 600 BC. So we have this Guptas ruling in this north part of India from mid 3rd century to mid 6th century. So when Guptas were ruling in this north part of India, in the Deccan region, these Satvahans were replaced by Vakatakas. So we have this Vakatakas parallel to these Guptas. So when Guptas were ruling in this north part of India, we have Vakatakas ruling from this Deccan region. At the same time, Varmans were ruling from this Assam. Present day Assam or northeast, means this Kamrup kingdom. At the same time, in the South India, we have this Pallavas. So Pallavas were ruling from this Kanchipuram from 3rd century or 5th century till this early 10th century or by the end of this 9th century. So till this 10th century, we have this Pallavas. So if you consider from 300 BC to 600 BC, in north part of India, we have this Guptas. In the Deccan region, we have this Vakatakas. Then in the south, we have this Pallavas. Now tell me, who was ruling from this Kamrup kingdom? Which dynasty was ruling from this Kamrup, in the Kamrup kingdom, contemporary to the Gupta? Yes, Varman dynasty was ruling. Now tell me, when Guptas were ruling in this North India, who was ruling in this Deccan region? Who was ruling in this Deccan region? Yes, Vakatakas. Now tell me, when Indo-Greeks were ruling in this northwest, who was ruling from this Deccan region? When Indo-Greeks were ruling from this northwest, who was ruling from this Deccan region? Remember, Indo-Greeks means immediately after this Mauryas. In the northwest, we have this Indo-Greeks. At the same time, from 200 BC to 300 CE, approximately, we have this Satvahans. We have this Satvahans. So in the post-Mauryan period, when immediately after this Mauryas, who was ruling from this Gangetic Valley? Who was ruling from this Gangetic Valley? Yes, Shungas were ruling from this Gangetic Valley. So after this post-Mauryan period, in the post-Mauryan period, we have these different dynasties or different rulers ruling from this different region. After this post-Mauryan period, who was the powerful kingdom which covered this most part of this North India? Which was the powerful kingdom emerged in this mid 3rd century? Yes, Guptas. So we have this Gupta Empire ruling in the most part of this North India. So when Guptas were ruling from this North India, now tell me, who was ruling from this Deccan? Who was ruling from this Deccan? who was ruling from this Deccan. Yes, Vakatakas were ruling from this Deccan. Who was ruling from the south or north part of Tamil Nadu? Who was ruling from the south or north part of Tamil Nadu? Yes, Pallavas were ruling from this north part of Tamil Nadu. So, who was contemporary to this Guptas from this northeast part or Kamrup kingdom or Pragjyotish? Remember, this timeline and these contemporary kings might not be important in the past, but if you see this updated NCERTs, in the updated NCERTs you will continuously see these timelines as well as who was ruling simultaneously, or they have focused on these contemporary rulers. So remember this timeline as well as this contemporary kings. So now till now we have discussed till this Guptas from mid 3rd century to this mid 6th century. So remember, once again, like during this time of Maurya, they have covered this almost entire part of Indian subcontinent except deep south and northeast. Similarly, during this time of Gupta, they have covered almost all part of this North India. So once again, when Guptas were declining from this mid 5th century till this mid 6th century, or once again when they were in this declining phase, finally after this Guptas in the North India, we have this Harsha, who established his rule around this 606 CE. So in the 7th century, in the beginning of this 7th century, this Harsha of Pushyabhuti dynasty established this rule. From this decline of this Guptas to this Harsha era or Harsha period. So again, once again, as this major kingdom or major empire was in this declining phase, regional rulers started declaring their independence. So from this Guptas, from decline of Guptas to this rule of Harsha, we have these different rulers ruling or different dynasties ruling from this different part of India. So remember, Maitrakas were ruling from this Vallabhi part of Gujarat. Then Maukharis were ruling from this Kanauj. Then, so remember, Maitrakas were ruling from this Vallabhi, Maikharis from Kanauj, then Pushyabhutis from Thanesar in Haryana, then later Guptas of Magad. Remember, this earlier Guptas, this imperial Gupta did not have any connection with this later Guptas. Then Varmans continue to rule from this Kamrup, and we have this Gaud of Bengal. So Varmans in the Kamrup kingdom, they continue to rule and they were contemporary to this Harsha also. They continued till this end of this Harsha period. We have this mid 6th, 7th century. Till that we have this Varmans ruling from this Kamrup kingdom. So remember, from this decline of Guptas to this emergence of Harsha, we have Maukharis of Kanauj, Maitrakas of Saurashtra, Pushyabhutis of Thanesar, later Guptas of Magad, Varmans of Kamrup and Gauds of Bengal. And finally, Harsha able to establish this powerful empire in this North India. So during this time of Harsha, either Harsha have defeated them or they have accepted this sovereignty or suzerainty of Harsha. So remember, from this Guptas to Harsha, who was ruling from this Vallabhi? Maitrakas were ruling from this Vallabhi. So Maitrakas of Vallabhi, Maukharis of Kanauj, Pushyabhutis of Thanesar, later Guptas of Magad, so Varmans of Kamrup and Gauds of Bengal. So am I clear till now? So this is from decline of Gupta till this 7th century. So in the beginning of this 7th century, around this 606 CE, we have this Harsha period, beginning of this Harsha era. So till that we have discussed this chronology. So remember, from this Guptas to this Harsha, we have Maitrakas of Vallabhi, Maukharis of Kanauj, Pushyabhutis of Thanesar, later Guptas of Magad, Varmans of Kamrup and Gauds of Bengal. Gauds of Bengal. Now tell me, after this Gupta to this Harshavardhan, who was ruling from this Kanauj? 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 Yes, Maukharis were ruling from this Kanauj. Who was ruling from this Vallabhi or part of Gujarat? Who was ruling from this Vallabhi or Gujarat? Yes, Maitrakas were ruling from this. Who was ruling from this Bengal? Who was ruling from this Bengal? Who was ruling from this Bengal? Yes, Gauds. Who was ruling from this Thane, sir? Who was ruling from this Thane, sir? Yes, Pushyabhutis. Who was ruling from this Kamrup or Assam? Yes, Varmans were ruling from this Assam, and after this 7th century, after the 6th century or 7th century, when Harsha was ruling there, we have these different kingdoms in the South India, like Chalukyas, then Rashtrakut, then Pallavas, Pandyas and Cholas. We will discuss in the end. So, end of this, our ancient history, we will be here discussing this chronology. So, till now, tell me, am I clear to you? Am I clear to everyone? So, do you get this clear understanding of this basic things like chronology? What is this age, culture, ASI, all these things? Okay, so we will take this small break of 15 minutes and we will continue with this Stone Age. So, hello everyone, should we start? So now we will start with this Stone Age. So we have already discussed what is by this age. Age is nothing but this historic period, like time period, and during this period people were mostly dependent on this stone tools or implements. That's why we call this as a Stone Age. So once people started using this metal, that is first metal used was copper, we call this period as a Chalcolithic, copper plus stone. But before this copper, they started using this copper, they have used this stone. So this period is called as Stone Age. So if you consider this India, in India Stone Age starts around this 6 lakh years ago. But if you consider this Africa, in Africa Stone Age starts around this 2 million year ago, 20 lakh year ago. Why? We have already discussed the development is not uniform. So in India we have this earliest evidence of use of stone tools from this 6 lakh years ago. So we are telling that in India Stone Age starts around this 6 lakh years ago. Suppose tomorrow if you find any evidence that in India, we have started using these stone tools around this 1.5 million year ago or 15 lakh years ago. Then we can definitely say Stone Age in India starts around this 15 lakh year ago. Currently, we have this earliest evidence of use of stone tools around this 6 lakh years ago. So today we are considering this in India, Stone Age starts around this 6 lakh years ago. So remember, in general, in Africa, it starts around this 2 million year ago, that is 20 lakh year ago. So these different ages starts and ends in different period of time in different region. Now you have to remember one important site, that is Bori in Maharashtra. Bori, that is Maharashtra. So what is this? Sir told clearly 15 minutes break. So see, one site in the Bori in Maharashtra near to this Pune, here we have found these stone tools and the research is still going on. The scientific date is 1.38 million years ago. So if the research is still going on, if the research confirmed that this stone tool is from this 1.38 million year ago, then definitely we can say in India, Stone Age starts around this 1.3 million year ago. So remember, research is still going on. So currently we consider in India, Stone Age starts around this 6 lakh years ago. So if you consider this Stone Age, what are the type of questions you are expecting in the exam? So mostly they will give this site, then state, and then its significance. Whether this is Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic, or something important were found. Suppose you have this Burza home in the Kashmir and then pit dwellings, something like that. So most of the time, if they ask the question from the Stone Age, they will mostly focus on this state and their site. So based on the type of stone tools they have used, this Stone Age is classified into Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. So first we have this Paleolithic, then Mesolithic and then Neolithic. So here they have used this crude and large size stone tools. Next, technology got advanced and here they have used this microlith, small size stone tools less than 5 cm in size, and then again technology got advanced and now they have used this polished stone tools. So based on the type of stone tools used, it is classified into Paleolithic, Mesolithic and then Neolithic. Paleolithic from 6 lakh to 10,000, Mesolithic 10,000 to 4,000 and Neolithic from 7,000 to 1,000. So we have already discussed this overlapping, we are not going to discuss here. So in some part of India, when people were still using this microlith, they did not start the use of polished stone tools. In another part of India, people started using this polished stone tools. So in some part of India, we have this Mesolithic period. In another part of India, we have this Neolithic period. So remember, this Stone Age is classified into Paleolithic, Mesolithic and then Neolithic based on this type of stone tools. So if you consider these Paleolithic people, initially they were nomadic hunter-gatherers. So Paleolithic people were nomadic hunter-gatherers moving from one place to another place, and they are dependent on hunting this animal and gathering this food. So remember, in earlier period, that is during this Paleolithic period, they were nomadic hunter-gatherers. So they were moving from one place to another place and dependent on food gathering and then hunting of these animals. As they are moving from one place to another place, they were living in these rock-cut shelters or rock-cut caves. So they did not build these houses during this time. So they were moving from one place to another place and living in these rock-cut shelters, and to cover their body, they use this animal skin or tree bark. So they have used this animal skin or tree bark. So remember, during this Paleolithic phase, they were using this crude and large size stone tools, moving from one place to another place. They were nomadic hunters gatherers. They did not start this agriculture, and as they did not start this agriculture, they did not have this cotton, they did not have this cotton cloth. So they use this animal skin or tree bark, and as they were moving from one place to another place, they did not settle, they did not construct any houses. So they were basically living in these rock shelters or rock cut caves. So till now, is it clear for everyone? So in this Paleolithic age, this Paleolithic period from 6 lakh to 10,000 BC, it is again divided into lower Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic, and then upper Paleolithic phase. So if you consider this Paleolithic, it is classified into, suppose they have done this excavation. So first we have this lower Paleolithic, then middle Paleolithic, and then upper Paleolithic. Upper Paleolithic. Now tell me, suppose archaeologists have done this excavation. So this is layer A, this is layer B, and this is layer C. And we have this three period. First is Stone Age, then Iron Age, and then Chalcolithic. Now tell me this A, B, C. Which is A, which is B, and which is C? Tell me which is A among these three. Which is A? Yes, Stone Age, we have already done this vertical excavation. So this lowest layer is this earliest or oldest, and this uppermost is this more recent. So when they have done this vertical excavation, this Paleolithic was again divided into lower, middle, and upper Paleolithic phase. So if you consider this lower Paleolithic phase, middle Paleolithic phase, and then upper Paleolithic phase. So in this lower Paleolithic phase, suppose this Paleolithic is divided into lower Paleolithic, then middle Paleolithic, and then upper Paleolithic phase. So once again technology was advanced from lower to middle and middle to upper. So here if you consider overall in the Paleolithic phase, they use this large and crude size stone tools, and among these largest was in this lower Paleolithic phase. So they have used this large. So as compared to this lower Paleolithic phase, in the middle Paleolithic you will find some small stone tools. Remember, in general Paleolithic they have used this large size stone tools, but if you compare with this lower Paleolithic phase, in the middle Paleolithic phase they are much more advanced or sophisticated. So if you consider this is stone tool, this is stone tools, and if you cut this stone like this, if you cut this flake, and this is core. So if you see, this is larger size, right? So if you consider in the lower Paleolithic phase, they have used these core tools, and in this middle Paleolithic phase they have used these flake tools. If you compare with these core tools, flake tools are smaller in size, but in general in the Paleolithic phase we have this large size of stone tools. So from upper to middle, lower to middle, middle to upper, technology got advanced, and in the lower Paleolithic phase they have used these core tools, mainly hand axe, cleavers, and choppers. Hand axe, cleavers, and choppers. The technology got more advanced in this middle Paleolithic phase, and now they have used this BPSC. Now they have used this BPSC in the middle Paleolithic phase. So if you consider middle Paleolithic phase, they have used this blades, points, and then scrapers. So we have this BPSC. So in the lower Paleolithic phase, they have used this core tools, hand axe, cleavers, choppers. In the middle Paleolithic phase, they have used this flake tools, that is BPSC, blades, points, and then scrapers. And if you consider this upper Paleolithic phase, which was more advanced, now here they have used these blades, here they have used these parallel side blades and some burins. Burins means like modern day screwdriver. So based on the type of stone tools they have used, once again this Paleolithic is divided into lower Paleolithic, middle Paleolithic, and then upper Paleolithic. In lower Paleolithic they have used these core tools, hand axe, cleavers, and choppers. In the middle Paleolithic they have used these blades, points, and then scrapers. And in this upper Paleolithic phase they have used these parallel side blades and burins. So remember, in the middle Paleolithic phase they have used these flake tools, and some of these flake tools are made up of this prepared core technique. Means first of all they have prepared this core, and from that core they have produced these flake tools. So this technique, levalloid technique, is one of the type of this prepared core technique. So in the middle Paleolithic phase they have prepared these flake tools, and some of these flake tools were prepared by these or made by this Levallois technique. So remember, Levallois technique is also called as prepared core technique, and it is used to make these flake tools during this middle Paleolithic phase. But what is most important among all this is their sites. So if you consider this lower Paleolithic site, remember this Hiran Valley in Gujarat, then Bori and Chirki Nevasa in Maharashtra, and in the Hunsgi Valley we have three important sites: Hunsgi, Isampur, and then Yediapur. Remember this site Isampur. In the Hunsgi Valley we have this no microlith here, small size stone tools, all are large. I am just comparing with this lower Paleolithic with middle Paleolithic. So if you compare with this lower Paleolithic, then middle Paleolithic are smaller in size, but in general these are large stone tools. So if you consider these sites, Hiran Valley in Gujarat, then Bori and Chirki Nevasa in Maharashtra, and then Hunsgi, Yediapur and Isampur. Among these you have to remember this Isampur, because this is largest Paleolithic site discovered. So this is largest Paleolithic site discovered in India. Remember, this is from this lower Paleolithic phase, and this is stone tool manufacturing center. So remember, this is stone tool manufacturing center from this lower Paleolithic phase. So what you expect? You expect this hand axe, cleavers and then choppers, but we have also found some scrappers. We have also found this scrapper. So where this Isampur is located? Located in this Hunsgi Valley in the Karnataka. In the Gulbarga district, we have this Hunsgi Valley. Then we have this middle Paleolithic phase. In the middle Paleolithic phase, they have used this BPSC, blades, points and then scrappers. So what is this blades? Blades means whose length, flake tools whose length greater than 2 types of its width. And some of these flake tools were made up of this prepared core technique, that is Levallois technique. Then technology got more advanced in this upper Paleolithic phase, and here we have this parallel side blade and then burins. So if you see these Paleolithic sites, you will found in entire India, part of India, in entire subcontinent, except this alluvial plain. So when I am saying this except alluvial plain, that doesn't mean you won't find any site in this alluvial plain. No, there are always going to some exception, but in general you will find this entire Indian subcontinent, but except this alluvial plain. Why not in the alluvial plain? Because in the alluvial plain getting this stone is difficult. So where you will find this stone? In this hilly area. That's why most of these Paleolithic sites are concentrated in this hilly slopes and river valley. So in the hilly slope you will get this stone, and in the river valley you will get this water. So both are required during this Stone Age. So most of the sites are concentrated in this hilly slopes and river valley. But most important for your exam is this sites. So remember, you will find these sites in this Son River Valley in Pakistan, Didwana in Rajasthan, then Adamgarh Hills and Bhimbetka in Madhya Pradesh, Belan Valley in Uttar Pradesh, Bori and Chirki Nevasa in Maharashtra, and in the Hunsgi Valley, remember Hunsgi, Isampur and then Yediapur. These are three important sites. Then Karnool in Andhra Pradesh, Nagarjun Konda in Andhra Pradesh and Renigunta in Andhra Pradesh. So these are three important sites from Andhra Pradesh, and we have one important site from Tamil Nadu, that is Athirambakkam. Athirambakkam. So remember, these sites are important. If you get this question, which of the following is Paleolithic site, or match the following: site, state and its significance. So Didwana is present in Rajasthan, remember. Then Bori, Chirki Nevasa in Maharashtra. Then Hunsgi, Yediapur and Isampur in this Hunsgi River Valley. Then we have this Karnool, Nagarjun Konda and Renigunta in this Andhra Pradesh, and Athirambakkam in this Tamil Nadu. Now tell me, which is the largest Paleolithic site discovered in India so far? Which is the largest Paleolithic site discovered in India so far? Isampur. Where it is located? Where this Isampur is located? Yes, Isampur. Where this Isampur is located? Shivam, I will provide the notes once this 12-hour marathon lecture is over. Yes, Hunsgi Valley in Karnataka. Now tell me where this Didwana is located. Where this Didwana is located? Yes, Rajasthan. What type of stone tools you will find in this lower Paleolithic phase? Remember, in the lower Paleolithic phase, you will find this core tools, large size, that is hand axe, cleavers, and then choppers. Next phase, middle Paleolithic, you will find this BPSC, and then next in the upper Paleolithic phase, you will find this parallel sides blades and then burins. Now tell me, which is this stone tool manufacturing site we have discussed? Stone tool manufacturing site. Stone tool manufacturing site. Isampur, right? Where this Chirkinevasa located? Where this Chirkinevasa located? Where this Chirkinevasa located? Maharashtra. Where this Bori located? Bori. Maharashtra. Now tell me whether my statement is correct or incorrect. Stone Age starts in different period. Stone Age starts at different time in different region. Stone Age starts in different time at different time in different region. Where this Atirampakkam located? Yes, statement is correct. Where this Atirampakkam located? Where this Atirampakkam located? You have to remember one important site from this Tamil Nadu near to this Madras. Remember this Pallavaram. Why you have to remember this site Pallavaram? Because in this Pallavaram near to this Madras, we have discovered this first stone tools. So first Paleolithic or stone tool was discovered from this Pallavaram. And who discovered these stone tools from this Pallavaram? Remember this name, Robert Foote. So he was this geologist and archaeologist, and he joined the Geological Survey of India in 1858. And in 1863, he accidentally found one stone tools in this Pallavaram, and he sent these stone tools for this investigation in this London. And this is the first Paleolithic tool discovered in India. Remember, this Robert Foote was also called as father of Indian prehistory. Father of Indian prehistory. Now tell me, who is father of Indian archaeology? Who is father of Indian archaeology? Father of Indian archaeology, yes, Alexander Cunningham. So remember, around this 10,000 BC, we have this end of this Paleolithic period, and suppose this is 10,000 BC, and after this 10,000 BC. So around this 10,000 BC, there was end of this Paleolithic period and start of this Mesolithic period. So now people started using these small size stone tools less than 5 centimeter in size called as microlith. Remember, around the same time there was end of this Pleistocene epoch or ice age. Pleistocene epoch or ice age, and after this Pleistocene epoch we have this Holocene epoch. So at the end of this Paleolithic period there was end of this ice age, and because of the end of this ice age, now this ice converted into water. Ice melt into this water. As ice became this water, initially the climate became wet and warm. So earlier it was ice, now it was water, so temperature got increased, and because of this water now the climate became wet. But because of this increase in temperature, now there was evaporation of water and the climate became finally dry and warm. So because in the end of this Paleolithic period there was end of this Pleistocene epoch or ice age, the climate got changed. What type of climate became? It became this dry and warm, and because of this change in climate, during this time there was emergence or development of grain bearing grasses. So naturally there was emergence of grain bearing grasses, and because of this grain bearing grasses, natural emergence or development of grain bearing grasses, now people also started thinking of this primitive cultivation. People also started thinking of this, starting this cultivation, and during this Mesolithic period they start this primitive cultivation. And because of this increasing the grasses, now the animals dependent on grasses also increased. So now there was increase in this grain bearing grasses, and animal dependent on the grasses also increased. And now because of this increase in animal near to these humans, now there was more human animal interaction, and now people started this domestication of animal. So remember, this primitive cultivation and domestication of animal starts in this Mesolithic age. Around this 5000 BC, we have these two important sites where we have found this evidence of domestication of animal. Adamgarh in Madhya Pradesh and Bagor in Rajasthan. So Adamgarh in the Madhya Pradesh and Bagor in the Rajasthan, we have found this evidence of domestication of animal. So if you consider this Paleolithic phase, in the Paleolithic phase people were nomadic hunter-gatherers. Similarly, even during this Mesolithic phase, people were nomadic hunter-gatherers, but they have just started this primitive cultivation and domestication of animal. Remember, they did not start this full-fledged agriculture, they just started this primitive cultivation and domestication of animal. So during this Paleolithic phase, they were moving from one place to another place. Here also they were moving from one place to another place. So they were living in these rock-cut caves or rock shelters. As they did not start this agriculture, they did not have this cotton or cotton cloth, so they are still dependent on this animal skin and tree bark. So if you consider, same features exist in this Mesolithic period, but two important things in the Mesolithic period. Now because of this change in climate, climate becomes dry and warm, and because of this change in climate, now people started this primitive cultivation and domestication of animal. We have this evidence of domestication of animals around this 5000 BC from Bagor in Rajasthan and Adamgarh in Madhya Pradesh. So if you see, these are these important Mesolithic sites. Which are these? Bagor in Rajasthan, then Bhimbetka and Adamgarh hills in this Madhya Pradesh. Then you have one important site, Langanaj. So this is important Mesolithic site from this Gujarat. Why this site is important? See, whenever I told you this time period, this is for the most of the sites. So this is average time period. So this Mesolithic period exists from 10,000 to 4000 BC. But if you consider this Langanaj, here we have found this Mesolithic evidence of this Mesolithic phase around this 2500 BC. So when I told you this time period 10,000 to 4000, mean this is for general most of the sites. So there are always going to some exception. So in the Langanaj, we have found this Mesolithic evidence around this 2500 BC. So remember, Langanaj in Gujarat, then Bagor in Rajasthan, Adamgarh hills and Bhimbetka, and then we have these three important sites from this Gangetic valley. Sarai Nahar Rai, Damdama and Mahadha. Similarly, in the Belan Valley, we have three important sites, BMC, Bagaikor, Morhana Pahar, and then Chopani Mando. So remember, these are the important Mesolithic sites. Which are these? Bagor in Rajasthan, then Langanaj in Gujarat, Adamgarh Hills and Bhimbetka in Madhya Pradesh. Then in this Gangetic Valley, you have this Sarai Naharai, Damdama, Mahadha. In this Belan Valley, you have this BMC, Bagaikor, Morhana Pahar, and then Chopani Mando. Remember, we are going to discuss, while discussing about this Neolithic period, pottery making is a feature of this Neolithic age or Neolithic period. But even in this Mesolithic, in some of these sites, we have found this evidence of pottery. Which are these sites? Langanaj, and then these three sites from this Belan Valley, that is BMC, Bagaikor, Morhana Pahar, and then Chopani Mando. So till now, any confusion for anyone? Belan Valley, these BMC sites are in the Uttar Pradesh. Similarly, these three sites in the Gangetic Valley, these are from Uttar Pradesh. So if you consider in the Rajasthan, we have this Bagor, Madhya Pradesh, we have this Bhimbetka and Adamgarh Hills. Then Gujarat, we have this Langanaj, and in Uttar Pradesh, in the Gangetic Valley, we have this Sarai Naharai, Mahadha, Damdama. Then in this Belan Valley, we have this Bagaikor, Morhana Pahar, and then Chopani Mando. Now tell me where you have found this domestication of animals, evidence of domestication of animals in this Mesolithic period. Tell me the sites. Yes, Bagor in Rajasthan and Adamgarh in this Madhya Pradesh. Now tell me where you will find this site Langanaj or Langanaj. Where you will find this site Langanaj? State. Yes, Gujarat. Where you will find this Chopani Mando? Where you will find this Chopani Mando? Where you will find this Chopani Mando? Yes, Belan Valley in Uttar Pradesh. So where you will find this site Didwana? Where you will find this site Didwana? Yes, Rajasthan. Tell me this largest Paleolithic site. Largest Paleolithic site. Largest Paleolithic site. Yes, Isampur. So where you have found this earliest stone tools or Paleolithic tool in India? Where you have found this first Paleolithic tool in India? Yes, Pallavaram in this Tamil Nadu. Now tell me, who is this father of Indian prehistory? Father of Indian prehistory? Father of Indian prehistory? Yes, Robert Bruce Foote. So now we will start with this third age. That is, this Stone Age was divided into Paleolithic period, Mesolithic period, and then Neolithic period. Now we are going to discuss about this Neolithic period. So during this Paleolithic period, they have used these large crude stone tools. In the Mesolithic period, they have used this small sized microlith. And now during this Neolithic phase, next stage of this advancement, technological advancement, they have used this poly stone tools. And this Neolithic phase in India starts around this 7000 BC and continue till this 1000 BC. Remember, most of the Neolithic sites in India starts around this 6000 BC. Only one site in this Indian subcontinent which start around this 7000 BC is this Mehergarh, presently in this Balochistan in Pakistan. So except this Mehergarh, most of the sites starts around this 6000 BC. So if you consider, during this time they have used this polished stone tools. And in the Mesolithic period, so in the Paleolithic period people were nomadic hunters gatherers. In the Mesolithic period also they were nomadic hunters gatherers, but they just started this primitive cultivation and domestication of animal. Now during this time people started this agriculture. So this Neolithic people were the first farmers in India. So now they have started this agriculture. They were this first farmers in India, and we have this evidence, earliest evidence of cultivation of WBC from Mehergarh. From Mehergarh, wheat, barley and then cotton. So from this 5000 BC, we have this evidence of earliest cultivation of wheat and barley, and from this 6000 BC, we have this earliest evidence of cultivation of cotton from Mehergarh. Remember, they have just started this agriculture, so you can't expect the surplus food grain production in the initial phase. So they have this subsistence agriculture, and already I told you before the 6th century BC, except this IVC, we have this subsistence agriculture. So now they have started this agriculture, and earliest evidence of cultivation of wheat, barley and cotton we have found from this Mehergarh. So wheat and barley around the 6000 BC and cotton from this 5000 BC. Remember one important site, that is Lahur Dev in Sant Kabir district in Uttar Pradesh. So this Uttar Pradesh archaeological department, they have found this evidence of rice cultivation here. And if research is still going on, if this is true, then this can be the earliest site, earlier than this Mehergarh. So currently we consider that Mehergarh is the site where we have found this earliest evidence of cultivation of this wheat, barley and cotton, means earliest evidence of this cultivation from this Neolithic. But if in the option, if you get this Lahur Dev, then you have to mark this Lahur Dev. But apart from this, most of the times state of UP, in most of the exam they won't give this option Lahur Dev. Your answer should be Mehergarh. Your answer should be Mehergarh. So earliest evidence of cultivation we have found in this Mehergarh. Yes, it's confirmed, but most of the sources, that's why I am saying, if you get this option, then mark this Lahur Dev, right? If you get this option, then mark this Lahur Dev, but if you won't have this option, then mark this Mehergarh. So now, if you consider this Neolithic people, they have started this agriculture. As they have started this agriculture, now they have to settle in one place. So once they started settling in one place, there was beginning of this sedentary life. And once they start settling in this one place, now they started building these houses. So during this time, they have built these mud brick houses. So remember, Neolithic people started this agriculture. As they have started this agriculture, they have to settle in one place. So they start this sedentary life, as well as now they started building these mud brick houses. And because of this agriculture, now they have these food grains, and to keep these food grains or to cook these food grains, they need this pottery. So now during this period, they have started using this pottery. So remember, pottery first time appeared in this phase. This is in general, pottery making is a feature of this Neolithic phase, but we have already seen some of the sites in this Mesolithic phase also where we have found this pottery, but in general pottery making is a feature of this Neolithic. So they have started this agriculture. Once they start this agriculture, they have this food grain, though there was subsistence agriculture, but they have this food grain. Now they need this something to store this, and they started producing this pottery. Now tell me whether they have used this spoked wheels or not. During this time, whether they have used this spoked wheels or not. Yes, no, I already told you before this Vedic period, whenever you get this question whether they have used this spoked wheel, your answer should be no. So remember, this Neolithic people, they started this agriculture. Once they start this agriculture, they settled in one place. That's why there was this beginning of sedentary life. And once they settled in one place, now they build this mud brick houses. And because of these food grains, now in order to store these food grains or cook these food grains, they started making this pottery. And now they have this cotton, so they also knew how to make this cotton cloth, and they started producing this cotton cloth. So if you consider with this Paleolithic and Mesolithic people, they were nomadic hunter-gatherers moving from one place to another place, but Neolithic people were settling in one place. They were living in these mud brick houses. So earlier Paleolithic and Mesolithic people were living in these rock cut caves or rock shelters, but they are living in these mud brick houses. If you consider this Paleolithic and Mesolithic people, in order to cover their body, they were using this animal skin or tree bark, but this Neolithic people were using this cotton cloth. So in general, if you see, there is technological advancement in this Neolithic phase. First of all, they started agriculture, they started making pottery, they started making these mud brick houses, as well as they started this weaving and producing this cotton cloth. So there was too much progress in this technology, and this Neolithic age is called as Neolithic Revolution. Neolithic Revolution. Who used this term Neolithic Revolution? Gordon Childe. So remember this Gordon Childe, Australian archaeologist. He used this term Neolithic Revolution for Neolithic age because of the progress, technological progress made during this Neolithic age. So if you consider, there are three major areas where these Neolithic sites are concentrated: in the northwest part, south part, and then northeast part. So in the northwest part, so you see northwest part, south part, and then eastern part. So if you see in the northwest part, two sites are important for us. Which are these? Burzahom and then Mehergarh. So if you see this Burzahom near the Srinagar in this Kashmir, here you will see this absence of microlith. So microlith are absence and presence of pit dwellings. So what are these pit dwellings? Suppose this is surface of earth. So they have these pits where they are living. So pit dwellings are nothing but this winter home in order to protect from this low temperature during this winter. So in the Burzahom, which is present in this near Kashmir, near the Srinagar in the Kashmir, we have absence of microlith and presence of pit dwellings. And here along with this master, we have found this evidence of dog. So dog was buried along with these masters in the grave. If you consider this Mehergarh, Mehergarh is present in this Baluchistan in Pakistan. This is earliest Neolithic site in India. In general, Neolithic people were first farmers in India, but among this Neolithic, these people of Mehergarh were first farmers in India. And in the Mehergarh, we have found this earliest evidence of cultivation of WBC, wheat, barley, and cotton. And in the Mehergarh, you will find these mud brick houses, and along with that, in Mehergarh, you have to remember, in the Burzahom, dogs were buried along with these masters. Here we have found this evidence of what was buried in this Mehergarh. Tell me, anyone? Anyone? So what was buried along with these masters in this Mehergarh? Yes, goat. So in Mehergarh, we have found this evidence of goat. Goat was buried along with these masters. So if you consider this Chirand site from this Bihar, here we have found these bone implements. We have found this bone implement, and if you find this site Daujali Hading, in the Daujali Hading, we have found this stone jadeite. So jadeite, this stone is found in this China. So we consider that they might brought this stone from this China. So remember, these are these important Neolithic sites. Important Neolithic sites. So which are these sites? We have this Burzahom, then Mehergarh, then in the north part of India we have this Koldiwa, Mehergarh, Mahagada, and then Chirand. In the northeast part we have this Daujali Hading in this Brahmaputra valley or Assam. In this South India we have this Atnur, Maski, Hallur, Brahmagiri, Nagarjun Konda, and then Payampalli. So remember, all these are important Neolithic site. So remember this site Atnur from Telangana, Maski, Hallur, Brahmagiri from Karnataka, then Nagarjun Konda from Andhra Pradesh, and then Payampalli from this Tamil Nadu. Payampalli from this Tamil Nadu. So till now, is there any confusion for anyone? Now tell me, site Atnur, which is a Neolithic site, is located in which state? Atnur is located in which state? So we have completed this Stone Age. Remember, from the Stone Age, what is important? Site, their state, and then significance. Atnur is located in, yes, Telangana. Atnur is located in this Telangana. Now tell me, where you will find the jadeite stone? Where you will find the jadeite stone? Where you will find the jadeite stone? Yes, Daujali Hadin. Now where you will find this pit dwellings? Yes, in the Burzahom you will find these pit dwellings where goats were buried along with these masters. Where we have found this goat was buried with this master or dead body. Yes, Mehergarh. Mehergarh. In general, tell me in general, pottery making is a feature of Paleolithic, Mesolithic or Neolithic in general. Pottery making is a feature of this Neolithic phase. Where this Chiran is located? Where this Chiran site is located? In Bihar. Which is this Neolithic sites starts around this 7000 BC? Neolithic site starts around this 7000 BC. Neolithic site starts around this 7000 BC. Mehergarh. See, we have this Paleolithic phase, Mesolithic and Neolithic. Now tell me, among these three, Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic, who started this agriculture? So we have this Paleolithic, then Mesolithic and then Neolithic. Who started this agriculture? Okay, Neolithic. Then what was the occupation of Paleolithic and Mesolithic people? So here we have this agriculture. What was the occupation of this Paleolithic? Yes, hunter-gatherers, right? So Paleolithic were hunter-gatherers and Mesolithic were also hunter-gatherers. Hunter-gatherers. So if you see, this is Paleolithic, this is Mesolithic, this is 10,000 BC. 10,000 BC. So I already told you this is Pleistocene epoch and this is Holocene epoch. So this is Pleistocene epoch and this is Holocene epoch. Now tell me, can I say hunter-gatherers of Pleistocene epoch are Paleolithic people? Hunter-gatherers of Holocene epoch or Mesolithic people? Can I say this? Hunter-gatherers of hunter-gatherers of Pleistocene epoch are Paleolithic people. Hunter-gatherers of Holocene epoch are Mesolithic people. Mesolithic people. Lahore, yes. Lahore is located in which state? Lahore is located in which state? Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, right? Didwana is located in which state? Didwana. Yes, Didwana is located in Rajasthan. Now tell me, among these A, B and C. A, we have this hand axe and choppers. B have this blades and scrapers, and C have this polished stone tools. Now tell me, in this Neolithic phase. So this Neolithic phase is defined by which of these? A, B or C? Neolithic phase is defined by which of these? A, B or C? Yes, polished stone tools. So where you will find these blades and scrapers? In which phase? Which phase is defined by this use of blades and scrapers? Yes, Mesolithic phase. Sorry, Middle Paleolithic phase, right? Middle Paleolithic phase. Now tell me, when Guptas were ruling from this North India, who was ruling from this Deccan region? When Guptas were ruling from this North India, who was ruling from this Deccan region? Who was ruling from this Deccan region? Yes, Vakatakas were ruling from this Deccan region. Now tell me, when Indo-Greeks were ruling from this northwest part of India, who was ruling from this Gangetic plain? Who was ruling from this Gangetic plain? Yes, Shungas were ruling from this Gangetic plain. Now tell me, when Guptas were ruling from north part of India, who was ruling from this Assam? Who was ruling from this Assam? Who was ruling from this Assam? Yes, Varmans were ruling from this Assam. So when Indo-Greek, Shakas or Kushans were ruling from this northwest, who was ruling from this Deccan region? Who was ruling from this Deccan region? Yes, Satvans were ruling from this Deccan region. Now tell me, in ancient time, Magad became first empire in ancient India under which dynasty? Magad became first empire in ancient India under which dynasty? Yes, Nanda dynasty. Which empire became this first pan-India empire in India? Which empire became first pan-India empire in India? First pan-India empire in India. Yes, Maurya empire became this first pan-India empire in India. It covered almost all part of Indian subcontinent except deep south and one another region. Tell me this one another region. Tell me this one another region. Yes, Brahmaputra Valley. Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Robert Foote. Where this site Atirampakkam is located? Where this site Atirampakkam is located? Yes, Robert Foote. Yes, Tamil Nadu. Which is the largest Paleolithic site discovered so far? Which is the largest Paleolithic site discovered so far? Yes, Isampur. Isampur is located in which valley? Isampur is located in which valley? Yes, Isampur is located in this Hunsgi valley. Where this Didwana is located? Where this Didwana is located? Yes, Rajasthan. Where you will find this site Langanaj? Tell me the state. Where you will find this site Langanaj? Langanaj is in Gujarat. In Gujarat. So among these sites, tell me whether where you have found this evidences of pottery in this Mesolithic phase. So you have this A, B, C, D. Answer can be more than one option, right? So remember, now tell me in which site you will find this evidences of pottery. Bagor, Langanaj, Adamgarh, and then Chopani Mando. So answer could be A and B, A and C, like this. Tell me among these four where you will find this evidences of pottery in this Mesolithic phase. In the Mesolithic phase. Yes, B and D. So these three sites in this Belen Valley, BMC plus Langanaj in Gujarat, you will find this evidence of pottery. Now we will start with this Chalcolithic culture. Chalcolithic culture. So remember, Chalcolithic or Chalcolithic. Chalco or Chalco means use of copper, lithic means stone. So remember, during this time, culture based on this copper and stone was developed, called as Chalcolithic culture. So in general, they show the feature of this Chalcolithic culture, that is culture based on this copper and stone, but in different region there are variations. So in different region we have these different cultures. So in general we call this as a Chalcolithic cultures. Overall it is a part of this Chalcolithic culture, that is culture based on this copper and stone, but within this, in different part of India, people have this different way of life. Based on this archaeology or material remains, we have found this different way of life living in this different part of India, but overall it is based on this use of copper and stone. Remember, earlier they were using this stone, now they have just started using this copper. So as they have just started using this copper, among this copper and stone, they were still predominantly using this stone. So if you get this question, which objects or goods you will find more in this Chalcolithic culture, just only it is because of this Chalcolithic culture, don't say copper. No, you will find these stone objects or goods more, because we have just started using this copper. So if you compare with this copper and stone, you will find more stone objects or good as compared to cotton. So we have this Chalcolithic culture from 4000 to 700 BC. So we have already discussed from 6 lakh to 10,000 BC, we have this Paleolithic period. From 10,000 to 4000 BC, we have this Mesolithic. So during this period, people were using crude and large size stone tools. During this period, they were using these small size stone tools or microlith. And when in some part of India, people were still using this microlith, in another part of India, people started using these polished stone tools. And here we have this Neolithic period from 7000 to 1000. So in some part of India where people were still using these polished stone tools, in another part of India people started using this copper, and we have this culture based on copper and stone, that is Chalcolithic culture from 4000 to 700 BC. So remember, this is a culture based on copper and stone. So you will find this Chalcolithic sites almost all part of India, but mostly in hilly land and river valley. Why mostly in the hilly land and river valley? We have already discussed. Even the Stone Age sites are concentrated in this hilly land and river valley. Why? In the Stone Age, they need these stones which you will easily find in this hilly area, and they need this water, so you will find in this river valley. So most of the Stone Age sites are in the hilly land and river valley. Similarly, in the Chalcolithic phase, they are still mostly using the stone tools. So you will find these sites most commonly in this hilly land and river valley, and less common in this alluvial plain and thickly forested area. And these sites are mostly flourished in this semi-arid region of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and then Maharashtra. So in general, you will find these sites in entire Indian subcontinent or India, but mostly these are located in this hilly land and river valley. Less common in this alluvial plain or thickly forested area, and most flourished in this semi-arid region of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. So semi-arid region, we have found this most flourished site. So am I clear to everyone? So now we will discuss about these different cultures within this Chalcolithic culture. So overall, this culture was based on use of copper and stone, but in different region, people have this different way of life. So we have these different cultures. Suppose this is river Ganga. Then we have this tributary of, suppose this is river Ganga. We have this tributary of Ganga, that is Yamuna, and then tributary of Yamuna, Chambal, Sindh, Betwa, Ken. So remember this CSK. Chambal, Sindh, Betwa, and Ken. So if you see this river Chambal, we have this tributary of Chambal, that is Banas. Tributary of Chambal, that is Banas, and in this Banas river valley, we have these three important sites in this Rajasthan, which are this ABG, Ahar, Balathal, and then Gilund, and all these are part of this Ahar culture. All these are part of this Ahar culture. So in Rajasthan, we have this Ahar culture, which is this Chalcolithic culture located on this Banas river valley. It is also called as Banas culture or Ahar culture. If you consider in this Madhya Pradesh, we have these two important culture. Which are these cultures? Kaitha culture and Malwa culture. So we have this Kaitha culture and then Malwa culture. Important site of this Kaitha culture was Kaitha, and important site of this Malwa culture are three sites. Suppose this is Narmada river. So on this bank of Narmada river, we have these two important sites, Malwa and Naudatolli. Malwa and Naudatolli, and here we have this Eran. So these sites, Eran, Malwa and Naudatolli, these are part of this Malwa culture. These are part of this Malwa culture, and among these, this Malwa and Naudatolli are located on this river Narmada. Located on this river Narmada. So remember, in Madhya Pradesh, we have two important cultures, Kaitha culture and then Malwa culture. So in the Malwa culture, this Eran is located on this river Bina. Located on this river Bina. then Malwa and Navdatuli are located on this river Narmada. So south of this Narmada, we have this Tapi river. We have this Tapi river. So till now, is there any confusion for anyone? CSK for this tributaries of Yamuna, Chambal, Sindha, here we have this Betwa and then Ken, CSK, Chambal, Sindha, Betwa, Ken. We have this tributary of Chambal, that is Banas, and on the bank of this river Banas, we have this Ahar, Balatal, Gilun. These three sites are part of this Ahar culture in Rajasthan. Then in the Madhya Pradesh, we have this Kaitha culture and Malwa culture. And in this Malwa culture, remember these three sites, Eran, Malwa and Navdatuli. So this Malwa and Navdatuli are located on this river Narmada. Now we have this Tapi river. So if you consider this Maharashtra, in Maharashtra we have this important culture, that is Zorve culture. And apart from this Zorve culture, we also have this Savalda culture. On the bank of this river Tapi, we have this site Savalda, which shows this feature of Savalda culture. And in entire part of Maharashtra, except Vidarbha. Remember, if you get this option except Vidarbha, or even if you get this option except Vidarbha plus Konkan, you have to mark both. So in entire part of this modern Maharashtra, except Vidarbha or except Vidarbha and Konkan, we have this Zorve culture. We have this Zorve culture. Suppose this is river Narmada, then this is river Tapi. So on the bank of this river Tapi, we have this site Prakash. We have this site Prakash, which is a part of this Zorve culture. Then we have this Godavari. We have this Godavari. So in the beginning of this Godavari, we have this Nashik. Then in this Ahmednagar district, we have this river Pravara, tributary of this Godavari. Pravara, where we have this Zorve, Daimabad and Nevasa. And in this Pune, we have this Bhima river, which is tributary of this Krishna. And on the bank of Bhima river, we have this ICS. So most of the students who are preparing for this UPSC, Indian Civil Service, these are from Pune. So we have this ICS, Inamgaon, then Songaon, and then Chandoli. So remember, most important culture among this Chalcolithic culture is in this Maharashtra, that is Zorve culture. Zorve culture. What you have to remember? Culture, their sites, and where these are located, the state, along with this river. So this Pravara river, which is a part of this tributary of this Godavari, in this Ahmednagar district or Ahilyanagar district, we have Zorve, Daimabad, Nevasa. Similarly, on this bank of this river Bhima, in this Pune, we have this Inamgaon, Songaon, and then Chandoli. Inamgaon, Songaon, Chandoli. Here we have this site Nashik, located on this Godavari. Here we have this Prakash, located on this river Tapi. So you will find this Zorve culture throughout this modern day Maharashtra, except Vidarbha and Konkan region, that is western coastal part of this Maharashtra. Coastal part of this Maharashtra. Now tell me, this Navdatuli is part of which culture? Site Navdatuli is part of which culture? Navdatuli is part of which culture? Yes, Malwa culture. It is located on which river? Malwa culture, it is located on which river? Located on which river? Yes, Narmada river. So along with this Navdatuli, we have this one important site, that is Malwa. Now tell me, this Balatal is part of which culture? Balatal site is a part of which culture? Ahar culture, located on the bank of which river? Located on the bank of which river? Yes, Banas river. Now tell me, this Zorwe site is located in which state? Zorwe is located in which state? Zorwe is located in which state? In Maharashtra. On the bank of which river? On the bank of which river? On the bank of which river? Remember this Zorwe, Daimabad and Nevasa. These are present in this Ahmednagar district or Ahilyanagar district. And here we have this river Pravara located, Pravara, which is a tributary of this Godavari. Yes, Pravara, tributary of Godavari. Nashik is a part of which culture? Site Nashik is a part of which culture? Nashik is a part of which culture? Yes, Zorwe culture. Located on which river bank? Yes, Godavari. So see, here we have this Chambal river and tributary of Chambal river is Banas. On the bank of this Banas we have this ABG, Ahar, Balathal and then Gilund. Ahar, Balathal and then Gilund, which is a part of this Ahar culture. Similarly, if you see in this Madhya Pradesh, we have this Kaitha site, part of this Kaitha culture, and we have this Malwa and Naudatoli located on this river Narmada, part of this Malwa culture. Similarly, if you consider in the Maharashtra, two cultures, Savalda culture and Zorwe culture, but for us Zorwe culture is important. So Zorwe culture cover entire part of modern day Maharashtra except Vidarbha and part of this western India, that is Konkan. So here we have this Prakash located on this river Tapi, then Nashik located on this river Godavari, then tributary of Godavari is Pravara. In the Pravara we have this Zorwe, then Nevasa and then Daimabad. Similarly, on this bank of river Bhima, which is a tributary of this Krishna, we have this ICS, Inamgaon, Songaon and then Chandoli. Inamgaon, Songaon and then Chandoli. Now tell me, you will find this Ahar culture in which river valley? Ahar culture or Ahar site? Tell me this associated river, Ahar. Yes, Banas river. Naudatoli. Narmada river. Yes. Then Daimabad. Pravara river, which is tributary of this Godavari river. Then Zorwe. Yes, Pravara river, which is a tributary of this Godavari river. Then Prakash, site Prakash. Site Prakash yes, Tapi river. Inamgaon. Inamgaon, Bhima river. Yes. Gilund. Yes, Banas river. Who is saying Yamuna? Gilund from Banas river. Banas is a tributary of which river? Banas is a tributary of which river? Yes, Chambal. Next, tell me whether my statement is correct or incorrect. Navdatoli, Jorwe and Daimabad are located on this river Godavari. Navdatoli, Jorwe and Daimabad are located on this river Godavari. Located on the bank of river Godavari. No, Navdatoli is on the bank of this river Narmada. On the bank of river Narmada. So remember, in the Chalcolithic culture, two things are important for your exam. First, site, state and associated river, and along with that, in general information about this Chalcolithic site, that is common feature of this Chalcolithic site which we are going to discuss. So we have already discussed Chalcolithic means use of copper plus stone, as they just started using this copper. Remember, you will find this limited number of copper objects, but in two sites you will find this good number of copper objects, which are these Ahar and Gilund. So remember, both sites are located in this Rajasthan, near to this Khetri region, and Khetri region in the Rajasthan is known for this copper. That's why in this Ahar and Gilund you will find this good number of copper objects. You will find this good number of copper objects. So in general, in Chalcolithic culture, you will find this limited number of copper objects, but in the Ahar and Gilund, you will find this good number of copper objects. In general, they did not aware of this bronze making. So in general, you won't find this bronze, but in two sites, you will find this bronze, where in the Ahar, we have found this low grade bronze sheet, and in the Daimabad, we have found some bronze objects. In general, they did not use this bronze, but we have found this bronze in this Ahar and Daimabad. So basically, if you compare with these copper objects, they have used this more stone objects. So copper objects are limited in number, but we have found this good number of copper objects in Ahar and Gilund. Similarly, they were not aware of this bronze making, but we have found these bronze objects in Ahar and Daimabad. Next is painted ceramic. So remember, this is the most distinguishing feature of this Chalcolithic culture, this distinct painted pottery. So in different region, in different culture, we have this different painted pottery. Most common was this black and red. So some part of pottery was black and some part of pottery was red, and within this black and red pottery, we have these different types of pottery. So this is the distinct painted pottery, is this most distinguished feature of this Chalcolithic culture. So we have already seen in the Neolithic age, people started this agriculture, but they have just started this agriculture and they did not use any technology like plow and all these things. That's why the agriculture was subsistence. So even in the next phase, that is Chalcolithic phase, they have this subsistence agriculture. Remember, though these Chalcolithic people have this subsistence agriculture, now they have cultivated more cereals than Neolithic. So in this Paleolithic and Mesolithic, they were hunter-gatherers. In Neolithic, they just started this agriculture. So in the next phase that is Chalcolithic, though agriculture is subsistence, they have produced or cultivated more cereals. And if you consider this site, Navdatoli, now tell me in which state this Navdatoli site is present. So in the Navdatoli, you will find almost all food grains. So whatever the food grains you will find in this Chalcolithic site, all these are found in this Navdatoli. Yes, Navdatoli site is present in this Madhya Pradesh. So in the Madhya Pradesh, in the Navdatoli site, you will find this more almost all food grains. So remember, agriculture was subsistence. If you consider this domestication of animal, in the domestication of animal, they did not make full use of animal. So they have just killed or slaughtered this animal for this food. They did not know how to use the milk. So basically, they have not used this animal fully. Now tell me, in the domestication of animal, whether they were acquainted with horses or not. Whether they were acquainted with horses or not. Yes, your answer should be no, they were not acquainted with horses. So horse starts with this Vedic period. So we have seen this in their common feature. We have first seen this culture based on copper and stone. So we have found this limited number of copper objects, but in the Ahar and Gilund, we have found this good number of copper objects. In the Ahar and Daimabad, we have found this bronze objects also. In the Ahar, we have this low grade bronze sheet. In the Daimabad, we have this bronze object. Next, we have this subsistence agriculture during this period, but they have cultivated more cereals than Neolithic. And in the Navdatuli, we have seen this almost all food grains. Next, in the domestication of animal, they did not make this full use of animal. So they have slaughtered this animal and used as a food, and they were not acquainted with horses. Next, they have this rural background. So I already told you, if you have this surplus food grain production, then only towns will be produced. Then you will find this urban centers or towns. So as they have this subsistence agriculture, you will see this rural background. So remember, until the 6th century BC, only during this IVC you have this surplus food grain production. That's why only during this IVC we have this urban centers. So before this 6th century BC, every time you have this subsistence agriculture and rural background. So in this Neolithic phase, they just started to settle. So they started this sedentary life. They built these mud brick houses. Now during this time you will see these large villages. So first time you will see these large villages in this peninsular India during this Chalcolithic phase. So remember, they did not have these urban centers. They did not have this development of towns. Means they have used this metal, that is copper, but did not reach this urbanization. You have to remember these two important sites from Maharashtra, Daimabad and Inamgaon. They have almost reached this urbanization, but not this urbanization. Remember, they were still rural, but they have almost reached this urban stage. Next, in the Neolithic phase, we have seen this, they have used this mud brick houses. Same continue in this Chalcolithic phase, they have still used this mud brick houses, not this burnt bricks, but we have this exception of Gilund. So in the Gilund, we have this burnt bricks. But in general, in Chalcolithic phase, they did not use this burnt bricks, they have used this mud brick. Next, if you see their burial practice, if you see this burial practice, now tell me, along with this dead body in this grave, can you find these stone objects? Tell me, in this Chalcolithic culture, along with this dead body in the grave, can you find in this burial stone object? Yes, because they were using this stone. Can you find these copper objects? Can you find these copper objects? Yes, because they were using this copper. Can you find these iron objects? Can you find these iron objects? No. Yes. So if you see their burial practices, you will find these pots and some copper objects, but not in the graves. You won't find this iron. And if you see their burial practices, Maharashtra, like means in the western part of India. In the Maharashtra means west. In the west, you will find this dead body in north-south position. So in the Maharashtra, you will find this in the north-south position, and in the South India, you will find this east-west position. So if you get this east or west, like here in this Maharashtra, that is western India, you will find this north-south position, and in the South India, you will find this dead body was placed in this east-west direction. So if you consider this settlement, basically some settlements were large and some settlements were small. Even if you see these individual houses, some of these large rectangular houses, these must be occupied by this chief priest, and some of were these rounded huts. So they may be occupied by these normal people. So if you consider this settlement pattern as well as these different houses, so there is beginning of this inequality. There was beginning of this inequality. Next, religious belief, we have found this terracotta figurine of this women as well as terracotta bull, so that they might have worshipped them. So they worship. Next, we have already discussed, here we have this Ahar culture, here we have this Malwa culture in the Madhya Pradesh and Jorve culture in this Maharashtra. Remember, most extensive excavation took place in this Maharashtra. That's why we have found this more than 200 settlement in this Maharashtra, covering entire part of this Maharashtra except Vidarbha and then coastal part, that is Konkan. And Daimabad is this largest site in Jorve culture. Remember, Daimabad is this largest site in this Jorve culture. So now I will ask you few of these questions. So in general, you will find this limited copper objects. So where you will find this good number of copper objects? Tell me the site. Tell me the site where you will find the good number of copper objects. Yes, Ahar and Gilun, because these are located near to this Khetri region. Now in general, they were not making this bronze objects, but where you have found this bronze sheet or object in this Chalcolithic culture? In Chalcolithic culture, where you find this bronze sheet or objects? Yes, Ahar and Daimabad. Ahar and Daimabad. Now tell me, where in which site you will find this all food grains? All food grains cultivated in other site, you will find this evidence. In which site? Yes, Navdatoli. Now tell me, Navdatoli is located on which river bank? Navdatoli is located on which river bank? Yes, Narmada river. Now, if you see, generally they have this rural settlement and they did not have this urbanization or development of these towns or urban centers. But there are two sites which have almost reached this urbanization. Not this full urbanization, but they have almost reached this urbanization. Tell me the sites. Tell me the sites that have almost reached this urbanization. Yes, Daimabad and Inamgaon. So in general, they have used this mud bricks. Now tell me the one site where we have found this evidence of burnt bricks. We have found this evidence of burnt bricks. Yes, Gilun. So remember, this Chalcolithic culture in general continued till this 1200 BC, but only this Jorve culture in the Maharashtra continued till this 700 BC. That's why we consider this period from 4000 to 700. If there was no Jorve culture, then we can consider 4000 to 1200 BC. So in central and western India, Chalcolithic culture disappeared around this 1200 BC, but this Jorve culture, only this Jorve culture continued till this 700 BC. So what is this most important reason for this decline of Chalcolithic culture? Remember, this culture was based on this agriculture or farming, and during this time this was disappeared because of this decline in rainfall. So if you won't have this rainfall, then how could it survive? Because we have already seen this Chalcolithic culture or these sites were most flourished in this semi-arid region of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. So with this decline of this agriculture, there was disappearance of this Chalcolithic culture. So if you consider this Chalcolithic culture, so if you consider the Chalcolithic culture is from 4000 to 700 BC, 4000 to 700 BC. At the same time, from 2600 to 1900 in northwest part of India, we have this Harappan culture. So this Chalcolithic culture, these sites are classified into based on this Harappan. So from this 2600 to 1900, we have this Harappan culture. So the sites before this, these are called as pre-Harappan. Pre-Harappan sites, Chalcolithic sites contemporary to this Harappan culture was called as Harappan, and then post-Harappan. After this 1900 to 700, we have this post-Harappan. So if you consider chronologically, this Chalcolithic sites and cultures are divided into pre-Harappan, Harappan and post-Harappan. Remember this most important line. Most of the Chalcolithic culture or sites are post-Harappan. Most of the Chalcolithic culture or sites are chronologically post-Harappan, but technologically pre-Harappan. What is meant by this? If you see these dates or chronologically, most of the sites you will find from 1900 to 700. So most of these are chronologically post-Harappan, but technologically they are pre-Harappan, means technologically these Harappans are more advanced. So these are not advanced. So these comes after this Harappa. So they should have learned from this Harappa and they should have been more advanced from this Harappa. But no, these are technologically pre-Harappan. If you consider this Harappa, during this time of Harappan, we will discuss in next 1 hour. So during this time of Harappa, we have this surplus food grain production. But here we have this subsistence agriculture. So they are technologically pre-Harappan. Here we have this urban centers. They did not have this urban centers. Here the trade was flourishing. Here in this Chalcolithic culture, trade was not that much flourishing. So if you consider in general, Harappans have used these burnt bricks, but they have used these mud bricks. So technologically, Harappans are advanced. That's why this Chalcolithic culture is called as technologically pre-Harappan. So chronologically post-Harappan and technologically post-Harappan or backward. So these are divided into pre-Harappan, Harappan and then post-Harappan. So most of the Chalcolithic culture, see, okay, I will repeat, see, we have this Chalcolithic culture from 4000 to 700. So some of these sites are from this 4000, some of these sites are from this 3800, 3000, 2500, 1700, right? So we have these Chalcolithic sites from 4000 to 700. At the same time, if you see from 2600, if you see from 2600 to 1900, here we have this Harappan culture. Harappan culture. Suppose here we have this A site, Chalcolithic site, here we have this B site and here we have this C site. So these sites, this A site is before this Harappa, before 2600. So we call this as a pre-Harappan site. B site, which is parallel or contemporary to this Harappa culture, we call this as a Harappan Chalcolithic. Here we have called this as a post-Harappan. So this Chalcolithic culture or the settlements are divided into pre-Harappan culture, Harappan culture and then post-Harappan culture. So all these sites after this 1900 are called as post-Harappan Chalcolithic cultural site. Here we have this Harappan sites, means Chalcolithic culture which are contemporary to this Harappa, and here we have this pre-Harappan Chalcolithic culture. So this Chalcolithic culture chronologically divided into pre-Harappan, Harappan and post-Harappan. Post-Harappan means after 1900 BC. Remember, most of the sites in this Chalcolithic culture are from this 1900 to 700, means most of the sites are chronologically post-Harappan. But technologically they are pre-Harappan, means whatever the technology we have, whatever the features we have in this Harappa, if you compare with this Chalcolithic, then Chalcolithic are coming after this Harappa. So they should have been more technologically advanced, but they are more technologically backward than this Harappa. So these are chronologically post-Harappan, but technologically pre-Harappan. Am I clear to everyone? So they are coming after this Harappa. So they should have been more advanced, but they are not more advanced than Harappa. So they are pre-Harappan technologically. So in Harappa, you will see this surplus food grain production, urban centers, flourishing trade. They know how to write, read. We have found this inscription. All these are absent in this Chalcolithic culture. So now we will see this limitation of Chalcolithic culture. First, we have this rural settlement. So we have this subsistence agriculture. We don't have this surplus food grain production. So don't have this urban centers. Next, no full use of animals. We have seen animals were used just as a food by killing this, by slaughtering this animal. They did not know how to use this milk. Next, they did not use this bronze. Don't consider this exception. In general, they did not use this bronze. Then they are technologically backward. And if you consider this western part of Maharashtra, in the Zorve culture, we have found this large number of burials of children. What it indicates? It indicates this high infant mortality rate. High infant mortality rate. It could be because of this spread of epidemics, or because of this lack of medical knowledge, or lack of nutrition, whatever may be the reason. But remember, Chalcolithic people, whatever we have found this evidences, that is large number of these burials of children in this western part of Maharashtra, means they have this high infant mortality rate. Whatever may be the reason, it is clear that they did not promote this longevity. They did not produce this longevity. So am I clear to everyone? So everyone, those who are watching, now we will discuss about this Ganeshwar. So remember, this Ganeshwar is site located in this Rajasthan and belongs to this 2800 to 2200. So if you compare, we have already discussed, we have this Chalcolithic culture from 4000 to 700, and here we have this 2600 to 1900 Harappan culture. So before this 2600, we call this as a pre-Harappan. So if you consider this Ganeshwar from Rajasthan, Chalcolithic site, it is from this 2800, means this is a pre-Harappan Chalcolithic culture. So Ganeshwar is the pre-Harappan Chalcolithic culture from 2800 to 200. 2800 to 200, and this culture shows similarity with Harappan culture as well as OCP culture, that is occurred colored pottery culture. So if you consider this Ganeshwar from 2800 to 2200, at the same time we have this Harappa from 2600 to 1900. So this culture also exists for some time simultaneously the Harappa, and they have provided copper to this Harappa. Remember this, because this site Ganeshwar is basically from this Rajasthan. So in Rajasthan we have this Khit region known for this copper. So this site has provided this copper to this Harappa. At the same time, it shows similarity with this Harappan culture. So whatever the copper objects we have found in this Harappa, similar copper objects we have found in this Ganeshwar. Similarly, whatever the type of pottery we have found in this OCP, that is red silverware, same or similar type of pottery we have found in this Ganeshwar. So Ganeshwar is a pre-Harappan Chalcolithic settlement. Pre-Harappan from 2800 to 2200. It shows similarity with this Harappan culture as well as ochre color pottery culture. At the same time, it has provided this copper to this Harappa. Ganeshwar mainly supplied copper objects to this Harappa. So this is end of this Chalcolithic culture. Now tell me, we have completed this chronology, then Stone Age and Chalcolithic. Any confusion for anyone? Yes, I will tell you the timing. See, now we will take just 5 minutes of break for drinking water for all of you, and immediately after 5, don't say, sir, you have said this 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 5 or 7 minutes. So immediately after 5-7 minutes, we will continue with this IVC. IVC is somewhat big topic. Once we complete this IVC, we will take this lunch break of approximately half an hour or 45 minutes. And after the lunch break, we will continue with this Vedic culture and period of Mahajan Padas. So am I clear? Now we will take this 5 minutes of break just for this drinking water. After 5 minutes, we will continue with this IVC. Once we complete this IVC, we will take this long break, that is lunch break. So now we have this 5 to 7 minutes of break. Should we start with this next chapter? So anyone, am I audible? So whatever the approach currently we have, like taking this important point at the same time telling you the story, background story, so that you won't forget. Is it fine for everyone? Is it helpful for you? Okay, so now we will start with this Harappan culture or Harappan civilization. So now we will discuss about this Harappan culture. So remember, we have this Paleolithic period from 6 lakh years ago or 6 lakh years ago to 10,000 BC. Then from 10,000 BC to 4,000 BC we have this Mesolithic period, and then from 7,000 BC to 1,000 BC we have this Neolithic period. So from 6 lakh BC to 10,000 BC we have this Paleolithic. From 10,000 to 4,000 BC we have this Mesolithic, and from 7,000 to 1,000 we have this Neolithic period. Means people were still using polished stone tools, and they did not start the use of this copper. So here we have this Neolithic period where people were using polished stone tools and they did not start the use of this copper. When I am saying they did not start the use of copper, means use of copper by this common people on this in this daily life on this large scale. So if you consider from 7,000 BC to 1,000 BC we have this Neolithic period, when in some part of India people were using these polished stone tools, they did not start the use of this copper. At the same time, around this 4,000 BC, from 4,000 BC to 700 BC, in another part of India people started using this copper along with this stone. So now along with this stone people started using this copper, and this phase is the Chalcolithic phase or Chalcolithic culture. So remember, in some part of India people were still using these polished stone tools, they did not start the use of copper. At the same time, in another part of India people were using copper along with the stone. At the same time, from 2600 to 1900 BC, from 2600 to 1900 BC, in northwest part of India, now people knew the art of making copper with people knew this art of mixing copper with tin and produce this bronze. So in some part of India, when people were still using these polished stone tools, in another part of India people were using this copper along with the stone. In northwest part of India, from 2600 to 1900 people were using this bronze, and the culture based on this bronze was developed, called as Harappa culture or Indus culture or this Bronze Age culture. So if you consider this Harappa culture, it was characterized by surplus food grain production, development of urban centers, flourishing trade, underground drainage system, town system, uniform use of these bricks. So if you consider here, we have developed this civilization. So what are the features of this civilization? Surplus food grain production, urban centers, some form of administration, some form of governance, some form of communication or writing, reading, all these are present here. That's why this is also called as civilization. So here we have this in northwest part of India from 2600 to 1900, we have this Harappan culture or civilization. This Harappan culture or civilization also called as Indus Valley culture or Indus Valley civilization. So initially we call this as a Indus Valley culture, as most of the sites are discovered in this Indus Valley. As more and more sites were discovered away from this Indus Valley, we call this civilization as a Indus civilization. But now currently we call this as a Sindhu Saraswati civilization. Why Sindhu Saraswati civilization? So if you consider today, more than 2000 sites are discovered, and among these more than 2000 sites, most of the sites are located between this river Sindhu and Saraswati. So what is meant by this river Sindhu? River Indus. River Indus. So now we are calling this as a Sindhu Saraswati civilization. Sindhu Saraswati civilization. So earlier we called this as a Indus Valley civilization. As sites were discovered more from this valley, we call this as a Indus civilization. And now most of the sites are located between this river Indus, means Sindhu, and Saraswati. So we call this as a Sindhu Saraswati civilization. So remember, what is this river Saraswati? Currently, do we have this Saraswati river? No, currently we don't have this river Saraswati. So if you consider out of these 2000 Harappan sites, most of the sites are located between this Sindhu and Saraswati, and nearly 2/3 of these sites are located on this river Saraswati basin. So what is this river Saraswati? Do we have this river Saraswati now? No. So if you consider this river Saraswati, not Saraswat, it is river Saraswati, it is lost river. So it dried around this 1900 BC. So earlier it was perennial river originating from this Himalaya and drain into this run of Kutch. So it was originated into this Himalaya, drain into this run of Kutch, and it was perennial river, but it was lost around this 1900 BC, and many scholars consider that this drying up of this Saraswati river was responsible for this end of this Harappan civilization or end of this Harappan culture. Today we have this Ghaggar river in India and Hakra river in Pakistan, and both are seasonal river, and these are considered as remnant of this river Saraswati. So remember, Saraswati was perennial river earlier, but it was lost around this 1900 BC. Currently we have this Ghaggar in India and Hakra in Pakistan, and both are seasonal river. So suppose some sites are located on this bank of river Ghaggar or Hakra. So in your exam, if you get this option river Saraswati, so you can consider this Ghaggar or Hakra in place of this Saraswati. So earlier we have this Saraswati, and on that place now we have this Ghaggar in India and Hakra in Pakistan. So if you consider these two important sites in Haryana, so one is Bhirrana and second is Rakhigadi. So Bhirrana is this oldest Harappan site in Haryana and located on this river Saraswati. Then we have this Rakhigadi, which is this largest or biggest Harappan site covering this 550 hectares. This is also from this Haryana, located on this river Saraswati. So remember, in the Haryana, we have these three most important sites: Bhirrana, Rakhigadi, and then Banavali. All these three sites are currently located on the bank of river Ghaggar, means at that time it was located on this bank of river Saraswati. River Saraswati. So if you consider Rakhigadi, then Bhirrana, Rakhigadi is the largest Harappan site, Bhirrana is the oldest Harappan site, and both are from this Haryana. Then we have this Farmana and Banavali. All these four sites present in this Haryana, located on this river Ghagar means at that time located on this river Saraswati. Now we will discuss about this Harappan civilization or Harappan culture. So in general, this Harappan culture or Harappan civilization, which was developed in this northwest part of India from this 2600 to 1900 BC, and this was characterized by surplus food grain production, development of urban centers, flourishing trade, town planning, underground drainage system, and all these things. And this Harappan culture is actually divided into three groups or three cultures, which are these pre-Harappan or early Harappan culture, not pre-Harappan, early Harappan culture, then mature Harappan culture, and then late Harappan culture. Remember, whatever we are discussing, in general, when we call this Harappan culture or Harappan civilization, means mature Harappan culture. From 2600 to 1900 BC. Remember, this is the urban phase of Harappan culture. So before that, we have this rural settlement, and even after that, means in the late Harappan culture, you have this rural settlement. So you will find these urban centers only during this mature phase. So in general, Harappan culture is divided into early Harappan culture, mature Harappan culture, and then late Harappan culture. So this mature phase of Harappan culture is the urban phase of Harappan culture. So in general, when we call this Harappan civilization or Harappan culture, that means this is mature phase of Harappan culture. So early Harappan culture from 6000 to 200 BC, then mature from 2600 to 1900 BC, and late from 1900 to 1300 BC. If you consider in the old NCERT, they have given this date 3200 to 2600 BC. But remember, in the latest NCERT, they have mentioned this time period of early Harappan culture from 6000 to 2600 BC. Mature or urban phase 2600 to 1900, and late 1900 to 1300. Now tell me among these early, mature, and late, where you will find these urban centers? Where you will find these urban centers? Mature. And you will find this rural settlement in this early and late. Now tell me, in this mature Harappan culture, whether you will find more urban centers or more villages. In the mature Harappan culture, whether you will find this more urban centers or more villages. Who is saying more urban? Tripti, we have already discussed while discussing about this chronology. Even today, if you consider, we have this urbanization, we have this urban culture, but still we have this more villages. So why you are expecting more towns or urban centers in this IVC? So remember, though this is the urban center, though we have this urbanization during this IVC, there were more villages than this urban centers. So we have already discussed this Mehergarh, which is a Neolithic site in this northwest part of India. So this Mehergarh has influenced, means this Neolithic site has influenced the development of early Harappan culture, and early Harappan culture through this internal development develop into this mature Harappan culture. Early Harappan culture through this gradual transformation and internal development lead to this formation of this mature Harappan culture. Earlier we considered that this early Harappan culture and mature Harappan culture are distinct in their origin, but now we consider that this early Harappan culture through this gradual transformation and internal development, develop into this mature Harappan culture. So this Neolithic site Mehergarh influenced the development of early Harappan culture. So we have this Neolithic site of Mehergarh in the northwest part of India. It has influenced the development of early Harappan culture in this northwest part of India, particularly in the region of this Punjab and Sindh. But remember, early Harappan culture still has this rural settlement, and this has developed into this mature Harappan culture, which has this urban center. So these are these early Harappan cultures. We have this Amrinal, Dam Sadat, Kot Diji, and then Sodhi Siswal. So all these are early Harappan cultures. These four: Amrinal, Kot Diji, Dam Sadat, and then Sodhi Siswal. These are these early Harappan cultures. We have already discussed about this Amalnand Ghosh, who was the Director General from 1953 to 1968. He was the longest serving Director General of ASI in this post-independent period, and he was the one who first time identified the similarity between pre-Harappan and mature Harappan culture. Now we will discuss about this geographical settlement and Harappan settlement and geographical extent. So till now, is there any confusion for anyone? No, Mehergarh was not Harappan site. Remember, Mehergarh was Neolithic site. It has influenced the development of early Harappan culture, means sites of this early Harappan culture. And early Harappan culture, through this internal development, develop into this mature Harappan culture. Mature Harappan culture. So we have already discussed about this river Saraswati, right? So if you consider this, these are the different Harappan sites. Remember, when we are discussing about this Harappan sites, means these sites may be from early Harappan culture or mature Harappan culture or late Harappan culture. So when we are discussing about this Harappan sites, that doesn't mean all belong to this mature Harappan culture. No. When we are discussing about this Harappan sites, means some sites belong to early Harappan culture, some sites belong to mature Harappan culture, some sites belong to late Harappan culture. It's quite possible that some of these sites may present in this early, mature as well as late Harappan culture. Some sites you will find only in this early and mature phase. You will find some site in this mature and late phase. You don't have to get confused. When we are discussing about this Harappan settlement or Harappan sites, means either they are from early Harappan culture or mature Harappan culture or late Harappan culture. Some shows the feature of early plus mature, some show the feature of mature plus late, or some show the feature of early, mature and late Harappan culture. Now we will discuss about this Harappan sites. First of all, if you see this northmost, so in the northmost we have this Shortugai in Afghanistan, southernmost Daimabad in Maharashtra. So remember, Daimabad was during this time, it was also late Harappan site. Similarly, it was also Chalcolithic site. How it is possible? So in different period, it can be this different site. Same site can show the feature of Paleolithic, then Mesolithic, then Neolithic, then Chalcolithic. Similarly, Daimabad, we have this late Harappan site, and after that it was also this Chalcolithic site from this Zorve culture. So in the northmost we have this Shortugai, southernmost in the Maharashtra we have this Daimabad, easternmost we have this Alamgirpur, and westernmost we have this Sutkagandor from this Pakistan. So northmost we have this Shortugai in Afghanistan, southernmost we have this Daimabad in Maharashtra, easternmost we have this Alamgirpur, and then westernmost we have this Sutkagandor. So all these sites, extreme sites, are given in this different color. But in some textbook it is mentioned that this northmost site was this Manda from Jammu. So if you get this northmost in the option, like if you get this statement, Manda is the northernmost site, yes, definitely Manda. If they have seen, they have told you that Shortugai is the northernmost site, yes, Shortugai is the northernmost site. So if you consider this latest NCERT, in the map itself they have shown this northernmost site as the Shortugai. But in most of the standard book they have given this Manda as the northernmost site. But don't think over it. Don't get confused. In general, Shortugai, Daimabad, Alamgirpur and Sutkagandor. If they have given this Manda, then this is also fine. So in Jammu and Kashmir, in Jammu region, we have this Manda located on this river Chenab. In Jammu, we have this Manda located on this river Chenab. Next, in the Punjab, we have this Ropar located on this river Satluj. Then in Haryana, we have these three important sites, which are these Bhirana, Rakhigadi and Banawali. So here we have this Banawali, Rakhigadi and Bhirana. All these three sites from Haryana are located on this river Ghagar, means Saraswati. So here we have this Banavali, then Rakhigadi, and then Bhirana. So all these three sites from this Haryana are located on this river Ghagar, means Saraswati. Then in the Rajasthan we have this Kalibangan. Where is this Kalibangan? Yes, in Rajasthan we have this Kalibangan. So these sites from Haryana and from Rajasthan. So all these are located on this river Ghagar, means located on this river Saraswati. Next, if you consider this Gujarat, in the Gujarat we have this Dholavira, then we have this Lothal, we have this Dholavira, Lothal, then Surkotada. So in the Surkotada we have found these evidences. Some consider that this is evidence of horses. So we have found this some skeleton, and some scholars consider that these are from these horses, but we are not sure. So all these sites are in this Gujarat. So remember, the sites from this Gujarat are extremely important, which are these Dholavira, Desalpur, Nageshwar, Kuntasi, Prabhaspatan, Rosdi, Surkotada, and then Lothal. All these are sites from this Gujarat. So we have this Dholavira, we have this Desalpur, we have this Nageshwar, Kuntasi, Rosdi, Lothal, Surkotada. All these are sites from this Gujarat. So we have seen this extreme site Shortugai, Daimabad, Alamgirpur, and then Sutkagandor. Then we have found some site in Jammu. We have seen this site Manda. Now tell me, Manda is located on which river? You have to remember few important sites, definitely. You have to remember these important sites. Manda is located on this river Chenab. Which is the site we have discussed from Punjab region? Tell me the site discussed from this Punjab region. Ropar. Yes, Ropar is located on which river? Ropar is located on which river? Ropar is located on which river? Yes, Satluj. Ropar is located on this river Satluj. Yes, Rakhigadi is mentioned. Now tell me, these three sites from Haryana, Rakhigadi, Bhirana, and Banavali is located on which river? Rakhigadi, Banavali, and Bhirana are located on which river? Located on which river? Yes, Ghagar means Saraswati river. See, when I am saying this river, that doesn't mean directly on this river, even this river valley, right? Now, if you see, now tell me which site we have discussed from this Rajasthan? Rajasthan. Yes, Kalibangan. It is also located on this river Ghagar, means Saraswati. So if you see this Ghagar river in this Haryana as well as Rajasthan, and this continues as a Hakra in Punjab region of this Pakistan. So in the Punjab region of the Pakistan, you have to remember these two important sites. One is Harappa. So here we have this Harappa. So this R for river Ravi. R for river Ravi. So in the Punjab region of this Pakistan, we have this Ravi river, and here we have this Harappa located on this Ravi river. Similarly, this Ghagar continues as a Hakra, and on this river we have this Ganveriwala. So remember, in the Punjab region of this Pakistan, we have this south of this Harappa, we have this Ganveriwala, and located on this river Saraswati. So in general, if you consider what are these sites located on this river Saraswati, so we have this Bhirana, then Rakhigadi, then Banavali. All these three sites are from this Haryana. Then Kalibangan from Rajasthan, and Punjab region of this Pakistan, we have this Ganveriwala. All these are located on this river Saraswati. So these are sites from this Saraswati basin. Then in the Sindh region, we have this Mohenjo-daro and Chanudaro. Mohenjo-daro and Chanudaro both are located on this river Indus. So remember, these are the important sites you have to remember. But apart from these sites, everybody knows these sites. So these are the sites directly mentioned in this new latest NCERT. So in the new latest NCERT, they have mentioned the important IVC site in the Saraswati basin. Which are these? We have just seen this Ganveri wala from this Punjab province of this Pakistan, located on this river Hakra, Ghagar, Hakra, right? In the Ghagar, India, Hakra in Pakistan. So on this Hakra means Saraswati river, we have this Ganveri wala. Similarly, from Rajasthan, we have this Kalibangan, and from Haryana, we have this Rakhigadi, Bhirana, Banawali, and remember this Farmana. Remember this Farmana, also from this Haryana and located on this river Saraswati. And apart from whatever we have discussed in the new latest NCERT, you will find the mention of these 4 another sites. First, Karanpur from Rajasthan, Nagwada, Baksara and Khirsara. Nagwada, Baksara and Khirsara, these are from this Gujarat. Already maybe 4 or 5 years ago, they have asked the question on this Desalpur. Which of the following is Harappan site something? Desalpur from Gujarat. Now you have to remember these 3 important sites from this Gujarat: Nagwada, Khirsara and Baksara. Nagwada, Khirsara and Baksara. Nagwada, Khirsara and Baksara. Now tell me, Farmana is located in which state? IVC site Farmana. Farmana. Yes, Haryana. Karanpur. Tell me the Karanpur. Karanpur, remember Karanpur from Rajasthan. Karanpur from Rajasthan. Karanpur from Rajasthan. Tell me the sites from Haryana located on this river Saraswati. Sites from Haryana located on this river Saraswati. Sites from Haryana located on this river Saraswati. Yes, Farmana, Bhirana, Rakhigadi and Banawali. Rakhigadi and Banawali. Tell me the site from Punjab region of Pakistan located on this river Saraswati. Sites from this Punjab region of Pakistan located on the bank of river Saraswati. Who is saying Ropar? Rishikesh. Ropar is from Punjab in India, located on this river Satluj. Yes, Ganveri wala. Ganveri wala from this Punjab region of Pakistan, located on this river Saraswati or Hakra river. Tell me the site we have discussed from this Jammu. Sites we have discussed from this Jammu. Yes, Manda, located on this river Chenab. Manda, located on this river Chenab. Tell me the site we have discussed from Uttar Pradesh. Site we have discussed from Uttar Pradesh. Sites we have discussed from Uttar Pradesh. Yes, Alamgirpur, Hulas, both are from this Uttar Pradesh. Both are from this Uttar Pradesh. Karanpur is site located in Karanpur site, IVC site located in yes, Rajasthan. Now tell me the sites from which state? Nagwada, Khirsara, Baksara. Nagwada, Khirsara, Baksara. Nagwada, Khirsara, Baksara are from which state? Nagwada, Khirsara, Baksara. Yes, from Gujarat. From Gujarat. Now tell me the site from this Haryana located on Saraswati apart from Rakhigadi, Bhirana and Banavli. Apart from these three sites, tell me the fourth site from Haryana. Yes, Farmana. Now tell me this site Mohenjo-daro is located on which river? Mohenjo-daro is located on which river? Yes, Indus river. Chanudaro. 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 Yes, Indus river. Indus river. Now tell me the first discovered site in this IVC. First discovered site. Remember, Harappa is the first discovered site. That's why we call this culture or civilization as a Harappan culture or Harappan civilization. Tell me the second discovered site. Second discovered site. Second discovered site. Yes, Mohenjo-daro. Now tell me who announced this discovery of IVC. Who announced this discovery of IVC? Yes, John Marshall. Who was this first Director General of ASI? Who was the first Director General of ASI? Yes, John Marshall announced the discovery of IVC. Yes, Alexander Cunningham. Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Who is called as father of Indian prehistory? Yes, Robert Bruce Foote. Who called this Neolithic age as a Neolithic revolution? Who called this Neolithic age as Neolithic revolution? Yes, Gordon Child, Australian archaeologist. Where you will find these pit dwellings? Where you will find these pit dwellings? Pit dwellings in Burzahom. Pit dwellings in Burzahom. So which people, whether Paleolithic or Mesolithic people, which people are called as hunter-gatherers of Holocene epoch? Hunter-gatherers of Holocene epoch. Which people are called as hunter-gatherers of Holocene epoch? Paleolithic or Mesolithic? Hunter-gatherers of Holocene epoch. Yes, Mesolithic. Who is saying Paleolithic? Rishikesh. Hunter-gatherers of Pleistocene epoch are called as Paleolithic. Yes, answer is Mesolithic. Where this Atnur is located? Atnur, site Atnur. Site Atnur is located in? Yes, Telangana. Where we have discussed about this site Atnur while discussing about which period? We have discussed about this Atnur while discussing about which period? Yes, Neolithic phase. Now tell me where this site Bagor is located. Site Bagor is located. Bagor is located in Rajasthan, where we have found this domestication of animal for the first time during this Mesolithic period. Domestication of animal in this Mesolithic period. Yes, Adamgarh in Madhya Pradesh and Bagor in Rajasthan. So now we will discuss about this Harappan civilization or salient feature of this Harappan civilization. I already told you we have found this more than 2000 sites. So more than 2000 sites are excavated or discovered, which cover their more than 1.5 million square kilometer area, and it covers this part of northwest part of India, then part of Pakistan, and then Afghanistan. So we have already discussed about this extent. Next, I already told you whatever sites we have discussed, either they are from early Harappan culture or mature Harappan culture or late Harappan culture, means post-urban phase, or some sites may be from early plus mature, mature plus late, or all. Remember this: happy birthday Rahul. Happy birthday Rahul. So this H for Harappa, B for Banavali, D for Dholavira, and R for Rakhigadi. So these sites show the feature of early Harappan culture, mature Harappan culture, as well as late Harappan culture. So happy birthday Rahul. Harappa, Banavali, Dholavira, and Rakhigadi shows the feature of early, mature, as well as late Harappan culture. And remember this KL Rahul. Everybody know about this KL Rahul, right? Cricketer from Karnataka. So K means Kalibangan. So in Kalibangan you will see the early plus mature. Kalibangan show the feature of early plus mature, then Lothal mature plus late, and Rahul for Rakhigadi early, mature, and late. So if you consider this, Kalibangan shows the feature of early plus mature, Lothal show the feature of mature plus late, and then Rakhigadi show the feature of early, mature, and late. Early, mature, and late. So am I clear till now? Now tell me, Kalibangan was from which state? IVC site Kalibangan is from which state? Rajasthan. Now tell me whether it shows feature of early, mature, or late. Whether it is early site or mature site or late site. You can say EML, early, mature, late. Whether Kalibangan from early, mature, or late? Who is saying all three? Ankita, remember this mnemonic. Happy birthday Rahul. So Harappa, Banavali, Dholavira, and Rakhigadi shows the feature of all three. And remember this KL Rahul. So K for Kalibangan, early and mature, L for Lothal, mature and late, and Rakhigadi for all three. So Kalibangan shows the feature of early plus mature. Early plus mature. So now we will discuss about this salient feature of this Harappa culture. So we have already discussed this is the first urbanization in India. So we will see these urban centers, but majority of the settlements were villages, and there was this town planning. Most of the settlements were divided into two sections. On western side you will have this citadel. So citadel was smaller on western side and high platform. So there is a platform and citadel was settled on that. So most of the settlements are divided into citadel and lower town. Citadel was smaller, located on this western side and on high platform, and lower town was on this eastern side and larger. So if you consider the citadel, it was smaller but higher on the western side, and mostly it is possible that it was occupied by this ruling class member. And along with this, in the citadel you will find these special buildings. So you have to remember these two things. First is great bath, which is found at Mohenjo-daro, and second is these granaries, like I told you, this Haramkhor. H for Harappa, R for Rakhigadi, M for Mohenjo-daro, and K for Kalibangan. So remember this, these granaries were found in Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Kalibangan and Rakhigadi, and in the Mohenjo-daro you will find this great bath also. So basically archaeologists have found this large rectangular tank in the citadel of Mohenjo-daro, and if you consider this tank, on both sides we have these two flights of steps, and this floor is made up of gypsum mortar. So it was made watertight by using this gypsum mortar. On four sides you will have this corridor, and on the three sides you will have this room. Remember, in one of this room there is a well, and water was drawn from this well and used in this great bath. So there are differences of opinion among the scholar why this great bath was used, what was this purpose. And second important thing, in the citadel we have this granaries. So granaries are found in this Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Kalibangan and then Rakhigadi. So remember this Haramkhor. If you consider Mohenjo-daro, the largest building in the citadel in Mohenjo-daro is this granary. And if you consider this Harappa, in Harappa we have these 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows. So 6 from this side, 6 from this side, and we have this central passage. So in Harappa we have these 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows. This is the granary of Harappa. Next is lower town. I already told you, lower is on eastern side, larger, and we have this residential houses where common people lived. And in most of the places, I am saying about this most of the places, not all places. So in most of the places you will see these houses are arranged in this grid pattern. Means the streets and roads, they are meeting at right angle. And most of the houses, in most of the settlement, in most of the houses you will find this bathroom as well as courtyard. So if you consider, they have given too much importance to this privacy. Even today we don't have this bathroom in every houses, but at that time in most of the settlement, in most of the houses you will find this courtyard as well as bathroom. But here you have to remember these two things. One, in the Kalibangan, in most of the houses you will see these individual wells, and in Banavali you will find these three things. Which are these three things? Kitchen, toilet and then washroom. Kitchen, toilet and the wash basin. So basically they have found this jar outside this toilet, and archaeologists consider this as a wash basin. So if you get this question, where, in which settlement you will find these wells in the individual houses, answer should be Kalibangan. And where we have found this evidence of wash basin, your answer should be Banavali. Next, apart from this, so this is a general arrangement. Like we have the citadel where we have the settlement divided into citadel, lower town and all these things. But there are some exceptions also. You have to remember two things. First is Chanudharo. Remember Chanudharo, CCC. Chanudharo, city without citadel. Chanudharo, city without citadel. So if you see in the Chanudharo, you won't find the citadel. Similarly, if you see this Dholavira, in normal pattern in the settlement, we have this settlement was divided into two sections, citadel and lower town. But in the Dholavira, you will find that the settlements are divided into three sections, citadel, middle town and lower town. And in between the citadel, so here we have the citadel, middle town and lower town, and in between the citadel and middle town we have found this stadium. We have found this empty spaces with this step-like arrangement, and scholar consider that this is a stadium. So remember, in the variation we have this Chanudharo, city without citadel, and we have this Dholavira where this settlement was divided into three parts or three sections, citadel, middle town and then lower town. Next we will discuss about this uniform size of bricks. So we have already discussed about this town planning. Most of the settlements were divided into two sections, citadel and lower town. Remember, for this building they have used this uniform size of brick in the ratio 1:2:4. In the ratio 1:2:4. Remember, these bricks can be smaller, bricks can be larger, but the ratio remains same, 1:2:4. Everyone knows about this ED, enforcement Directorate, right? So everyone knows about this ED, E for Egypt, D for dried bricks. So if you consider this Egyptian civilization, they have used this dried bricks. If you consider this Mesopotamian civilization, they have used this baked brick. But along with this dried and baked bricks, Harappans have used this next advancement in the technology. They have used this burnt bricks. Burnt bricks. So along with these dried bricks which are used in this Egyptian civilization, along with these baked bricks which are used in this Mesopotamian civilization, along with that Harappans have also used these burnt bricks. So they are technologically advanced. Next, they have this underground drainage system, and this drain directly open outside their settlement. So first we have discussed about their settlement. What was this lower town, what was this citadel, what type of buildings you will find in this citadel, and all this is part of this settlement. Second is agriculture. So now tell me whether they have this surplus food grain production or subsistence agriculture. Whether Harappans have subsistence agriculture or surplus food grain production. Yes, they have this surplus food grain production. Remember, before 6th century BC, you have only one times where you will find this surplus food grain production. Why during this time this region was fertile? It was mainly because of two reasons. Annual inundation of this Indus river, and second is this more vegetation. So during this time, this region has this more vegetation, so it attracted this more rainfall. That's why you will find this region fertile, and because of this fertile region, now they have this surplus food grain production. But what is important to you is during this period they have used this wooden plow. If you get this question whether they have used this iron plow or not, your answer should be no. Don't consider that they have this surplus food grain production means they were technologically advanced and use this iron plow. No, iron, they were not acquainted with this iron. We have found this evidence of wooden plow. So they have used this wooden plow. So what are the evidences we have? Remember this KBC. Kaun banega? Karodpati. So K for Kalibangan. In Kalibangan, we have found these two furrows, two sets of furrows, right angle to each other. That means at the same time they were cultivating these two crops. They were getting these two crops. Remember, I already told you Kalibangan site was present in this early Harappan culture as well as mature Harappan culture. So we have discussed about this KL Rahul, Kalibangan from early and mature, Lothal from mature and late, and Rakhigadi from early, mature and late. So Kalibangan was present during this early Harappan site. Kalibangan was early Harappan site as well as mature Harappan site. So whatever these two sets of furrows we have found, this is from early Harappan level. Remember, this is an important point for you. This is from this early Harappan level, and then Banavali and Cholistan. In the Banavali and Cholistan, we have found this terracotta model of plow. So remember, during this time they have this surplus food grain production and they have used this wooden plow. In Kalibangan, we have found these two sets of furrow arranged right angle to each other, and this is associated with early Harappan levels. And in Banavali and Cholistan, we have found this terracotta model of plow. Next, irrigation. So basically for this agriculture, they have also used this irrigation. In the Shortugai, in Afghanistan, we have found these traces of canals. Similarly, in the Dholavira, we have found this water reservoir. Remember, Dholavira is known for this water harvesting. So in Dholavira, we have found this water reservoir. In Shortugai, we have found this traces of canal. And in Pakistan, some part of Pakistan and Afghanistan, we have found these gabarbans and nalas. So in Baluchistan and part of Afghanistan, we have found these gabarbans and nalas. So till now, we have discussed about this settlement. Then we have discussed about this agriculture, and then we have discussed about this irrigation. Now tell me, in Kalibangan we have found these two sets of furrow, whether they are associated with early Harappan level or mature, early or mature, early or mature. Where we have found this evidence of wooden plow. Wooden plow. where we have found this evidence of wooden plough? Who is saying KBC for wooden plough? Wooden plough we have found in this Banavali and Cholistan. In Kalibangan, we have only found these two sets of furrow which are right angle to each other. So where we have found this wash basin? Where you have found this wash basin? Yes, in Banavali. Now tell me, where you have found this terracotta model of plough? Where we have found this terracotta plough? Yes, Banavali and Cholistan. Now tell me, in which settlement? In almost every house you will find these wells. In which settlement you will find these wells in almost every house? Yes, Kalibangan. Now tell me, you will find these granaries in Citadel or Lower Town? You will find these granaries in Citadel or Lower Town? You will find these granaries in Citadel or Lower Town? Yes, Citadel. Now tell me, among these A, B, C, D, where you will find these granaries? First is Harappa, then Lothal, then Dholavira, and then Rakhigadi. So among these A, B, C, D, where you will find these granaries? Where you will find these granaries? Yes, A and D. Now tell me, where you will find these 12 in the granaries, where you will find these 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows? Yes, answer is A and D. So among these granaries, where you will find these 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows? Yes, in the Harappa. So where we found these traces of canals? Where we found these traces of canals? Yes, sure Tugai. So now we will discuss about this next, that is domestication of animal. So remember, most favored animal. Which was this most favored animal? It was humped bulls. Humped bull. Remember, Harappans were not acquainted with horses. We don't have any conclusive evidences about it. So if you get these questions, whether they were acquainted with horses, your answer should be no. And second is, the most favored animal was this humped bull. Next we will discuss about this crafts and industries. So now tell me, whether Harappans made stone objects? Yes or no? Whether Harappans made stone objects? Yes. Copper objects? Yes or no? Yes. Tell me now, bronze object? Bronze object? Yes. Now tell me about this iron object. Iron object. Yes, iron you will find only after this 1000 BC, means from this later Vedic period. So your answer should be no. Now take your time and tell me, among this copper and bronze object, which you will find in the more number? Among this copper and bronze object, which you will find in this more number? Copper objects or bronze objects? See, I already told you while discussing about this Chalcolithic. So earlier we have this Stone Age, then we have this Chalcolithic. So during this Chalcolithic, along with this stone, people just started using this copper. So copper was in general limited form. So copper objects were less. Similarly, now during this time in this Bronze Age, they just started using this bronze. So if you compare with this copper, bronze was limited. So definitely you will see more copper objects than the bronze. Everyone should understand. So while discussing about this Chalcolithic period, I already told you they just started using this copper. So there were more copper objects than stone objects. Similarly here they just started using this bronze. So you will find this more copper objects than the bronze objects. And in the bronze, so this bronze is made up of copper plus tin. So in this Harappan civilization or Harappan culture, you will see the small percentage of tin. You will see this smaller percentage of tin. Next, centers of craft production. So which are the centers of craft production making these crafts? So Chanudarwa, then you have this Nageshwar and Balakot, then Lothal, Kalibangan, and then Sukur and Rohiri hills. Remember this Sukur and Rohiri hills from this Pakistan region northwest part, it has provided this limestone. It has provided this limestone. If you consider this Kalibangan, Kali means black and Bangan means bangles. So basically it is famous for this black terracotta cotton. If you see this Lothal, in the Lothal we have found these storehouses, as well as we have found this port. So in the Lothal is mostly famous for making this shell and metal objects. Similarly, we have this Nageshwar and Balakot for this shell objects, as well as we have this Chanudaro making for the shell, stone, as well as metal object. Now tell me where this Nageshwar is located. In which state Nageshwar is present? In which state Nageshwar is present? Yes, present in Gujarat. So these are the centers of craft production. If you consider this trade, I already told you during this time there was surplus food grain production. So we have these urban centers and we have this flourishing trade. They traded internally as well as externally with Mesopotamia and all. But most important, see, I told you horse comes with this Vedic period, spoked wheels comes with this Vedic period, then iron from this later Vedic period. Second urbanization from the 6th century BC. Similarly, we have used first time this metal coins from the 6th century BC. So before the 6th century BC, whenever the question comes whether they have used this metal coins in the trade, your answer should be no. Till the 6th century BC, we have this barter exchange. So if you consider this Harappa, they did not use this metal money. Remember, first time we have used the metal money in the 6th century BC or 600 BC, and that was punch mark coins. So these are not inscribed coins, these are punch mark coins made up of mostly silver and copper. We will discuss while discussing about this period of Mahajanpal. But remember, Harappan's people did not use this metal money. So they have this flourishing trade, but it was based on this barter exchange. So in the barter, they have procured this copper from first of all Khetri region of Rajasthan, and second is this Oman. Remember, they have procured this copper from Khetri region of Rajasthan and Oman. Then lapis lazuli. So this is blue colored stone. Lapis lazuli is a blue colored stone procured from this Shartugai. Similarly, carnelian is a red colored stone from this Bharuch, means Gujarat, and they have procured this gold from Karnataka and Afghanistan. Gold from Karnataka and Afghanistan. So remember, they have procured this copper from Khetri region of Rajasthan as well as Oman, also called as Magan. Then they have procured this lapis lazuli from Shartugai, carnelian from Gujarat, gold from South India means Karnataka as well as from this Afghanistan. So basically, how do we know that they have procured this copper from Oman? So if you consider the copper objects which are found in this Harappa as well as Mesopotamia, so these are similar. In both the cases, we have found these traces of nickel. So in the Mesopotamia site, whatever copper objects we have found, as well as in this Harappan site, we have found these traces of nickel. This suggests this common origin. And in the Mesopotamia text, they have mentioned that they have procured this copper from Magan, means Oman. So if they have procured this copper from Oman or Magan, then definitely we have also procured this copper from this Oman. So if you consider in the Mesopotamia as well as Harappa, we have found this similar type of copper objects. Similar type in the sense they have these traces of nickel. That means they must procure from the same region. Mesopotamia text, they have mentioned that the copper was procured from Magan, means Oman. So definitely we also have procured the copper from this Magan or Oman. So if you consider this Mesopotamian text, they have mentioned this Magan for Oman, they have mentioned this Dilmun for this Bahrain, and they have mentioned this Meluha for this Harappa region. Meluha for this Harappa region. Apart from that, you have to remember that the seals, if you consider this Harappan seals, they have this square or rectangular, but in the Mesopotamia, you will find this cylindrical seal. You will find this cylindrical seal. Now we will discuss about this script. So before we discuss about the script, tell me Mesopotamian text mention which terms for this Harappa region. Yes, Meluha. Now tell me Mesopotamian text mention which term for this island of Bahrain. Which term for this Bahrain? Mesopotamian text mention which term for Bahrain? Yes, Dilmun. Tell me the term for this Oman. Tell me the term for this Oman. Not Mohan, Magan. Now tell me, in the Mesopotamia, which type of seal you will find? Square, rectangular or cylindrical? Which type of seal you will find? Square, rectangular or cylindrical? Yes, cylindrical. Now we will discuss about this enigmatic script. Why we are calling this enigmatic script? Because this script is not deciphered yet. It is still undeciphered, and if you see, this script is not alphabetical, it is pictographic. It consists of approximately 375 to 400 signs. So remember, Harappan script is not deciphered yet, and this is not alphabetical but mainly pictographic. If you consider the most of the inscription, wherever we have found this inscription on this copper object, we have found the inscription on this bones, we have found the inscription on these rods. So most of the inscriptions are short. Most of the inscriptions are short, average about these 5 signs. So on the inscription, we have average 5 signs, and these inscription, if you see, analyze carefully, these are written from right to left. Right to left. So most of the inscriptions are short. If you consider the longest inscription, which consists of 26 signs. Longest inscription consists of 26 signs, but in general most of the inscriptions are short, written from this right to left, consist of average 5 signs. But as most of the inscriptions are short, but in case there is long inscription like this 26 sign, then it was written from right to left, then left to right, then right to left, means reverse direction on alternative lines. This is called as Bostrophidan. This is called as Bostrophidan method. So remember, most of the inscriptions are short, average consists of 5 lines written from right to left, but some of the inscriptions are long. Longest was this 26 sign and written from right to left, then left to right, means reverse direction in alternative lines. So this is called as Bostrophidan method. So as most of the inscriptions are short, most of the inscriptions are small also in size, but we have found this one large inscription in this Dholavira signboard. So in the Dholavira, we have this large inscription, consists of 10 signs. Consists of 10 signs. So remember, most of the inscriptions are short and smaller in size. The longest consists of 26 signs, and most of the inscriptions are smaller in size, but largest consist of 10 signs found in this Dholavira. So if you consider these weights, Harappans have used this precise system of weight, and these weights were made of this chert stone. So remember, this is a type of soft stone. So these weights were made up of this chert stone, and the lower denomination were in this binary multiple of 2, and higher denomination are in this decimal in the multiple of 10. So remember, Harappans use this precise system of weightage, and these weights are made up of chert. Why you have to remember these weights are made up of chert? Because while discussing about this Harappan seal, we will discuss that the seals are made up of steatite stone. So here weights are made up of chert stone and seals are made up of steatite stone. If you see the burials of Harappa, so along with this dead body, you will see the stone objects, copper objects, then bronze objects, but these are rare, means not that much common. So in general, you can say Harappa did not believe in burying these precious things. So in most of the times, you will find only this stone objects and all these things. So we have found this bronze and all in some of these graves along with this dead body, but in general, they did not believe in burying these precious things. Now we will discuss about this art. So if you consider this Harappan seals and sealings, so these Harappan seals are mostly square or rectangular and made up of this steatite stone. I already told you these weights were made up of this chert stone. Harappan seals are made up of this steatite stone, and most of the Harappan seals you will find this animal motif along with these signs. So sign from this Harappan script, sign from this undeciphered Harappan script, and you will also see these animals. So if you get the question, which animals are represented and which animals are not represented, remember, most important is unicorn. So largest number of seals depict this unicorn. So unicorn was depicted for this largest number of times, and then they will ask which animal is represented and which animal is not represented. So more than represented, what they will ask, which animal is not represented on this Harappan seal. Remember this mnemonic Holika. Remember this word Holika. HO for horse, LI for lion, CA for camel and cow. Camel and cow. So remember this horse, lion, camel and cow. These are not represented on Harappan seal. Then which animals are represented on Harappan seal? Buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino, humped bulls, unicorn. All these are represented. But here also you have to remember these two important. Which are these? Crocodile and snake. Crocodile and snake. So remember, crocodile and snake are represented, and which are not represented? Holika. Horse, lion, camel and cow. So along with this buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino, deer, unicorn, humped bulls, all these you have to remember these snakes and crocodile. So snake and crocodile, these are also represented on this Harappan seals, and which are not represented? Horse, lion, camel and cow. So now in the Mohenjo-daro, we have found this Pashupati seal. So in Mohenjo-daro, we have found this seal where we have found this man seated in yogic posture. So we have found this Harappan seal in Mohenjo-daro where a man seated in yogic posture, and this man consists of 3 faces and 2 horns. So we have found this seal where this seal represents this human figure consists of 3 faces and 2 horns seated in yogic posture, and we call this as a Pashupati seal. So what is important for you? This Pashupati seal, where we have found this Pashupati seal in Mohenjo-daro, and in this human figure or this man seated in this yogic posture was surrounded by, remember this better, buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino, left, right, right, left. So remember, this man seated in this yogic posture in this Harappan seal was surrounded by better, buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino, left, right, right, left. So we have this buffalo and rhino on the left side and elephant and tiger on the right side, and at his feet we have seen these 2 deers. So 2 deers are present at his feet. So he was surrounded by buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino, better, left, right, right, left, and on this feet we have these 2 antelopes or 2 deer. So where you will find this Pashupati seal? At Mohenjo-daro. At Mohenjo-daro. Now tell me, most of the seals are made up of? Most of the Harappan seals are made up of which stone? Most of the Harappan seals are made up of which stone? Steatite stone. Now tell me, the weights are made up of which stone? Weights are made up of which stone? Chert stone. Which animals are not represented? I will give you the option. Tell me, among these, which animal was not represented? Lion, tiger, unicorn, snake. Lion, tiger, unicorn, snake. Which animal is not represented? Who is saying lion and tiger? We have just seen this Pashupati seal. Buffalo, elephant, tiger. Tiger is presented on Pashupati seal. How you can say this T, L and T? Remember this. Which animals are not represented? Holika. Horse, lion, camel and cow. Now tell me, among this, which animal is represented? Which animal is represented? Snake, tiger, horse, crocodile. Which animals are represented? A, B, C, D. Yes, snake, tiger and then crocodile. Snake, tiger and crocodile. So where we have found this large inscription in Harappa, which consists of 10 signs. Where we have found this large inscription in Harappa. Large inscription in Harappa. We have found this in Dholavira. Now tell me, in which place or in which site settlement was divided into 3 parts instead of these 2 parts. Settlement was divided into 3 parts instead of these 2 parts or 2 sections. Yes, in the Dholavira, where we have found this, in most of the houses, we have found this wells in individual houses. In which settlement? Yes, Kalibangan. Kalibangan. So from where Harappans have procured this copper? From where Harappans have procured this copper? Procured this copper. Yes, Oman and Khetri mines. Now tell me the name used for this Oman by this Mesopotamian text. Name used for this Oman in this Mesopotamian text. Name used for Oman in this Mesopotamian text. Yes, Magan. Now tell me the term used for this Harappa region in this Mesopotamian text. Term used for this Harappa in this Mesopotamian text. Meluha. Meluha. Now tell me, most of the inscriptions are short or long? Most of the inscriptions are short or long? Most of the inscriptions are short or long? Yes, short. Who is saying, Ankita? Most of the inscriptions are short, not long. Suppose there is a long inscription, which method they have used for writing? Suppose there is long inscription, which method is used by these Harappans for writing? Yes, Bostrophidan method. Bostrophidan method. Now tell me where you will find this, where we have found this Pashupati seal. Where we have found this Pashupati seal. Yes, Mohenjo-daro. So now we will discuss about this last part in this art, that is bronze objects, then stone objects, and then terracotta figurines. So if you consider these bronze statues or bronze object, now tell me whether this is used by higher class people or ordinary people in general, whether this is used by some higher class people or ordinary people, bronze statues or object. See, I already told you, they just started using this bronze. So bronze objects are limited. As something is limited, it must be precious. So if the bronze objects are precious, these must be used by this upper class people mostly. So because of that, though it was this bronze objects were less in number, but these are of high quality, and you have to remember these two bronze objects. First is dancing girl. So bronze statue of dancing girl at Mohenjo-daro. At Mohenjo-daro, and this Daimabad man with chariot found in Daimabad. We have already discussed Daimabad was late Chalcolithic site, as well as Daimabad was Daimabad was Chalcolithic site as well as late Harappan site. We have this early Harappan culture, mature and late Harappan culture. So Daimabad is a late Harappan culture site. So in Daimabad we have found this man with chariot, so bronze object, and we have found this dancing girl at Mohenjo-daro. If you consider this stone statue, so we have this steatite statue of priest king, steatite statue of this priest king, and then this male torso at Harappa. So remember, this is made up of jasper. It is found at Harappa. And this steatite statue of priest king, it is found at Mohenjo-daro. It is found at Mohenjo-daro. So where we have found this Pashupati seal? Where we have found this Pashupati seal? Yes, Mohenjo-daro. Where we have found this dancing girl? Bronze statue of dancing girl? Mohenjo-daro. And here we have found this steatite statue of priest king. So in this stone, it is made up of steatite and it is made up of this jasper. So we have found this male torso at Harappa and steatite statue of priest king at Mohenjo-daro. Next we will discuss about this terracotta figurine. Terracotta figurine. Remember, this objects made up of this terracotta, these are mostly used by this common people either as religious objects like mother goddess to worship, or it is used as toy by these children. So these terracotta figurines most of the times are used by these common people for this religious objects or tie. That's why this is not sophisticated. This is unsophisticated work. Means these are not that fine. These are crude. So remember, as this was used by these common people, this was not that fine or sophisticated. Instead of that, it was unsophisticated work and crude. So we have this example of mother goddess. Example of mother goddess made up of this terracotta. So if you consider this religious, whether Harappan's people worship or not, so it is very difficult to say because we don't know about their script. Script is still not deciphered, but in general we have found this seal. We consider this as a proto-Shiva and we consider that they worship this proto-Shiva or Pashupati seal. Then we have found this great bath. We have found this rectangular tank and we consider this rectangular tank as a great bath. So by comparing with this later tradition, we are calling this as a great bath. We are calling this figure in this terracotta figurine, we are calling this figurine as a mother goddess. So basically very difficult to say anything, but in general whatever evidence we have, we consider they worship this. So they worship this Pashupati seal, they worship this mother goddess and all these things. So basically you can definitely say they were practicing this idol worship. So we have found this mother goddess Pashupati seal, and we consider that they might worship them. So they do this idol worship. So along with that, we have also found this fire altars. So fire altars, how we found this fire altars? We have just find these small pits with terracotta cake, and we are considering this as a fire altar. So where we have found Lothal, Kalibangan, Banavali, and then Rakhigadi. Next, if you consider this, now we have already discussed about this, all the feature, we will just like quickly revise. So if you consider this Dholavira, so in most of the settlement, we have this settlement was divided into two sections, Citadel and Lower Town, but in the Harappa it is divided into three sections, Citadel, Middle Town, and then Lower Town. So between the Citadel and Middle Town, we have this stadium. Most of the inscriptions are small, but in the Harappa we have found this in the Dholavira we have found this Dholavira signboard, which consists of this 10 large sign. So in Dholavira we have found this large inscription, and we have also found this water reservoir in the Dholavira. Remember, Dholavira is known for this water harvesting, and in 2021 it was added in this World Heritage Site tag, World Heritage list. So this is the first site from India, means IVC site from India, which got this World Heritage Site tag. But apart from that, you have to remember, we have also find this chess. So we have found this stone with this game board. We consider this as a stage chess or chessboard, and along with that we have also found this bronze mirror and bronze chisel. So in the Dholavira we have found this bronze mirror and bronze chisel. Next, Lothal. So we have already discussed in the center of craft production. Lothal is an important center of this craft production, and along with that, remember, it is an important trade center because we have found this storehouse as well as dockyard. So in Lothal we have found this storehouse and then dockyard. Next is Mohenjo-daro. So we have already seen, we have found this great bath, then Pashupati seal, then we have found this largest building in this Mohenjo-daro, that is granary, then bronze statue of dancing girl, steatite statue of priest king. In Shortugai, why Shortugai is famous? It was famous for this lapis lazuli, and we have also found this traces of canals. In Kalibangan, we have found this granary, fire altars. We have also found this evidences of plough field associated with early Harappan level, and it was famous for this black terracotta bangle. And in every houses, almost every houses, we have found these wells. Now tell me, am I clear till now? So now we will discuss about this end of Harappan civilization. So whatever the features we have discussed, like urban centers, flourishing trade, all these are features of this mature Harappan culture, which is from 2600 to 1900. And whatever the uniformity which was present in this Harappan culture or Harappan civilization, it was started disappearing from this 1900. So from this 1900, you will see this disappearance of this uniformity as well as disappearance of these towns. And once again in this during this time, now from this 19th century, we have this late Harappan culture, and whatever the uniformity, it was going to disappear, and you will see this regional variation, and once again this rural settlement. So remember, when I am saying this 2600 to 1900, means not in all places you will see the start of this late Harappan phase from 1900. No, even some places you will see start of this late Harappan phase from 2000. In some places you will see from this 1800. So in general, I am saying about this 2600 to 1900, means this is average. So from this 1900, you will see this loss or disappearance of this uniformity, disappearance of these towns, and now there was start of this regional variation, and you will find this rural settlement. So there are many reasons of this declining, and now most of the scholars consider two important reasons. First is climate change, and second is drying up of Saraswati river. So we have already discussed about this Saraswati river in the beginning. So Saraswati river was dried around this 1900. So that's why we today consider this Saraswati river as a lost river. And whatever the remnants we have, these are in the form of seasonal river, Ghagar in India and Hakra in Pakistan. So climate change and drying up of Saraswati river, these are the two main reasons for this decline of Harappan civilization or Harappan culture. But some scholars earlier also considered that this Aryan invasion, invasion of this Aryan invasion are responsible for this decline of this Harappan culture. But remember, we don't have any evidences of Aryan invasion. As of now, we don't consider this Aryan invasion. Remember, earlier scholar considered that these Aryans migrated in such a large wave, in such a large number, large scale, that they have destroyed this urban phase. They have destroyed this Harappan civilization. But we don't have any evidences. Definitely there was Aryan migration, but Aryans migrated in smaller waves, not in the large, so that they can destroy the civilization. So remember, today what we consider, there was no Aryan invasion, there was no large scale Aryan migration, but there was Aryan migration on smaller scale. Aryan migration on smaller scale. So am I clear to you, everyone? Yes, Lothal was also trading center, Shortugai was also a trading depot. So please everyone, am I clear? There were many trading centers. You don't have to remember, most of these urban centers were trading centers. So now tell me, Mohenjo-daro is located on which river? 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 Who is saying Ravi? Mohenjo-daro is located on which river? Yes, Indus river. Now tell me, this Roper is located on which river? Roper is located on which river? Roper is located on which river? Yes, Satluj river. Satluj river. Alamgirpur is present in which state? Alamgirpur present in which state? Alamgirpur, Uttar Pradesh. Now tell me this Karanpur. Karanpur is present in which state? Karanpur. Karanpur is present in which state? Yes, Rajasthan. Rajasthan. Tell me the Nageshwar is present in which state? Nageshwar. Yes, Nageshwar is present from this Gujarat, not Rajasthan. Gujarat from not Rajasthan. Now tell me, we have found these 4 sites from Haryana. One is Rakhigadi, then Bhirana, and then Banawali. All 3 are located on this river Saraswati. Tell me the 4th site, name of this 4th site, which is from this Haryana and on this Saraswati river. Yes, Farmana. Which is the largest site? Largest Harappan site? Rakhigadi. Which is the oldest or earliest Harappan site? Oldest or earliest Harappan site? Bhirana. So Bhirana is from which state? Bhirana is from which state? Now tell me, yes, Haryana. Now tell me, this Khirsara and Baksara, these are from which state? Khirsara and Baksara are from which state? Khirsara and Baksara are from which state? Yes, Gujarat. So where we have found this evidences of traces of canals? Where we have found this evidences of traces of canals? Traces of canals? Yes, Shortugai. So what is the source of this carnelian, red colored stone? Source of carnelian, red colored stone? Yes, Bharuch, Gujarat. Bharuch or Gujarat. So this Mohenjo-daro was added in this World Heritage Site list. In which year? Mohenjo-daro is added in this World Heritage Site list. In which year? Who is saying 2021? Remember, Mohenjo-daro was not added. Only one site from IVC from India, that is Dholavira in 2021. Dholavira in 2021. What is this irrigation system, Shivam? So Shivam, tell me, what is this irrigation system you are asking? Yes, we have discussed about this under this irrigation system. All these gabarbans, nalas, this is a part of irrigation system, right? So remember, now tell me, we have found this evidences of traces of canal from which site? Traces of canal from which site? Yes, irrigation system was there. Traces of canal from which site? In the Shortugai. Where we have found this water reservoirs? Where we have found this water reservoir? Yes, Dholavira. Where we have found this bronze statue of dancing girl? 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 Yes, bronze statue of dancing girl from Mohenjo-daro. Tell me now, among these, where you will find this large inscription? Where you will find this large inscription? Large inscription. Large inscription. Yes, option C or Dholavira. So where we have found this male torso made up of jasper? Where we have found this male torso made up of jasper? Made up of jasper? Yes, A. Harappa. A. Harappa. In which site the settlement was divided into three parts? Settlement was divided into three parts. Yes, Dholavira. Where we have found this wash basin? Where we have found this wash basin? Yes, Banavali. Where we have found this, what I would say, chessboard? Where we have found this chessboard? Among these five, which sites are located on the river bank of Saraswati river? Which sites are located in this Saraswati river valley? Who is saying all? Harappa is located on Ravi river. Mohenjo-daro is from this Pakistan, right? Sindh region. So Mohenjo-daro was from the Sindh region located on this Indus river. Dholavira from this Gujarat. Remember this Banavali and then Rakhigadi. Banavali and then Rakhigadi. Now tell me, most of the seals are made up of which type of stone? Most of the seals are made up of which type of stone? Most of the seals are made up of which type of stone? Yes, steatite stone. Most of the weights are made up of? Most of the weights are made up of? Chert, right? Now tell me whether I am correct or incorrect. Statement is true or false. Harappans have used these metal coins for the first time in the trade. Harappans were the first in India who used these metal coins in the trade. No, Harappans did not use the metal coins. We have used the first metal coins in the 6th century BC or 600 BC, that is punch mark coins, not the Harappans. Yes, they have this barter system. Now tell me, among these lion, elephant, buffalo and tiger, which animal was not represented? Lion, buffalo, elephant, tiger, which animal was not represented? So remember this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, buffalo, elephant, snake, crocodile, bull, tiger and rhino. Now tell me, among these, which animal are represented on this Pashupati seal? Which animals are represented on this Pashupati seal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which animal are represented on this Pashupati seal? Who is saying all? All animals are represented on seal in general, but not on Pashupati seal. Yes, better: buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino. Buffalo, elephant, tiger, rhino. Now tell me, among these, which animal represented on left side of Pashupati seal? Which animals are represented on left side of Pashupati seal? Yes, buffalo and rhino. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. Whether camel was represented on Pashupati, whether camel was represented on this Harappan seal? Camel was represented on Harappan seal or not? Who is saying yes? I told you this. Remember this: Holika. Horse, lion, camel and cow. All these are not represented on Pashupati seal. Now tell me where you have found this two sets of furrow right angle to each other. Two sets of furrow right angle to each other, which indicates that they have used this plough field. Two sets of furrow right angle to each other. Yes, in the Kalibangan, whether it was associated with early Harappan level or mature Harappan level. Whether it was associated with early or mature. Early or mature. Yes, it was associated with this early Harappan level. Now tell me where we have found this terracotta model of plough. Where we have found this terracotta plough. Where we have found this terracotta plough. Banavali and Cholistan. Now tell me which settlement did not have the citadel. Which settlement did not have the citadel? Yes, Chanudaro. Now tell me, among this Dholavira, Lothal and Rakhigadi, where you will find this granary? Dholavira, Rakhigadi and Lothal. Where you will find this granary? Granary. Yes, Rakhigadi. Where you will find this granary consists of 12 rooms arranged in 2 rows, 6 rooms on either side. Yes, Harappa. Whether you will find this granary in the citadel or lower town? Citadel or lower town? Tell me whether I am correct or incorrect. The southernmost site of Harappa is located in this Madhya Pradesh. Southernmost site of Harappa is located in Madhya Pradesh. No? Located in Maharashtra, Daimabad, right? Now tell me, on which bank this Daimabad is located? On which river bank Daimabad is located? Daimabad is located. Yes, Pravara, who is saying Bhima? Megha, we have discussed about this ICS, Indian Civil Service, Inamgaon, Songaon and Chandoli. These are from this Pune, from this river Bhima. But this Zorwe, Nevasa, Daimabad, all these are from this Ahmednagar district, from this river Pravara, which is a tributary of this Godavari. Now tell me, Navdatoli is located on which river? Navdatoli is located on which river? Narmada river. Now tell me, Gilund is located on which river? Gilund is located on which river? Banas river. Now tell me the Neolithic site where we have found this large bone implements. Tell me the Neolithic site where we have found this large bone implements. Yes, Chirand. Where we have found this jadeite stone in this Neolithic site. In Neolithic site where we have found this jadeite stone. Yes, Daujali, Hading. Daujali, Hading. So when Guptas were ruling in this north part of India, who was ruling in this Kamrup dynasty, Kamrup kingdom? When Gupta were ruling from this North India, who was ruling from this Kamrup kingdom? Yes, Varmans were ruling from this Kamrup kingdom. Who was ruling from this Deccan region? Yes, Vakatakas. So immediately after this Maurya, who established their rule in this Gangetic Valley? Immediately after this Maurya, who established their rule in this Gangetic Valley? Yes, Shungas established their rule in this Gangetic Valley. When Shungas were ruling in this north part of India, who was ruling in this northwest part of India? Who was ruling in this northwest part of India? Yes, Indo-Greeks were ruling from this northwest part of India. Now tell me where this site Bagor is located. Where this site Bagor is located. Rajasthan. Tell me the site which is famous for this dwelling pits. Site famous for this dwelling pits. Burzahom. Tell me where you will find this Langanaj. Tell me the state where you will find this Langanaj. Gujarat. We have found this evidences of pottery in Langanaj. Yes or no? Evidence of pottery from Langanaj. Yes or no? Earliest domestication of animal found in Didwana. Yes or no? Earliest domestication of animal found in Didwana. Yes or no? No, not Didwana. Bagor. Bagor in Rajasthan and Adamgarh Hills in this Madhya Pradesh. Hunter-gatherers of Pleistocene epoch. Hunter-gatherers of Pleistocene epoch. Which are these people? Hunter gatherers of Pleistocene epoch. Yes, Paleolithic. First farmers in India. First farmers in India. First farmers in India. Neolithic people. Neolithic people. Particularly if they ask the direct side, people of Mehergarh, right? People of Mehergarh. So now we will start this next, that is Vedic period. Now tell me whether you will find this revision helpful, active recall session helpful, or we can directly take this lecture only. Whether we should continue this active recall in between or we directly complete this. So from today's lecture we have these two last topics or chapters. First is Vedic period and second is period of Mahajanpad or 6th century BC. Okay, we will continue with the same. Okay, we will do for both modern also. See, usual. I have this written roads. Just wait for 1 day because if I want to make it this what I would say digital or PDF friendly, means you can take this print friendly. Then I have to make some scan copies and all. So just bear for this 1 more day. So now we will discuss about this Vedic period. Remember, if you see the questions they have asked from this Vedic period till now, first of all, either they have focused on this Vedic literature, and even in this Vedic literature, you don't have to get information about this too much detail. No, you just need this basic information. Plus, if they are asking the questions from this Vedic period, these are generalistic. like comparing this Vedic period with this Harappan civilization, whether in the early Vedic period they were acquainted with iron, whether they were acquainted with horses, and their comparison with this Indus Valley civilization, whether they have this surplus food grain production, urban center, all these things. And if they are not comparing with this IVC and all, then they are asking about the simple question, like in general feature, where this territory is important, where this people itself like Jana is important, then what about this Upanishad, like this literature. So here you have to focus on this literature, Vedic literature, and second is general understanding. You don't have to go in too much detail. Remember, just general understanding. What was this condition in early Vedic period, and then condition in this later Vedic period. Condition in this later Vedic period. So we will discuss about this in general condition about this Vedic period, early Vedic period, later Vedic period, along with their Vedic literature. And once we do this Vedic literature, we will quickly take this UNESCO site like intangible cultural heritage, because there are changes in this World Heritage site, intangible cultural heritage, memory of world register, and UNESCO's creative cities network. So first we will discuss about this Vedic period and we will quickly finish this UNESCO related topic. So if you consider the Aryans, I already told you there was no Aryan invasion, there was no large scale Aryan migration, but Aryans migrated in the several waves. So Aryans migrated from this Russian steppes, from this steppes between this southern Russia and Central Asia. From this Russian steppes, Aryans migrated to this northwest part of India in several waves here from 2000 to 1500 BC. So basically Aryans migrated to this northwest part of India in several waves from 2500 to 1500 BC. So around this 1500 BC, in this northwest region, that is Sapta Sindhu region, they have composed this Rig Veda and called themselves Arya. And from this 1500 BC to 1000 BC, they settled in this northwestern part of India, that is Sapta Sindhu region. Sapta Sindhu region. And after this 1000 BC, they migrated to this western part of UP and around this 600 BC. So we have this Vedic period from 1500 to 600. So 1500 to 1000 we have this early Vedic period, and 1000 to 600 we have this later Vedic period. So in early Vedic period, Aryans first of all from 2000 to 1500 they migrated in several waves. From 1500 to 1000 they settle in this northwest part of India, that is Sapta Sindhu region, and then in the later Vedic period they migrated here. So in this around this 1000 BC they migrated to this west part of UP, and in the end, later end of this Vedic period, they come here, that is eastern part of UP and then part of Bihar. Part of Bihar. So remember, Aryans came to India. So initially they came in these several small waves in northwestern part of India, then settle in this northern part of India. So before discussing about this Aryans, they came, they composed Rig Veda and all these things. Who were these Aryans? So remember, Aryans were nothing but speakers of Indo-European language. So there are many Indo-European language, among them is Indo-Aryan language. So they were speakers of Indo-Aryan language. So earlier historians used this term speakers of Indo-Aryan language. Then they have used the shortened terms Indo-Aryan, and then now they are using these Aryans. So remember, Aryans were speakers of Indo-European language, and they are primarily pastoralist, and agriculture was their secondary occupation, and they were living in this, I already told you, between this southern Russia and Central Asia. So they were living in these Russian steppes between southern Russia and Central Asia. Central Asia. So basically now Aryans were pastoralists. Pastoralism was their primary occupation, agriculture was the secondary occupation. Now in search of pasture, they migrated to these different parts of Europe and Asia, and they came to India around this 1500 BC and composed this Rig Veda and called themselves Arya. Before they came to India, they also appeared in this Iran. So they migrated to these different parts of Europe and Asia. So before came to India, they also migrated to this Iran, and in Iran around this 1400 BC, they composed this Avesta. So this Rig Veda was composed in India, and in Vedic Sanskrit, and Avesta was composed in this Iran in Avestan language. And as these are composed by Aryans, that is the same group of people, there is similarity between this Rigved and Avesta. Remember, in this migration, horse played an important role. In this migration, horse played an important role. That's why if you consider this Rigved, most number of times, if you consider among this animal, Ashwa, which is used for this horse, was mentioned for this most number of time. So if you consider this Vedic period, we have this early Vedic period from 1500 to 1000, then we have this later Vedic period from 1000 to 600. So in this early Vedic period, Aryans migrated to this northwest part of India, then they settled in this North India. So in the northwest part of India, in this early Vedic period, they composed this Rigved. So we have this 4 Ved, Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved. Then we have this Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. Among all this Vedic literature, Rigved was composed in this early Vedic period and all others are composed in this later Vedic period. That's why this early Vedic period is also called as Rigvedic period. So remember, Rigved was composed in this early Vedic period around this 1500 BC in the northwest part of India in the Sapta Sindhu region. So if you consider this Sapta Sindhu, Sapta means 7. So what are these 7 rivers? Indus, then its 5 tributaries. So remember, Indus plus 5 tributaries plus Saraswati. Indus, then 5 tributaries and then Saraswati. Remember, some scholars consider that this Saraswati means Helmand river from Afghanistan, which was earlier called as Harakswati, and some other scholars consider that this Saraswati means Saraswati river from India. So we have just discussed while discussing about this IVC, this Ghaggar Hakra river. So some scholars consider that this Saraswati means Helmand river in Afghanistan, and some scholars consider that this Saraswati means Saraswati river from this India. So what is important here is name of this river and their Vedic name. So if you consider this Indus river, we call this as a Sindhu. Then Jhelum, remember for this Jhelum you have this term Vitasta. Jhelum, Vitasta, here we have this Bias, Vipasha. For this Chenab, you have to remember this Askini, and Ravi, we use this term Parushni. For this Satlaj, we have this Shutudri, SS. Most important are Chenab, we call this, means during this Vedic period, we call this as a Askini, and then Ravi, we call this as a Parushni, because here Aryans fought this Battle of Ten King. Battle of Ten King. So Battle of Ten King was fought on the bank of river Ravi or Parushni. So for the Jhelum, we have this Vitasta, then Chenab, Askini, Ravi, Parushni, Bias, Vipasha, and Satlaj means Shutudri. Remember, when Aryans came, so Aryans came in these several waves from 2000 to 1500 BC in northwest part of India. So around this 1500 BC, they composed this Rigved. So once they came to India, if you consider around this 1500 BC, there were 2 types of people. One who composed this Rigved and they called themselves as Arya, and others who did not compose this Rigved. So among these Aryans, among these others, that is those who did not compose this Rigved, we have this Das and Dasyus. We have this Das and Dasyus. If you consider among these Das and Dasyus, so Das, I already told you, these Aryans came into this waves, several waves from 2000 to 1500. So around this 1500, these people composed this Rigved and called themselves Arya. So basically before that also many Aryans came. So this Das means early branch of Aryans, and Dasyus means original inhabitant of this land. Why we are calling this Das as an early branch of Aryans? Because this term Das was also appeared in Avesta, in this Iranian text, and these Aryans were not hostile. They were soft toward this Das. But if you consider this Dasyus, Aryans were hostile toward this Dasyus, and term Dasu Hatya means killing of Dasyus is also mentioned in this Rigved. And these Dasyus were not cattle keeping animal, but the Das were cattle keeping. We know Aryans were pastoral, so they were this cattle keeping animal. They were this cattle keeping humans. So basically these Das were cattle keeping, but Dasyus were not cattle keeping. So you have this Das. Das means early branch of Aryans mentioned in this Iranian literature, and Aryans were soft towards them. If you consider this Dasyus were original inhabitant. These Aryans were hostile against them, and Dasu Hatya is also mentioned. They worship this phallus. So they worship this phallus and they did not keep this animal. So remember, when Aryans came, they fight against the Das and Dasyus, as well as they fought among themselves. So among themselves, among Aryans in these 10 tribes, we have this battle of 10 king, which was fought on this river Ravi. Now tell me the Vedic name of this river Ravi. Tell me the Vedic name of this river Ravi. Vedic names of river Ravi. Yes, Parushni. Tell me the Vedic name of river Chenab. Vedic name of this river Chenab. Yes, Askini. Vedic name of river Jhelum. Jhelum. River Jhelum. Yes, Vitasta. Which river was called as Vipasha? Vipasha. Yes, Bias. And Satluj means Shatudri. Now tell me, when Aryans came to India, they were living in this Sapta Sindhu region in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? They were living in this Sapta Sindhu region in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? In the early Vedic period. Now tell me, take your time, but tell me, Rig Veda was composed in Sapta Sindhu region or in eastern part of UP? Rig Veda was composed in the Sapta Sindhu region or north part of India or Gangetic Valley or eastern UP? West East UP. Where? Yes, Sapta Sindhu region, because I already told you Rig Veda was composed in this early Vedic period. So in the early Vedic period, Aryans were in this, living in this Sapta Sindhu region. Now tell me, Aryan invasion was responsible for this decline or end of IVC. Correct? Incorrect? Aryan invasion was responsible for this end of IVC. No, Aryan invasion was not responsible. Now tell me whether I am correct or incorrect. There was large scale Aryan migration. There was large scale Aryan migration to destroy this IVC. No, we don't have any evidence of large scale Aryan migration to destroy this IVC, as well as there was no Aryan invasion. What is correct, what we consider correct today is there was migration of Aryans in waves, smaller waves. Now we will discuss about this early Vedic period and later Vedic period. As I already told you, you just have to understand it in broad way. What was this condition in early Vedic period and condition in this later Vedic period. So now we will discuss about this early Vedic period and later Vedic period under this 5 heading, like economy, political organization, then their administration, their social condition or in general society, means social division and condition of women, and last is religion. So we are going to discuss this early Vedic period and later Vedic period under these 5 headings. So first we will start with this economy. Economy, political organization, this administration, then social life, and then religion. First, if you consider this economy, now tell me, Aryans, what was the primary occupation of Aryans? Primary occupation of Aryans. These were pastoral people or they were agriculturalists? Yes, these were pastoralists, right? So basically, so who were this early Vedic period people? These were Aryans. So they were primarily pastoral people and agriculture was secondary occupation. Now tell me whether they have this subsistence agriculture or surplus food grain production. They have this subsistence agriculture or surplus food grain production. Yes, subsistence agriculture till 6th century BC. You just have to say subsistence agriculture except this IVC. So now we will discuss about this economy. So Aryans were primary pastoralists and agriculture was their secondary occupation. As they were primarily pastoralists, their wealth was measured in terms of cattle and most important form of wealth was cow. So remember, wealth was measured in terms of cattle and cow was this most important form of wealth, and the term used for this cow was go, and it was mentioned 176 times. The term cow was mentioned 176 times and there were many words with this go, like Gavishti, Gomat, Gogna. Like Gomat means rich man, so those who have this large number of cattle or cow. Then Gavishti means general term used for this war in search of this cow. Gogna means guest. So all these terms are basically from this cow or go. Next is horse. So I already told you horse played an important role in this migration of Aryans, as well as we have already discussed this Aryans fought among themselves and with this pre-Aryans. So here also this horse driven chariot played an important role. So horses played an important role in this movement as well as war, and the term used for this horse in the early Vedic period, means in the Rig Veda, was Ashwa. Remember, Ashwa was mentioned 215 times. Ashwa was mentioned 215 times. This is the most mentioned among all these animals. So horses are believed to have been brought to this Indian subcontinent by Indo-Aryans around this 1500 BC. That's why before 1500 BC, whenever you get this question whether you are acquainted with horses, answer should be no. Next is agriculture. So remember, during this time they have used this wooden plowshare and agriculture was subsistence agriculture. And the term used for this cereal, you don't have to remember dhanya or yava. So apart from that, there were other occupation also. You have to remember here the term used for copper or bronze was ayas. And for the first time they have introduced this spoked wheels. So I already told you horses came with this Aryans, spoked wheels came with this Aryans, and the term used for this copper or bronze was this ayas. Then trade. So they did not have that much trade because they don't have this surplus food grain production, and most important trade was using this barter system. So from till the 6th century BC, your answer should be using this barter system. Most important you have to remember here is there was no importance of land. Basically Aryans were pastoral people moving from this one place to another place, so land in general was not important for. What is important for them? This people. So they have affinity toward this other people but not this land. So basically land did not establish this, land did not form this well established property. So this is an important point for you. So remember, in the early Vedic period land is not important. That's why Jana means people and Janapad means territory or kingdom. So if you see, this Jana was mentioned almost 275 times in the Rig Veda, but Janapad or territory was not mentioned, means mentioned 0 times. So remember, Jana was mentioned for this 275 times because Jana or people are important in this early Vedic period and not this Janapad or territory. So settlement, they still continue to live in these rural houses because they did not have this surplus food grain production. Remember, this Shahar or Sahasra means in general we use term for this urban centers, but these are not urban centers. Next we will discuss about this tribes and family. So remember, in this Rig Vedic society, this family is a basic unit of society called as Kula, and it is headed by this Kulpa. So family or Kula is a basic unit of society headed by this Kulpa, and group of family combined to form this gram. So group of family combined to form this gram headed by this Gramani. But if you consider today, gram means villages, It also consists of this group of families, but today we called something gram or village based on this location, based on this territory. But at this time, in the time of this Rigvedic period, they were moving from this one place to another place. So this group of family constitute this gram. So this gram at that time constitute this group of people and not associated with this location. Currently we have this gram means villages associated with particular location, but at that time group of family or kula consists of gram, and term gram was associated with this people and not territory. So kula was or family was this basic unit of society. Group of kula family combines to form this gram headed by this gramani. Group of gram combines to form this visha headed by this vishapati. So visha is the general term used for this people as well as clan, and group of this clan combines to form this tribe, also called as jana. Jana or tribe. So remember, the jana or tribe, it is the highest political unit headed by this Rajan or king. Headed by this Rajan or king. So we have this kula headed by Kulpati or Kulpa. Then group of family combined to form this gram headed by this Gramani. Group of Gramani combined to form gram combined to form this Visha headed by this Vishapati, and group of Vish combined to form this Jana or tribe headed by this Rajan or chief. So if you consider in the early Vedic period, people were attached to this tribe. So people were attached to the people of this tribe. People were not attached to this territory. So there was importance of Jana. Jana or tribe, it is the highest political unit in this early Vedic period, and people were attached to this tribe. People were attached to this Jana, and term Jana was mentioned for this 275 times, but Janapad was not mentioned a single time in this Rigved. Why? Because there was no importance of this territory or land. So if you consider during this time, this Rajan or tribal chief, he was the head of this tribe, but this Rajan did not have unlimited power. Why he did not have this unlimited power? Because his power was checked by this tribal assembly, which are these Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata and Gana. So all these Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata, Gana, these are the powerful. That's why this Rajan did not have this unlimited power, at least in the earlier part. And among this Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata, Gana, Sabha and Samiti are most important. So this Sabha was exclusive, consists of this few important member, but this Samiti consists of member from all family. And this Samiti was responsible for electing this Rajan. So Samiti chose this Rajan, who was often skillful and brave. So normally most deserving person was elected by this member of Sabha as a Rajan, and Rajan did not have this unlimited power, because it was the power of Rajan was restricted by these powerful tribal assemblies Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata and Gana. But over the period of time, this power of Raja was increasing, and in the end it became this hereditary. But in general, you can consider in the early Vedic period, this post of Rajan was not hereditary. Post of Rajan was not hereditary. What is the function of Rajan? Praying on the behalf of this Jana or tribe, then protecting their cattle, fighting in the battle. All these are functions of this Rajan. So till now, am I clear to everyone? So if you consider this administration, during this time, there was no territorial administration. People were moving from this one place to another place, but still there was Purohit, means chief priest, then queen, then other officials who are helping this Raja. If you consider this tax collection, there was no regular tax collection, but people pay this voluntary tribute to this king called as Bali. Basically, there was no regular system of tax collection, and people pay this voluntary tribute to this king called as Bali. There was no justice system developed during this period, and also there was no standing army. So no territorial or civil administration, no regular system of tax collection, no justice system developed, as well as no standing army. So now we will discuss about this social life. So in the social life, we will discuss about this social division and condition of women. Social division and then condition of women. So if you consider during this early Vedic period, the society was patriarchal, patrilineal and patrilocal. Patriarchal, patrilineal and patrilocal. Patriarchy. Archy means power concentrated in the hand of this male member. Patriarchal. Patrilocal. Local means residence residing in this paternal home. Patriarchal, patrilocal and patrilineal means descent through this male member. So the society was patriarchal, patrilocal and patrilineal. Remember, in the early Vedic period, the division, there was only two classes. Which are these? Brahmanas and Kshatriya. And both are these classes are based on this occupation and not based on this birth. So in the early Vedic period, the division of society was flexible because it was based on this occupation and it was not based on this birth. So it was not rigid. It was based on this occupation. So it was flexible and society was divided into only two groups, Brahman and then Kshatriya. Remember, this Vaishya and Shudras, they were completely absent from this early Vedic period. Early Vedic period. But if you consider, there was social inequalities developed in this early Vedic period. Why? Because whatever this war booty or whatever we have this spoils of war, it was distributed. First, Raja or this Kshatriya family will take the share, then remaining share, some part is given to this Brahman and remaining part is given to this common people. So because of this unequal distribution of the spoils of war or booty, there were three divisions or there were three groups in this society. Which are these? Kshatriya, Brahmanas and then common people, that is Vish. Remember, this Vish become Vaishya in this later Vedic period. So because of this distribution or because of this unequal distribution of war booty or spoils of war, there were three groups: Brahmanas, Kshatriya and then Vish or these common people. Now we will discuss about this condition of women. Remember, the society was patriarchal, patrilineal and patrilocal. So women did not get this equal right. But if you consider with this later Vedic period, condition of women in the early Vedic period was much better. First, if you consider, for this woman, birth of son was desired, but birth of girl was not unwanted. So basically, first point is the birth of son was desired, but birth of girl was not unwelcome. So they did not unwelcome this birth of girl child. Second, child marriage was not common. Third, when these women were child, they can get this education or they can study these Vedas. Next, at the time of this marriage, they could choose their husband or they can remain unmarried for this whole life. And even after this marriage, after the death of this husband, they can do this remarriage. So basically, if you consider with this later Vedic period, condition of women in the early Vedic period is much better. They could study Vedas. They could participate in these rituals and sacrifices along with their husband, and they could participate in these public assemblies also. So remember, they did not have this equal right. Forget about this Vedic period. Today we don't have this equal right, right? So we call ourselves as a modern society and etc. all these things. Still we don't have this equal right. So during this early Vedic period also, these women did not have this equal right, but as compared to this later Vedic period, the condition was better in this early Vedic period. There was no child marriage common. Child marriage was not common. They could study Veda, they could participate in these rituals or these sacrifices along with their husband. Then they could participate in these public assemblies and all these things in the early Vedic period. Early Vedic period. So this was this condition of women. Next, if you consider this religion, so Rigvedic people, suppose there is a rain, so they get surprised. Why there is a rain? So someone is saying rain is because of this god. Rain is because of this Indra god. So basically, Rigvedic people personified these natural forces into many gods and worship them. So they have personified these natural forces into God and worship them. Remember, during this period, prayers were dominant form of worship and rituals and sacrifices were not that common. So remember, in the early Vedic period, prayers were dominant form of worship and rituals and sacrifices were not that common. And among these male and female gods, remember, male gods are more as compared to female gods because the society was patriarchal. So definitely we will find this more male gods. And among these, which are important, Indra, Agni, Varun, and then Soma. So remember, most important Indra, second most Agni, then Varun, and then Soma. So this Indra is also called as Purandar, destroyer of fort. So we have already discussed that these Aryans fought among themselves as well as pre-Aryans. So Aryans considered that in their war, Purandar or destroyer of fort, god Indra has helped them. So Indra was called as Purandar or destroyer of fort. He was also called as rain god. Second most important, Agni. Agni was considered as intermediary between these gods and human. Second most important god. Third most important god, god of water or ocean, that is Varun. And Soma. Soma was actually this intoxicating drink produced from this plant, and this Soma was also god plant. God plant. So remember, there were more male gods than female gods, but among these you have to remember this USA. In female god, you have to remember this USA. So U for Usha, S for Sinivali, and A for Aditi. So among these female gods, which are important? USA, Usha, Sinivali, and then Aditi. Usha means god of dawn. She is invoked to get this wealth. Sinivali, she is invoked to get these children. And Aditi means freedom. So she is invoked in order to get rid of these diseases and all these things. So basically she is the goddess of freedom. So we have this Usha, goddess of dawn. She was invoked to get this wealth. Then we have this Sinivali. She was invoked to get these children. And then Aditi, she was goddess of freedom. She was invoked to get this freedom from evil things, freedom from disease, all these things. So we have discussed about the religion also. So remember, in this religion, first of all, they have personified these natural forces into gods and worship them. Prayers were dominant form of worship. Rituals and sacrifices were not that much common. And among these male and female, male gods are more as compared to female god. Among these female gods, we have this USA, Usha, Sinivali, and then Aditi. So till now, am I clear to everyone? Tell me. Yeah, Prithvi, Earth. So these are the common, right? If you get this question, Prithvi means Earth. This is common. Not 5 minutes of break. We will continue with this 15 minutes. Then we will take this break. Because later Vedic period is just comparison with this early Vedic period. So now tell me fast. Everybody, please tell me. In the early Vedic period, what is important? Jana or Janpad? Jana or Janpad? What is important in this early Vedic period? Just Jana is important. Jana means in general people or this tribe. So Jana is important than this Janpad. So how many times this term Janpad is mentioned in this Rigved? How many times this Janpad is mentioned in this Rigved? Who is saying 275? Jana was mentioned 275 times, not Janapad. Which is most important animal? Which is mentioned by this most number of times in the Rigved? Yes, horse was most important, mentioned for this 215 times. Who is cow? Who is saying this cow? Cow was not mentioned for this one 215 times. Horse, which was called as Ashwa, was mentioned for this 215 times. Whether they have this subsistence, agriculture or surplus? Subsistence or surplus? Subsistence. Now tell me whether this land was important form of wealth in the early Vedic period or not. Land was important form of wealth or not? Land was important form of wealth or not? No. Then what is an important form of wealth in the early Vedic period? Important form of wealth in the early Vedic period? Yes, cattle, mostly this cow. was an important form of wealth. So now tell me, in the early Vedic period, Raja or this Rajan or this tribal chief, he was the Raja or king of Jana or Janpad? Raja was this king of Jana or Janpad? Yes, tribal chief or Raja was this king of Jana or Janpad? Yes, Jana. Whether condition of women was better in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Early Vedic period. Whether this division is rigid or flexible in early Vedic period. Division of society, whether it was rigid or flexible. Yes, it is flexible in the early Vedic period. Whether it is based on birth or not. In the early Vedic period, the division of society was based on birth or not. Not based on birth, then what it depends on? Division of this Vedic society was dependent on? Yes, it was based on this occupation and not birth. So it was basically flexible and not rigid. So what is this dominant form of worship? Prayers or rituals? What is this dominant form of worship? Prayers or rituals? Prayers was dominant form of worship, right? Not rituals or sacrifices. Male gods were more important or female gods? Male gods were more important or female god? Yes, male gods. Among these male god, which is most important? Among this male god, which is most important? Among this male god, which is most important? Yes, Indra. Indra is the most important male god. So who is this goddesses of freedom? Who is this goddesses of freedom? Who was this goddesses of freedom? Yes, Aditi. Suppose early Vedic period people, they want these children. So which goddesses they would invoke? Which goddesses they would invoke? Sinivali. Suppose they wanted this wealth. Which goddesses they would invoke? Yes, they would invoke this Usha. Whether there was any temple in this early Vedic period? Temple in the early Vedic period? Temples in the early Vedic period? No temples, right? Whether they have practiced this idol worship in this early Vedic period? Idol worship in this early Vedic period? No, no temples, no idol worship in this early Vedic period. Now we will discuss about this later Vedic period. So in the later Vedic period, we will just compare with this early Vedic period. In the later Vedic period, we will compare with this early Vedic period. So later Vedic period from 1000 to 600 BC. Now this Aryans moved to this western part of western part of this Uttar Pradesh. So now remember, in the later Vedic period, people use this iron. People use this iron. That's why before this later Vedic period, whenever you get this question about this iron, we don't have this conclusive evidences. So iron, these people were not acquainted with this iron before this later Vedic period. Now in the later Vedic period, people started using this iron, and by using this iron, they have cleared the large tract of land, large forest. So now they have cleared this large forest, and now they started this agriculture on this large scale. So remember, during this later Vedic period, they started using this iron. They use this iron to clear the forest and expand their agriculture. But if you get this question, what is the term used for this iron? Remember, Krishna Ayas or Sham Ayas. So term used for this. So term used for this bronze or copper in the early Vedic period was Ayas. So here the term used for this iron was Krishna Ayas or Sham Ayas. And one more important question, whether they have used this iron in the plowshare. Remember, we don't have the evidences, archaeological evidences of that. So basically in the text, they mentioned that this iron plowshare was carried by this 12 or more than this 10 animals. That means they might have used this iron, but we don't have this archaeological evidences. So we don't have this clear-cut evidences whether they have used this iron in the plowshare or not, and mostly they might not have used this iron. That's why even after expanding this agriculture, during this time also we have this subsistence agriculture. So remember, in the later Vedic period, they have used this iron, and the term used for this iron was Sham Ayas or Krishna Ayas, and now they have used this iron to clear the forest, but they did not use this iron in this plowshare. At least we don't have this archaeological evidences of this use of iron in this plowshare. And during this time, as they have used this iron, expanded this agriculture, but still the agriculture was subsistence. Now we will see this under 5 headings: economy, then political organization, administration, society, and then religion. So if you consider, in the early Vedic period, Aryans were primarily pastoralist people. Agriculture was the secondary occupation, but now they have cleared this forest, they have cleared this land, and more land was brought under this cultivation. So during this time, they were primarily agriculturalist. So agriculture was their primary occupation and pastoralism was their secondary occupation. Remember, but still they have used this wooden plowshare, and though they have expanded this agriculture, still it was subsistence agriculture. Subsistence agriculture. So for the first time, these people, Vedic people, were acquainted with this rice, and the term used for this rice was rihi. So term used for this rice was rihi. Then they also practiced other occupation, and term used for this iron was Krishna Ayas or Sham Ayas. So there were different type of pottery, but remember, most important pottery associated with this later Vedic period was painted graveware pottery. Like if you consider the 6th century BC or period of Mahajanpadas, we have this northern black polished ware. Similarly, in the later Vedic period, we have this painted graveware pottery. Next, trade. So even during this time, trade was not that flourishing because we don't have this surplus food grain production. And during this time, remember, land became important. And this term Janapad first time occurred in this later Vedic period, in this later Vedic text. And in earlier period, we have discussed that people were attached to this Jana, people were attached to this tribe, but now people were attached to this territory or Janapad. So now people were attached to this territory or Janapad, and territory became important because now the primary occupation was their agriculture. So territory became important, and this land was established as a property. So land became this well established property in this later Vedic period. So earlier they showed their allegiance to this land, allegiance to this Jana. So in early Vedic period, people were attached to this Jana, but now in the later Vedic period, people were attached to this Janapad or this land. And earlier, this Raja was the Raja of this Jana or group of people. Now this Raja became Raja of this territory called as Janapad or small kingdom. Janapad means small territory or this small kingdom. So earlier the Raja was this Raja of Jana, but now this Raja was this Raja of Janapad or this small territory or small kingdom. So if you consider, during this time Raja became more powerful. I already told you, in the early Vedic period Raja was not powerful. Why Raja was not that much powerful? Because of this powerful tribal assemblies, Sabha Samiti Vidhata Gana. But now this Sabha Samiti Vidhata Gana were not that powerful, and because of that now this Raja became the powerful. If you consider Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata and Gana in the early Vedic period, these were powerful. Now this Sabha and Samiti in the later Vedic period, they became just advisory, not powerful, and Vidhata completely disappeared. Vidhata completely disappeared. So as this Raja became this more powerful, his throne became this hereditary. So in early Vedic period, Raja was not hereditary post. He was elected by this member of Samiti. But now in the later Vedic period, post of Raja became this hereditary. And if you consider these assemblies, Sabha, Samiti, Vidhata, Gana, Sabha and Samitis were dominated by these chiefs and rich noble, and these were mere advisory body, did not have any power. Next, if you consider administration was same. Administration was not that much elaborate. There was this queen, chief priest and some officers helping this Raja. If you consider this tax collection, remember still there was no regular system of tax collection. So in early Vedic period, we have this people were paying this voluntary tribute called as Bali. Now this voluntary tribute became compulsory. So this voluntary tribute became this obligatory or compulsory, but still people were paying this voluntary, people were paying, and there was no regular system of tax collection. You have to remember these two important posts. Officer, Sangrahitri and Bhagdug. Remember Bhagdug means revenue collector and Sangrahitri means treasurer. Sangrahitri means treasurer. So in the administration, still they did not have this elaborate administration. They did not have this regular system of tax collection, but this voluntary tribute became compulsory or obligatory. And here we have these two officers, Sangrahitri, treasurer, and then Bhagdut means revenue collector. There was no standing army, no regular system of tax collection, as well as this justice system was also not that developed. Now we will discuss about their social condition, their society. So remember, during this time in the social condition or society, we will discuss about the social division and then condition of women. So if you consider this social division, now the society was divided into 4 varnas, which are these Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudras, and it was based on this birth, so it became rigid. It became rigid. So if you consider this social organization or division of society, now the society was divided into 4 groups: Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and then Shudras. So if you consider this Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras, this division in these 4 varnas are based on this birth. So this division was rigid. And what is the function of this Brahmana? To study the Veda and to teach the Veda, to perform these rituals and sacrifices for others. What is the function of this Kshatriya? To fight in this battle or war. Vaishyas were these common people. I already told you in the early Vedic period, because of this distribution of war booty or the spoils of war, we have this Brahmana, Kshatriya and common people, Vish. Now this Vish became this Vaishya. So Vaishyas were agriculturalists, trader, merchants, artisan, all these people, and Shudras were this last. And what is the function of these Shudras? To serve other 3 people. To serve these other 3 people. Remember, Brahmanas and Kshatriya have this most privileges, and most disabilities were on this Vaishyas and Shudras, and among these most disabilities was on this Shudras. So Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, they have this more privileges, and Shudra has the most disability. If you consider among these Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras, these Brahmanas and Kshatriya, they had these privileges, so they did not pay this tax. And among these Vaishyas and Shudras, what is the function of this Shudra? Just to serve other three groups, right? So basically they did not have the capacity to pay. So if you consider among this tribute paying, so tax was not that regular system. So what is the tribute paying? If you consider during this time, these Vaishyas were only tribute paying class. Why? Because Brahmanas and Kshatriya has this privilege not to pay, and Shudras did not have the capacity to pay. So Vaishyas were only tribute payers. So remember, now during this time, the division of society into these 4 varnas, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras, is based on birth, and it was rigid. And now if you consider the Shudras, there were more disabilities on Shudras. First, they could not study Vedas. Second, they could not participate in rituals or sacrifices. Third, they could not participate in these public assemblies. And fourth, they could not participate in this Upanayana ceremony. So what is this Upanayana ceremony? If you consider these Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudras. So we have these 4 varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudras. So among these, if you consider these upper 3 varnas, Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishyas, the male members of this Brahmana, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas are considered as Dvija or twice born. First, physical birth, normal, and second is spiritual birth after getting this knowledge. So this spiritual birth is marked by this Upanayana ceremony. So who can participate in this Upanayana ceremony? Male members of Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishyas. So the Shudras could not participate in the Upanayana ceremony. Similarly, they could not participate in tribal assemblies, they could not participate in rituals and sacrifices, and they could not study these Vedas. So this is about this 4 varna system, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudras, which was based on birth and rigid. Now we will discuss about this condition of women. So if you consider, the control of male member during this period was increased, and women were considered inferior and subordinate to men. So remember, I already told you, even in the early Vedic period, women did not get this equal right if you compare with this men, but still condition of women in the early Vedic period was much better than in the later Vedic period. Why? If you consider in the later Vedic period, the birth of girl was unwelcome. Second, child marriage became common. Next, women did not have this, what I would say, decision making, or did not have this choice to choose the husband at the time of marriage. They could not study Vedas, could not participate in rituals and sacrifices, could not participate in this public assemblies, and they could not perform this Upanayana ceremony. So all these were disabilities. If you compare with women with the Shudras, they both have these common disabilities. Both could not study Vedas, could not participate in rituals and sacrifices, next could not participate in popular assembly or these tribal assemblies, and could not participate in this Upanayana ceremony. So basically, if you consider condition of women in the early Vedic period was much better than in this later Vedic period. So am I clear to everyone? I already told you this Upanayana ceremony. Upanayana ceremony was marked, this ceremony was done to mark the second birth. So this male member of this Brahmanas, Kshatriya and Vaishyas, means male member of this upper 3 varnas as considered as a Dvija or twice born, and the second birth means spiritual birth was marked by this Upanayana ceremony. Remember, in the early Vedic period as well as later Vedic period, there was no sati practice. So we have this first evidences of sati practice during this Gupta period and not here. So in early Vedic period as well as later Vedic period, though condition of women was not good in this later Vedic period, but still there was no sati practice. Now we will discuss about this religion in the later Vedic period. So remember, in the later Vedic period, there was division of society was based on this birth. So there were more privileges to these Brahmanas and Kshatriya, and because of this increased influence of these Brahmanas, in the later Vedic period, there was increase in importance of rituals and sacrifices. So rituals and sacrifices became prominent or dominant form of this worship in the later Vedic period, and importance of prayers declined. So remember, in the later Vedic period, importance of rituals and sacrifices increased and importance of this prayers decreased, and because of this increase in rituals and sacrifices, there was lot of animal killing and people were literally unhappy. Why? Because agriculture was the main occupation, primary occupation, and Brahmanas are asking to kill the animal. So people were not happy about this Vedic Brahmanism. And during this time, in the early Vedic period, we have this Indra, Agni, they were important. Now they lost this importance, and now we have this Prajapati called as creator, then Vishnu, protector, and Rudra as a destroyer. So now we have this main form of gods, Prajapati, Vishnu, and Rudra. But more than that, you have to remember this one important god which was considered as god of Shudra, that is Pushan. God of Shudra, that is Pushan. And by the end of this Vedic period, some objects began to be worshipped as a symbol of divinity. So there is beginning of this idol worship in the primitive form of idol worship by the end of this Vedic period. But still in the later Vedic period also, there were no temples. So in early Vedic period, in the religion we have this prayers important, but in the later Vedic period there was more importance to this rituals and sacrifices. So in early Vedic period, this Indra and Agni was important, but now we have this Vishnu, Prajapati, and Rudra. Pushan was god of Shudras in the later Vedic period. In the early Vedic period, there was no existence of Shudras, so there was no existence of god of Shudra. So now tell me, till now we have completed this Vedic period. Till now, am I clear to everyone? So we have completed this early Vedic period as well as later Vedic period. What is important? Just general understanding. Jana was important in the early Vedic period. Janpad or territory was important in the later Vedic period. Then iron was used to clear the forest in this later Vedic period. In the early Vedic period, condition of women was better. In the later Vedic period, the division was based on this birth, so it was based on this rigid. In the early Vedic period, it was flexible. So these are the general features which are important for your exam. Now I will give you the two options. First, today we will complete only this Vedic literature. This is one option. And second option is we will complete this Vedic literature, and after that we will complete this period of Mahajanpad, that is 6th century BC, this 16 Mahajanpad. So you have two options. Option 1, completing only Vedic literature. Option 2, today we will complete Vedic literature as well as period of Mahajanpad. Tell me which would you prefer? Yes, everyone is saying option 2, means we will fast complete this Vedic literature, and after this Vedic literature we will complete this period of Mahajanpad. So now as we are going to discuss for this one another hour, so we will take this 10 minutes of break, just 5 to 10 minutes of break, and we will continue with this Vedic literature and after that period of Mahajanpad. Am I audible to everyone? Okay, so tell me first in the comment section, in the later Vedic period, whether Jana was important or Janpad was important. Jana was important or Janpad was important in the later Vedic period. Janapad was important. So what is the term used for this smaller kingdom or territory? Jana or Janpad? Jana or Janpad? Yes, Janpad. Now tell me the term used for this iron in later Vedic period. Term used for iron in the later Vedic period. Krishnayas or Shamayas. Now tell me the god of Shudra in the early Vedic period. God of Shudras in the early Vedic period. Yes, term for this iron, Shamayas or Krishnayas. Tell me the term for this god, god of Shudras in the early Vedic period. Nitish, who is saying this? Pushan? There is no Shudras in the early Vedic period. So why you are saying this Pushan? Pushan is the god of Shudra in the later Vedic period. So there is no one in the early Vedic period, right? So which is the most important god in the early Vedic period? Most important god in the early Vedic period? Indra was the most important god in the early Vedic period. Which god is considered as god of ocean? God of ocean. God of ocean. Yes, Varun is considered as god of ocean. So those who are late in the comment section, just refresh from your side. Pushan is the god of ocean. Varun is the god of ocean. Now tell me, rituals and sacrifices were common in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Rituals or sacrifices were important or common in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Yes, later Vedic period. Temples were found in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Where you will find these temples? Yes, no temples, neither in early Vedic period or later Vedic period. In which site in this IVC we have found these temples? In which IVC site we have found these temples? No, even in this IVC we don't have any temples. This voluntary tribute in the early Vedic period was called as voluntary tribute. What's called as voluntary tribute? It's called as in the early Vedic period. Yes, Bali. This voluntary tribute became obligatory in the later Vedic period. Now tell me the term Sangrahitri was used for. Term Sangrahitri in the later Vedic period was used for. Yes, treasurer. And Bhagdug is used for. Bhagdug is used for. Bhagdug is used for revenue collector. Revenue collector. Now, in the later Vedic period, they have used this iron to clear the forest. They have expanded this agriculture. So, agriculture was subsistence or surplus? Agriculture subsistence or surplus? Yes, agriculture was subsistence agriculture. Whether they have used this wooden plow or iron plowshare. Wooden plowshare or iron plowshare in the later Vedic period. Who is saying iron? Remember, they have used this iron to clear the forest. We don't know. We don't have this conclusive archaeological evidences about this iron plowshare. Some scholar may consider that they have used this iron plowshare, but we don't have this any conclusive evidences. We have this writings or text which indicates that they might have used this iron plowshare, but archaeologically we don't know. We don't have this any conclusive evidences. So they have mostly used this wooden plowshare and not iron plowshare. So we have discussed about this early Vedic period and later Vedic period. Now we will discuss about this Vedic literature. Vedic literature. So remember, this Vedic literature consists of 4 Ved, which are these: Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Sam Ved and Atharva Ved. So remember, this Vedic literature consists of Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Sam Ved and Atharva Ved, and each Ved consists of 4 different type of text, which are these: Sanhita, then Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. So remember, this Vedic literature consists of 4 Ved: Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, Atharved, and each Ved consists of 4 different texts: Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. So remember, this Rig Ved, its Samhita called as Rig Ved Samhita, Yajur Ved Samhita, Samved Samhita, and Atharved Samhita. Whenever in general we call Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, Atharved, means we are talking about this Samhita portion. So here we have this Rig Ved Samhita, Yajur Ved Samhita, Samved Samhita, and then Atharved Samhita. So in general, when instead of using this Samhita, we call this as a Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, Atharved. So in general, when we mention this term Rig Ved, means we are talking about this Rig Ved Samhita. When we mention this term Samved, means we are talking about this Samved Samhita. Similarly, there was Brahmanas of Rig Ved, Aranyakas of Rig Ved, as well as Upanishad of Rig Ved. So do you get this understanding? There are 4 Ved and each Ved consists of 4 texts: Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and then Upanishad. So basically this Samhita portion, we generally use this term direct: Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, and Atharved. So if you consider this 4 texts, first Samhita was composed, then Brahmanas, then Aranyakas, and then Upanishad. And among this Samhita, first Rig Ved was composed, then Yajur Ved, then Samved, and then Atharva Ved. So remember, among this Samhita portion, this 4 Ved, Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, and Atharva Ved, Rig Ved was composed, then Yajur Ved, Samved, and then Atharva Ved. And in general, Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. So we have this Rig Ved, Samhita, Brahmanas of Rig Ved, Aranyakas of Rig Ved, Upanishad of Rig Ved. Similarly, Yajur Ved, Samhita, Brahmanas of Yajur Ved, Aranyakas of Yajur Ved, and all these things. Remember, among all these, only this Rig Ved Samhita was composed in this early Vedic period. In early Vedic period, this Rig Ved Samhita was composed. And all other Samhita, Yajur Ved Samhita, Samved Samhita, Atharved Samhita, means Yajur Ved, Samved, Atharved, as well as their Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad, all were composed in this later Vedic period. That's why Rig Ved Samhita, means in general Rig Ved is called as early Vedic text. Other texts or literature are called as later Vedic text. Am I clear to everyone? Tell me. So is it clear for everyone? So we have this 4 Ved: Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, Atharved, and for each Ved we have this Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. In general, this Samhita portion we directly call this Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, and Atharved. So what is this? We will discuss about this Samhita portion: Rig Ved Samhita, Yajur Ved Samhita, Samved, and Atharved. But before that, what is this Brahmanas? So basically, this Samhita portion means Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, Atharved. It consists of hymns in praise of these gods or deities. But what is this Brahmanas? Remember, Brahmanas are commentaries on Vedas. Commentaries on Vedas explaining the significance and importance of these rituals. Then what is this Aranyakas? Aranyakas are basically this Aranya means forest. These are forest book. It has mentioned these rites to be performed by this Vanaprastha or those who are living in this forest. And what is this Upanishad? Remember, Upanishad are this philosophical text. Upanishad are this philosophical. Okay, Malvika is saying repeat once again. Okay, fine. So just have this full concentration for next 4 minutes. So this Rig Vedic literature or this Vedic literature or Vedic text consists of 4 Ved: Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Atharva Ved, and Rig Ved, Yajur Ved, Samved, and Atharva Ved. So each Ved consists of 4 type of text, which are these: Samhita, then Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and then Upanishad. Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. If you see, we have this Rigved, we have this Rigvedic Samhita, then we have this Brahmanas of Rigved, like Aitreya Brahmana, Kaushiki Brahmana, like this. Then we have this Aranyakas of Rigved, similarly Upanishad of Rigved. So each Ved has 4 types of text: Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. In general, for this Samhita, for this Rigved Samhita, we directly called Rigved. For Yajurved Samhita, we directly called Yajurved. For Samved Samhita, we directly called Samved. For Atharved Samhita, we directly called Atharved. So when in general we are talking about this Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved, means we are talking about this Samhita portion. So there are, each Ved is divided, consists of Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. In general, we call this Samhita portion as direct Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, and Atharved. So first of all, Samhitas were composed, then Brahmanas were composed, then Aranyakas were composed, and lastly, these Upanishads were composed. So if you consider this, Rigved Samhita means Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, and Atharved. So each text has this Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishad. Remember, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad, of all these texts, that is Yajurved, Samved, and Atharved, these were composed in this later Vedic period. Similarly, even this Samhita portion of this Yajurved, Samhita portion of Samved and Atharved, means Yajurved, Samved, Atharved in general, these are also composed in this later Vedic period. So what is composed in this early Vedic period? Only this Rigved or Rigved Samhita. So for this Samhita portion, we don't use this term Samhita. So this Rigved was only composed in this early Vedic period. All other texts were composed in this later Vedic period. Now tell me, Malvika, is it clear for you? So for each text, we have, each Ved, we have this 4 types of text, which are these Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. So Samhita consists of Vedic hymns or mantras. Vedic hymns or mantras. Brahmanas, these Brahmanas are commentaries on this Samhita. So we have this Rigvedic Samhita, then we have this Aitreya Brahmana or other Brahmanas. So these Brahmanas are commentaries on Vedic Samhita, explaining this importance of or rituals, importance or meaning of rituals. Then we have this Aranyakas. Aranyakas means for this forest dwellers, what are the rites to be performed. And last, Upanishad. Upanishad are nothing but this philosophical text, talking about this individual soul and universal soul, Atman and Brahman. So it is more focusing on this knowledge instead of this rituals. So you don't have to remember all these things. Just remember this Samhita portion. For Rigved, we directly use this term Rigved. Yajurved, we directly use this Yajurved. So we have this Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, and Upanishad. What is important for your exam is Rigved Samhita, which is called as Rigved, and then Upanishad. Only these are important for your exam. So if you consider this Samhita portion, we have this Rigved Samhita, Yajurved Samhita, Samved Samhita, and Atharved Samhita. So for this Samhita portion, we directly use this term Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, and Atharved. So this Rigved Samhita we will discuss in the detail. It consists of 1028 hymns or suktas in praise of these various gods or deities, or we will discuss this. What is this Yajurved Samhita or Yajurved? Remember, this Yajurved Samhita or Yajurved is also called as ritual Ved. So it has given these rules to be performed by this priest during the time of these rituals and sacrifices. So all these are mentioned in this Yajurved. Then what is this Samved? So Samved, it is the shortest Ved. It is a shortest Ved. Most of these hymns in the Samved are directly taken from this Rigved, and some were additional hymns, and all these hymns were given this music. So this is origin of Indian music. So all these hymns were set in the tunes for chanting. So this is consist of Samved. And what is this Atharved? So first of all, this Rigved was composed, then Yajurved, Samved, Atharved. So this is this latest Ved. Latest Ved, and most of these hymns of Atharved consist of charms or magic spells. Charms or magic spells to get rid away of these diseases or evil things. So this is also called as origin of Ayurveda. Origin of Ayurveda. origin of Ayurveda. So remember, we discuss about this Samhita portion. We have this Rigved Samhita, which consists of 1028 hymns or sukta in praise of various gods. Then we have this Yajurved, this is Rigved. Then we have this Yajurved, means ritual Ved. So this Yajurved consists of, this is also called as ritual Ved. It consists of rules to be observed by this priest during these rituals. Then we have this Samved or Samved Samhita. Then we have this Atharvaved or this Atharvaved Samhita. So all this Samhita portion, among these, Rigved is important for us. Rigved is important for us. Rigved, when I am saying this Rigved means Rigved Samhita. Remember, Rigved means Rigved Samhita. So for this Samhita portion, we don't use this term Samhita, we directly call it Rigved, Yajurved, Samved and Atharvaved. So this four Ved, Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharvaved, four different type of texts, Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. Only general understanding of this Rigvedic Samhita and Upanishad are important for you. So now we will start with this Rigved Samhita. Am I clear to you, everyone? Puranas, we will discuss about this Puranas. Just bear for a few minutes. So we have already discussed about this Rigved while discussing about this early Vedic period. So Rigved was composed in this early Vedic period. So if you consider, this Vedic texts are divided into early Vedic text and later Vedic text. So only this Rigved Samhita or Rigved is considered as part of this early Vedic period. All other Yajurved, Samved, Atharvaved as well as their Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishad, all these were composed in this later Vedic period and called as later Vedic text. So this Rigved was composed in this early Vedic period around this 1500 BC in the Sapta Sindhu region in the northwest part of India, and it consists of 1028 hymns or suktas in praise of various gods and goddesses. So if you consider this Rigved, basically it consists of 10 books. Rigved is not a single book, 10 books, also called as 10 mandals, and among these mandals, remember, among these 10 books, 2nd to 7th means these 6 books were composed in this early Vedic period, and 1, 8, 9, 10, these 4 books were composed in this later Vedic period. So in general you can say Rigved Samhita or Rigved was composed in this early Vedic period, but if you go in detail, this Rigved consists of 10 mandals or 10 books, and among these only the 6 books from 2nd to 7th were composed in this early Vedic period. So in general Rigved was composed in early Vedic period, but remember this first 8, 9, 10, these mandals were composed in this later Vedic period. These were composed in this later Vedic period. So earlier in the early Vedic period, what are these 6 books were composed? These are also called as family books, because these were composed by this family of Rishi, particular family of Rishi. So if you consider this Rigved, in general it was composed in this early Vedic period, but it consists of these 10 mandals. Out of these 10 mandals, only 2nd to 7th means the 6 books were composed in this early Vedic period in the Sapta Sindhu region. 1, 8, 9, 10, all these are written or composed in this later Vedic period. So we have already discussed which is this most important god in this Rigved or early Vedic period. Indra, rain god or Purandar. Second most important, Agni. Third most important, Varun, god of water or ocean, and last is Soma, god of plant. Remember in the Rigved, this 9th mandal is completely dedicated to Soma. 9th mandal is completely dedicated to this Soma. Next, Rigved and river. Remember this Sindhu river is most mentioned river, but Saraswati river is most sacred or revered river. So Saraswati is most sacred, and Saraswati was also called as Nadi Tama. Tama means best among rivers or Nadi, called as Saraswati river. So Saraswati was called as best among all rivers, means Nadi Tama. Then Devi Tama, best among all Devis means goddesses, and Mate Tama means best among all mothers. So Nadi Tama, Mate Tama, Devitama, all these are terms used for this Saraswati river. But you have to remember this most important, Ganga and Yamuna are mentioned only once. Ganga and Yamuna are mentioned only once. Next, you have to remember these two suktas. First, Nasadiya Sukta and second, Purush Sukta. Remember, both are part of this 10th mandal. 10th mandal. So, both are part of this 10th mandal. Now, tell me whether it was composed in early Vedic period or later Vedic period. Both are part of 10th mandal. So, it was composed in early Vedic period or later Vedic period. Yes, later Vedic period, though it is part of this Rig Veda. Remember, this 1, 8, 9, 10, these 4 mandals were composed in this later Vedic period. So, in this Nasadiya Sukta, which is a part of this 10th mandal, this Ved has explained about this origin of universe, and this Purush Sukta explained about this origin of Varna system. So, this Varna system, this consists of Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and Shudra. It is given in this Purush Sukta, which is given in this 10th mandal. Remember, 10th mandal is a part of this Rig Veda, but it is not part of this early Vedic period. That's why term Shudra did not mention this early Vedic period. So, it is mentioned in this Vedic Rig Veda, but it is mentioned in this which part of Rig Veda? 10th mandal of Rig Veda, and it was composed in this later Vedic period. That's why we generally consider that Shudra is not mentioned in this early Vedic period or early Vedic text. So, am I clear to everyone? So, remember these two suktas, Nasadiya Sukta and then Purush Sukta. Nasadiya Sukta explained about this origin of universe. Purush Sukta explained about this 4 Varna system, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishyas and then Shudras. Now, I will ask you the question based on this Rig Veda. So, basically it consists of, Rig Veda consists of 1028 hymns or suktas in praise of these various gods and goddesses. Among these, which god is most important? Among this, which god is most important? Yes, Indra is most important, second Agni, third Varun and fourth Soma. So, which mandal is dedicated to this Soma? So, Rig Veda consists of 10 mandal. Among this, which mandal is dedicated to Soma? Which mandal is dedicated to Soma? Yes, 9th mandal is dedicated to Soma. So, remember this Rig Veda, it consists of 10 mandals. It consists of 10 mandals. Remember, among these 10, 2nd to 7th. These were composed in this early Vedic period. Then 1st, 8, 9, 10th, these were composed in this later Vedic period. So, whatever given in this here, remember, whatever given here, it is a part of this Rig Veda, but it is not a part of this early Vedic text. So, remember, in general, we call this Rig Veda as an early Vedic text, but among this Rig Veda, this 2nd to 7th mandal, this is part of this early Vedic text. Early Vedic text. So, whatever given in this here, 1st mandal, 10th mandal, 8th mandal, 9th mandal, all these whatever given in this here, it is a part of this Rig Veda, but it is not a part of this early Vedic text. Why? Because these 4 mandals were composed in this later Vedic period. So, this is part of this later Vedic text. So, in general, if you see, among this Rig Veda, 2nd to 7th mandal is part of this early Vedic text. Then 1st, 8, 9, 10th mandal of this Rig Veda was part of this later Vedic text, and Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved, all these are later Vedic period. So if you consider, we have these 4 types of text: Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved. Each type of text consists of Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. So here we have this Rigved Samhita, or in general Rigved. Here we have this Yajurved Samhita, Yajurved, Samved and Atharved. So here Rigved, it consists of 10 mandals. Among these 10 mandals, 2nd to 7th, then 1, 8, 9, 10. So remember, only the 2nd to 7th mandal of Rigved was composed in this early Vedic period. Other 1, 8, 9, 10 was composed in this later Vedic period. Yajurved, Samved, Atharved was composed in this later Vedic period. Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad all are composed in this later Vedic period. So if I am saying this 10th mandal was composed in this later Vedic period, means it is part of this later Vedic text. So whatever given in this 10th mandal is composed in this later Vedic period. So here in the 10th mandal we have this Nasadiya Sukta and Purush Sukta. Now tell me, among these two, which talk about this origin of universe? Nasadiya Sukta or Purush Sukta? Yes, Nasadiya Sukta. Now tell me, which talk about this origin of Varna system? Origin of Varna system. Yes, Purush Sukta. Now listen carefully my statement and tell whether it is correct or incorrect. Shudras are mentioned in Rigved. Shudras are mentioned in Rigved. Remember, Rigved consists of 10 mandal, 2 to 2nd in the early, then 1, 8, 9, 10 in the later Vedic period, right? So here in the 10th mandal, we have this Purush Sukta, which talk about Brahmanas, Kshatriya, Vaisyas and Shudras. So definitely Shudras are mentioned in this Rigved. It is mentioned in this 10th mandal. So basically Shudras are mentioned in this Rigved. Now tell me, Shudras are mentioned in this early Vedic text, whether I am correct or incorrect. Shudras are mentioned in this early Vedic text. Yes, incorrect. So remember, Shudras are mentioned in this Rigved, but Shudras are mentioned in this 10th mandal. Means even in this Rigved, it was mentioned in this later Vedic text. Later Vedic text. I think it is clear for everyone. So this Naditama, Madhyatama, this term is used for which river? Naditama, Madhyatama, all these terms are used for which river? Yes, Saraswati river. Which is the most mentioned river? Most mentioned? Sindhu river is most mentioned. Saraswati river is most sacred or revered river. So now I told you what is important for us: Rigved Samhita or Rigved and then Upanishad. So if you consider, we have this Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved, and all text consist of Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and then Upanishad. So what are these Upanishad? So remember, Upanishad are nothing but this philosophical text. Upanishad are philosophical text talking about this individual soul, means Atman or universal soul, or Brahman, talking about this soul, birth, life, death, karma, all these things. So remember, Upanishad are these philosophical texts talking about this birth, death, karma, rebirth, individual soul, Brahman, Atman, all these things. And among these Vedic texts, Upanishads were the one which were composed in the last, I already told you, Samhitas were composed first, then Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishads. So Upanishads were composed at the end of this Vedic period, and these are also called as Vedanta. This is also called as Vedanta. These were composed at the end of this Vedic period. Now tell me, Upanishads were composed in this Western UP or Eastern UP? As these are composed at the end of this Vedic period, Upanishads were composed in this Western UP or Eastern UP? Thank God no one says Western UP. So remember, these were composed in this Eastern UP. Why we are telling? Because earlier Aryans were in this northwest part of India, then they migrated to this Western UP, and by the end they have in this Eastern UP or Bihar. So basically Upanishads were composed by the end of this Vedic period. So this was composed in this Panchalas and Vidyas, means Eastern UP and Bihar. Basically, if you see, these Vedas placed emphasis on these rituals. So Vedas emphasize these rituals, but Upanishad has criticized these rituals. So if you see in the Vedas, if you want this liberation or salvation, if you want this moksha, what is meant by this moksha? If you say this philosophically, this life, samsara, life is considered as this suffering. So this birth, death, rebirth is considered as suffering. So going out of this cycle, liberation from this cycle of birth and death, it is called as moksha or salvation. So according to Vedas, you will get this moksha or salvation or liberation from this cycle of birth and death if you perform these rituals. But Upanishad has criticized this ritual, and according to Upanishad, you will get this salvation or liberation from cycle of birth and death only through this knowledge. So you must get this knowledge of Atman or individual soul, or knowledge of Brahman or universal soul. So if you have this knowledge of Atman and Brahman and understanding this relationship between them, then you will get this salvation or liberation. So all these philosophical messages are given in this Upanishad, and it is also called as Vedanta. See, explaining this philosophical message is extremely difficult, and Upanishad has used these parables. Use these parables means use this story to convey this philosophical message. And remember, we have this KBC, Katha Upanishad, Brihad Aranyak Upanishad, and then Chandogya Upanishad. So the story of Yama Nachiket is given in Katha Upanishad, story of Gargi is given in Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad, and story of Uddalaka Shvetaketu given in this Chandogya Upanishad. All these parables are given in updated NCERT, and we have already mentioned the same parables in our ancient history book. So if you have the PDF, you can directly check. So these parables are added in this recently revised NCERT. So explaining these philosophical things was not easy. So Upanishad has used these parables. Which are these parables? We have the story of Yama Nachiket given in Katha Upanishad, then story of Gargi given in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, and story of Uddalaka Shvetaketu given in this Chandogya Upanishad. Chandogya Upanishad. Now tell me, if you want to get this liberation or salvation, what is way according to this Upanishad? Rituals or knowledge? Yes, knowledge. And according to this Rig Veda or according to this Vedas, what is the way of getting this salvation? Yes, ritual. Now have this full concentration for this next 10 minutes. So this ancient Sanskrit text are classified into Shruti text and Smriti text. Shruti text and Smriti text. Shruti text and then Smriti text. So this ancient Sanskrit text are classified into Shruti text and Smriti. What is meant by Shruti? Shruti means something which is heard, hearing, right? This is called as Shruti. Smriti means memory. So something which is remembered. So remember, what is meant by Shruti? Shruti means something which is heard. So if you consider this 4 Ved, Rig Ved, Yajurved, Atharved, Rigved, Yajurved, Samved and Atharved, all 4 type of text, that is Samhita, Brahmanas and Aranyakas and Upanishad. In general, we consider that these are not composed by these humans. These are created by these gods and these are heard by these rishis, and rishis were revealed to this world. So these are not created by this human, but these are created by these gods. These are created by these gods, and these rishis or seers or the sages, they have heard and revealed to this world. So these Vedas are considered as Shruti text. So this sadhus or these, what I would say, sages, they have just heard this and revealed to this world. Heard and then revealed to this world. So these Vedas are created by God. Remember, these are not created by this human. So these texts are called as Shruti text. So we have this Rigved, Yajurved, Samved and Atharved. Remember, Rigved means Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. All these 4 texts, these were composed by this. These are not created by these humans. These are created by these gods. And these rishis, they have heard this and they have revealed to this world. So these are not originally created by these seers. They are not originally created by these rishis. They have just heard this and revealed to this world. And basically, during this Vedic period, this was transmitted from one generation to the another generation through this oral tradition and finally written down after this 6th century BC. So Shruti texts are those texts which were not created by human, but these are created by gods. Only these rishis heard and revealed to this world. So these are Shruti text. And what is by this Smriti text? Smriti means something which is remembered. And these are composed by these humans. So all other texts other than this Vedas are Smriti text. So these Vedas were composed in this Vedic period. After this Vedic period, these epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata were composed. And finally this Ramayana and Mahabharata final composition took place during this Gupta period. So this Ramayana and Mahabharata, these epics, their final composition took place during this Gupta period. So these were composed over the long period of time and final composition took place during this Gupta period. Then we have this Puranas. So initial Puranas were composed in this Gupta period and some of these later Puranas were composed in this post-Gupta period. So if you consider this overall important text, we have this Rigved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved. So first of all, this Ved or Vedas, these were composed in this Vedic period. Then epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata, these were composed over a long period of time but finally compiled in this Gupta period. Then we have this Puranas, and among these Puranas, earlier Puranas were compiled during this Gupta period and some of this in the post-Gupta period also. So first we have this Vedas composed in this Vedic period. Then we have this epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, which was composed over a long period of time, but finally the final compilation took place during this Gupta period. Then we have this Puranas in Gupta and post-Gupta. Gupta and post-Gupta. And even in this Vedas, which were composed in this Vedic period, we have this early Vedic text and later Vedic text. First of all, this Rigved was composed, then other Veds were composed, then Ramayana, Mahabharata, and then Puranas. Now tell me, am I clear to everyone? So other than these 4 Ved, like Rig Ved, Yajurved, Samved, Atharved, means all text, Rig Ved, all these Veds, and there are 4 different type of text, Samhita, Brahmanas, Aranyakas and Upanishad. So except these, whatever text we have in the ancient time, all are this Smriti text. Only these 4 Veds are this Shruti text. So other than this Shruti text, all are Smriti text. You have to remember this composition. First of all, Vedas were composed in this Vedic period. Among these Vedas, Rig Veda was composed, then other Vedas, then epics were composed, Ramayana, Mahabharata over long period of time, but final compilation during this Gupta. Then we have this Puranas. We have this 18 Puranas, major Puranas, earlier Puranas in this Gupta period, and then remaining Purana in this post-Gupta period. So now tell me, which books of Rig Veda were composed in this later Vedic period? Which books of Rig Veda were composed in this later Vedic period? One, 8, 9, 10. 1, 8, 9, 10. Ramayana and Mahabharata are Shruti text. Is it correct? Ramayana and Mahabharata are Shruti text. Ramayana and Mahabharata are Shruti text. No, Ramayana and Mahabharata are Smriti text. Only these Vedas are the Shruti text, right? What is by the Shruti text? So among the Shruti and Smriti, which text were created by this God? Which text were created by God? Shruti or Smriti? Yes, Shruti. Shruti means something which is heard. So these were created by this God, heard by these rishis and revealed to this world. So remember this Vedas, these were composed in this Vedic period. These were composed but orally transmitted from one generation to another generation and written down after the 6th century BC. After this 6th century BC. Now tell me, if you want to arrange this chronologically, starting from this first. So among this Ved, then Puranas and Ramayana and Mahabharata, which comes first chronologically? Composition of which comes first? Vedas, Ramayana, Mahabharata or Puranas? Yes, Vedas comes first during this Vedic period. During this Vedic period. In Rig Veda, you will find the mention of the Shudras. In Rig Veda, you will find the mention of Shudras. Correct or incorrect? Yes, definitely in the 10th mandal we have this mention of the Shudras in the Purush Sukta. In early Vedic text, you will find the mention of the Shudras. In early Vedic period, you will find the mention of the Shudras. Who is saying yes? No. In early Vedic period, you won't find this mention of Shudras, right? You will find this mention of Shudras in the Purush Sukta, in the 10th mandal, which is a part of this later Vedic text. Okay. Yajurved was composed in this later Vedic period. Yajurved was composed in this later Vedic period. Yes, Rig Veda was written in this early Vedic period. Remember, listen carefully. Rig Veda was written down in the later Vedic period, in the early Vedic period. Rig Veda, who is saying yes? Remember, Rig Veda was composed in the early Vedic period, but it was transmitted to this next generation, generation after generation, through this oral tradition. These all Vedas were written after the 6th century BC, not during this Vedic period. Not during this Vedic period. Ramayana and Mahabharata were composed after the Vedas. Ramayana and Mahabharata were composed after these Vedas. After these Vedas. Who was this god of Shudra? Who was this god of Shudra? Who was this god of Shudra? Pushan was god of Shudra. In early Vedic period, which goddesses was considered as goddess of freedom? Goddesses of freedom. Goddesses of freedom. Goddesses of freedom. Aditi was considered as goddesses of freedom. Condition of women. Now tell me, women were allowed in this Upanayana ceremony in this later Vedic period. Am I correct? Women were allowed in this Upanayana ceremony in this later Vedic period. No, women were not allowed. So in the later Vedic period, women were not allowed for this Upanayana ceremony. Women were not allowed to study the Veda. Women were not allowed to participate in ritual sacrifices as well as these tribal assemblies. Women were not allowed to participate in tribal assemblies also. Now tell me, condition of women was better in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? In the early Vedic period. So Janapadas are important in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Janapadas are important in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Janapadas are important in this later Vedic period. There is no concept of this property, land as a property in the early Vedic period. Early Vedic period, people were attached to this Jana, people were attached to this tribe and not to this land. In the later Vedic period, agriculture was this primary occupation and people were attached to this territory. People were attached to this Janapad. Janapad or this territory or this land became important in this later Vedic period. Now tell me, who was this officer who was collecting this revenue in the later Vedic period? Officer responsible for collecting the revenue in the later Vedic period? Yes, Bhagadug. Now tell me whether you will find this regular system of tax collection in early Vedic period or later Vedic period. Regular system of tax collection. Regular system of tax collection. Who is saying later Vedic period? Remember, in the early Vedic period as well as later Vedic period, you won't find this regular system of tax collection. In early Vedic period, we have this voluntary offering called as Bali, and this voluntary offering became this mandatory or obligatory in this later Vedic period. But there was no regular system of tax collection. Now tell me, in which period you will find this standing army? Early Vedic period or later Vedic period? Standing army in early Vedic period or later Vedic period? No, neither in early Vedic period nor in later Vedic period. Now tell me, among these Das and Dasyus, who were the original inhabitants? Who were these original inhabitants and not this earlier branch of Aryans? Among these Das and Dasyus, who were this original inhabitant, not this early branch of Aryans? Who is saying Das? Remember, Dasyus, because Aryans has used this term in the Rigved, Dasu Hatya, killing of these Dasyus. So Dasyus were original inhabitant and Das were this early branch of Aryans. These were mentioned in this Avesta text also. Aryans were soft towards them. Now tell me, this battle of Ten King was fought on the bank of which river? Tell me the Vedic name of this river. Battle of Ten King was fought on which river? Tell me the Vedic name of this river. Yes, it was fought on the bank of this river. Ravi means Parushni. Now tell me, The Vedic name of this Chenab river. Vedic name of this Chenab river. Vedic name of this Chenab river. Vikas Sahu, what is once again? Please tell me. What you are saying this once again, sir? Tell me, Vikas, what is this once again? Where you find this difficulty in understanding? So Vikas, please tell me. Okay, Das versus Dasyus. Okay, fine. So if you consider when Aryans came to India, so I already told you these Aryans came in these branches in small waves from 2000 to 1500 BC, and when they came in this 1500 BC, now around this 1500 BC they composed this Rigved. So there are two types of people, one who composed this Rigved and others. So those who composed this Rigved, these were Aryans, right? They call themselves Arya, and others are divided into Dasa and Dasyu, or Das and Dasyu. Remember, among these Das and Dasyus, these Das were early branch of Aryans. So we have seen these Aryans came in these several waves. Those who came around this 1500 BC, they composed this Rigved. So before that, whatever these Aryans came, this Das means early branch of Aryans. Why we are calling them as an early branch of Aryans? Because this Das was also mentioned in this Avesta, in this Iranian text, and Aryans were soft towards them. But if you consider this Dasyus were original inhabitant, and these Aryans were not soft. Aryans were hostile against these Dasyus, and term Dasu Hatya means killing of Dasyu is also mentioned in this Rigved. So remember, among these, Das were early branch of Aryans, Dasyus were original inhabitant. Dasyus were original inhabitant. So all of you tell me, how was this lecture? Is it going to help you? Are you finding this easy for your revision? So whatever today we have discussed, is it fine or we should reduce? We are taking this most of the point because in the ancient, means already UPSC is asking almost 6 to 7 questions from this ancient, and chances of getting this question is extremely high in this ancient. So instead of skipping most of the part, I am taking most of the part, so that even if there are some question, you have some point from this revision batch where you can eliminate either one or two options. So see, today we have covered this chronology, first important part. Then we have discussed about this Stone Age, Chalcolithic culture, then IVC, and then Vedic culture and Vedic literature. So whatever I thought of completing this period of Mahajanpada or 6th century also. We have not covered this period of 6th century, but tomorrow we will start with this 6th century. We will complete this 6th century BC period of Mahajanpad, then Buddhism, Jainism, Ashoka, post Ashoka means post Mauryan and Gupta. So at least we will complete this. So I thought of completing this 6th century BC also today, so that from the next lecture we can directly start with this Buddhism, but already it is like too much draining for me also. So we will continue with this 6th century BC from tomorrow. See, I mentioned in the revision batch ancient and early medieval. Why early medieval? Because this early medieval, this South Indian kingdom chronology is difficult. So I will explain you this chronology. Like today we have discussed about this chronology of entire history, ancient time, but we did not, I did not explain about this South Indian kingdom. So in this early medieval, we will just discuss about this chronology, because it's not possible to complete this in the 12 hours, right? Because we are already taking this comprehensively. So tomorrow first we will discuss about this period of Mahajanpad, Buddhism, Jainism, Ashoka, post Mauryan and Gupta. Heritage site you have to read. I will give the PDF along with that. Heritage site means from this UNESCO list we have some intangible cultural heritage, then memory of world register, and then last is creative city network. Once tomorrow we will start with this. So we are definitely going to discuss this UNESCO's list in tomorrow's lecture. Yes, we will definitely do. If you all find it helpful, we will definitely do for modern also. So that's it for today. Thank you so much. Thank you for bearing for such a long period of time. Generally, most of the people consider this history as boring and they prefer for this recording. But whatever I expect, more than my expectation, most of the people are live. We are extremely grateful for that. And thank you so much for your presence, for your understanding. And after once this 12-hour batch is over, I will provide you such notes. So notes are ready, just I have to scan copies, but we have I want to make this digital copies also, so it will take time. So once this 12-hour revision batch is over, immediately on the next day I will upload this notes. On the next day I will upload this practice MCQ, and after 1 week we will have this one paper. So thank you so much and bye till next lecture tomorrow.